Hello out there again. We're back with TableTalk, discussion, and discourse. I, of course, as always, am your host, Alejo, aka Radon95, and this over here is my good friend.
Uh, I must be that good friend. I don't see anyone else around.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Mm,
God rest his soul.
mm.
Um, I will be your co-host for this evening, Aiden, aka ItsSneakyAdolf, aka SneakyAdolf, aka Captain Chiral. Um, it is both a pleasure and an honor to be here, as it is every week.
Hey, wow, that's new. Cool, an honor. Oh man, feels good. Uh,
Well, hey, you know what? This is my first time being called someone's friend, so it's an evening of firsts tonight.
well, there you go. Yeah, so in case you didn't notice, our third Boo, aka Prince Boo 21, he's not here, because he's dead or something. He had something that he had to
Mhm,
do. So,
mhm.
yeah. Um
Rest in
he,
peace.
yeah, rest in peace. All the pepperonis for him and
Mhm.
pressing F in the
Except for the
chat.
ones I ate.
Yeah, except for the ones you ate. Absolutely.
Yep, mashing F.
Yes. He might be here later. We'll see. um But yeah, another exciting thing to note. Hello out there if you're listening on the audio only podcast versions. We have put these on, and it's even in the corner here now. It's in a graphic that I whipped up quite literally before we started. That we are on Spotify and Google Play Music and fucking Stitcher and Anchor and a bunch of podcast sites, which I will link links to in the description now, as well, of the video itself. If you're finding this on whatever podcast site, well, dude, that's cool. Keep listening, please. Um, yeah. So we were gonna do this yesterday, and I had more thoughts on it since then,
Mhm.
but
Yeah,
I
I'm
just
I'm
realized.
looking I'm looking for the page now, and there's some of them do seem like cool concepts.
Oh, for the yeah,
Um,
for this stuff, yeah.
yeah, some of them seem a bit questionable,
Oh yeah,
and some of them seem dick moves.
exactly. So before we get into this too much, I've just realized that I was showing like the room, but not like the anything except for like the video itself. Um,
Mhm.
so yeah, don't worry about that. Audio listeners don't have to worry either. So, whoa,
Audio listeners are going to be curious about that one.
yeah, really. But yes, Uh, we are going to be talking today about, first off, about how people like to import characters into D&D,
Boy,
um
do they.
fucking abilities and everything and all, like personality, and they
Mhm.
basically just play a character that's already been made.
Mhm.
And there are
Including
videos.
even stealing the name.
Yes, there are videos that have to do with it. That are literally catered towards it, which is just great, really, really good.
Oof. Dude, man, I'm scrolling and there were some selections here.
There's a fucking ton. It is like I watched one, like the
Mhm.
very first
I've
one he did,
I've
and I was
actually
like,
found
huh.
one found one that he did that I just found on my own a while back, and it was how to play Dante in Dungeons and
Oh yeah.
Dragons.
I keep seeing these, and probably those of you out there as well are like, how
Oh,
you've seen it.
Jotaro I've seen as well.
Jotaro has been in my feed every now and again. Like so many of these I've seen glances of, like,
Mm.
and I was just like, I never want to watch these. And then I watched one and I was like, I realize why I don't want to watch these. Like, I get it, sure, but you're just kind of doing this so that it's not. So we'll watch a video after, which I've already spoiled, unfortunately, um that is better at doing these, I would say, because like it treats it more as a thought experiment, right?
Well, in fairness, from what I've seen,
Mhm,
from the videos from this channel,
mhm.
they are primarily treated as thought experiments on how to use the D&D system to recreate a character. It's not
Yes,
saying that uh, you should play Incineroar in Dungeons and Dragons.
that is true. That is true, but it also doesn't it incentivizes it just by kind of doing the thing, right? In the sense
Yeah,
of like not showing an ulterior motive other than, well, you just do this and that's how you play, right? It doesn't start cuz like we'll see later, like the video that I found that I particularly have enjoyed, the one, I don't know if the other ones that he's done are the same, but the one that I found was like, well, how do we actually do this, right? I'll even say it's about One Punch Man. it's how to
oh
make it's how
god,
to make One Punch Man in D&D, but it's literally just to say, um you are trying to figure out how much damage you can do in one punch.
yeah.
And it doesn't even like stick to the rules of Saitama himself, right?
It's like limit breakers for
Yeah,
Dark Souls 3 where they say what's the most damage that you can tank in a single hit sort of thing.
exactly. And like it just uses, and I understand the system and you have to use something that'll catch people's eye, and it's a good way to get people to understand, okay, this is what you're doing and this is why you're doing it, right?
Mhm.
Um
Yeah.
like I can
That
understand how to play Saitama is going to draw in a bunch more people than how to do as much damage as possible in a single punch,
mhm.
right?
That being said, if you are going into a Dungeons and Dragons campaign with the intention of ripping off Dio Brando, you're an asshole because Dio, just as a character, is the sort of person where he's like everything is about me.
Yeah.
Dio,
Yes, it
Dio
is me,
Brando, me,
Dio.
Kono Dio da.
Yeah. Um. All right. Let's pick a video. Oh man. Uh.
Let's do Incineroar. I
You want to do
I
Incineroar? Okay.
I
All
want to
right.
do Incineroar.
Yeah. Give me. Thank you for the link. There we go.
Mhm.
All right. Let's. I will put it into this, and I will get you the watch together link.
Because the idea of just playing a Pokemon in a D&D game
I
is
just, yeah.
cringy
Welcome
in
back
and
to
of
building.
itself.
Exactly. Oh, it's 11 minutes. How wonderful.
Get the watch together, boy.
Yeah, I'm getting it for you. Getting it for you. There you go. It says
Thank
two people are already in here, but I think that's just like you guys from before. I don't know, man. I'm the only one who made a watch together account, so who cares? Oh yeah, it is both of you from before. It's just now it's
Yep.
lighting you up. Nice, cool. I like it. All right. So, uh by the way, before we begin, I'm going to stall a little bit more before we watch this.
Okay.
I watched the Sonic movie yesterday,
Okay.
and I know you said that you were going to watch the Sonic movie tomorrow, you think?
If all goes well, yes.
Okay. Um it's not good.
Okay.
Just letting you know.
I've heard very mixed reviews.
I so yeah, writing and stuff, if you think about it, it no. It no. Which,
Yeah,
but
no,
to be
there
fair,
is, of course, the issue that Sonic, much like the Flash, has, where it's why isn't this problem solved already?
yes.
Um,
Um but to be fair, I kind of liked it.
mhm.
So,
um,
eh,
from what I hear, with the exceptions of um, salty mothers, who are Birds of Prey fangirls,
oh
uh,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
most people seem to have an average to good
Yeah,
feelings about the movie, regardless of whether or not the movie is itself inherently good.
yeah, exactly. I went with a friend who has like no idea about Sonic really, and she was
Hmm.
like, "Yeah, I liked it." And I was like, "Okay." I was like,
Well,
"That's perfectly valid," but I'm gonna keep talking to you and telling you why I don't like it. So,
as as someone who has been a fanboy of the comics ever since he was like
they were really good.
6,
They were really fucking good.
um, if I do not see Charmy the Bee, I will scream.
You're gonna scream.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Like, I will be
Oh,
throwing popcorn at the screen
I,
if FBO does not appear.
what about
Where's my
Sally?
chaotic?
Yeah,
Where's my chaotic? God damn
yeah. Where's Vector, dude? I need
it,
my
dude.
my detectives,
Yeah.
man.
If Mighty doesn't show up, is it even a movie?
I will say though, there is a end credit scene, like not at the very
Yeah, for
end.
Tails.
Okay, well, you already know. Cool.
Yes,
All right.
I'm aware.
Spoilers.
Spoilers, by the way. Yeah.
Oops. Do you really care? If you do,
Well,
leave a
I
nasty
don't.
comment.
I
All
I
right.
don't care if you're spoiled.
No, it's an end credit scene. Of course, it's gonna be Tails, right?
Yeah, no one. I can't imagine anyone legitimately went to the movie and was like, "Oh my god, I didn't see them." Like, I Tails came out of nowhere
I
for me.
never saw this
How could they
coming.
hint that? Who is this Fox character?
Dude, I can imagine
It's
that though.
it's like the other day I went to watch a Batman movie and apparently there's some kid in like red and green. I think his name's Blue Jay or something.
Nice.
But yeah.
All right.
Anyway,
Let's.
a point that I wished to make
Yeah.
regarding Tulok the Barbarian's channel.
Yes.
Um,
By the way, this is brought to us by Tulok the Barbarian.
Thank you, Tulok the Barbarian.
Thank you.
Um, and viewers like you. Um, um, I personally think that Tulok the Barbarian does a fantastic job at injecting and like representing characters in D&D with the D20 systems, particularly in 5e.
I was gonna say
What he
mostly in
does,
5e. Yeah.
yeah, what he does really, really well. Um, as such, I think any criticisms that I am going to have are going to be less on Tulok's end and more the players who play like this way.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Um,
This is not to say that he's not doing like good work in the sense of making these
yeah,
videos, right? They're
yeah,
well researched, they're well done enough that they substitute the character very well, but there is a couple of things that I at least saw in the Batman one that I watched that I was like, a grappling hook exists, sir. Right? Where instead of using Thorn Whip, I guess. But anyway.
I mean, it also does take into like action economy though. Like Batman, at least you see in the comics, he doesn't spend around throwing the grappling hook, around climbing 30 feet, around climbing
You
30 feet,
you
stuff like
can't
that.
you have to you can't go 30 feet with Thorn Whip. You can pull something 10 feet.
Eh. Um,
Again, if yeah, that's just a whole. There's a whole thing there that I would be like,
um, what was I gonna say? I also
sorry.
think that oh right. He also does a really good job at like bringing in like feats and stuff that like even in 5e I'm not aware of. Where he's like, "Oh, you can take this feat at a page 295 of this book," and I'm like, "Holy shit, this is my first time hearing of it."
Oh really? Well,
And yeah, and at least like in the Dante video and the
oh sure.
what was the other one? There's another one I watched most of the
Jojo,
way through.
you said.
Yes, JoJo. Um, no, I didn't. Well, I didn't watch all of. Where was it? Hold on. Looking. There was Dante. Oh, yeah, it was Jotaro.
Mhm.
Um, I thought you meant the Dio.
Oh no, sorry. Yeah.
Um, where like he mentions certain combos and stuff and like feats where I'm like, oh, I had never thought of that as a possibility. That's a really good idea.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fair
So
enough.
yeah, dude knows his stuff.
Yeah, it's
Caters
good.
caters to bad players.
Yes, I would say that this content is like so clickbaity and like neat, like it has to be, which is unfortunate.
Mhm.
But it does cater to those. Like I watched the Sonic one, how to play Sonic in D&D,
I
and I
haven't
was
seen
like,
that.
oh, I was
Oh,
like,
yep, there it is.
yeah, I was just like, okay. You're a
Ooh, we've got
tabaxi?
Harley
Okay.
Quinn too.
Yeah, again, it's for relevant stuff, right?
Yeah,
Except
yeah. There's
Green Lantern was
Gotham.
posted a day ago, so I don't know about relevancy in that respect, but
Well, it's one of those things where he probably has like a list of things to do,
I would
and
say, I
then
assume
if
so, yeah.
there's something new that comes out, he goes, "Oh, I'll make sure that like this video is ready by this time."
Yeah, totally. And again, Tulok, if you ever listen to this at all, your content's fine. Like, I don't
Oh
hate
yeah,
you for making it. I don't
yeah.
hate your content necessarily. I just hate what it does. Right?
Mm.
In a degree, I guess. It's very
Well, people
strange.
would do this regardless of whether or not he makes the
Yes,
videos.
you're right.
Also, very clean thumbnails, I gotta say.
They are very nice. They're way better than
Mm,
anything that I've made.
like it's so many like uh clickbaity videos that you see on YouTube are all just a person going like "Ah," with like this weird face,
Yes,
but there's a very nice clean format, and you can look at the thumbnail and see what you're getting, which is something I personally appreciate.
exactly. Yes, it is very. Again, Tulok, you do great work.
Yeah, fantastic. We should have him on the show.
We should have him on the show. We should have a
Add
lot
him
of
to the
people on the show.
list.
I will add him
We
to the
should.
list right now. Don't
Mm.
look at my stuff, people that are seeing my stuff. Cool. Um, how do you spell this? Tulok.
Tulok. It is exactly how it sounds.
It's the Barbarian. I've just realized.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if that was a mistake or intentional, but all right.
Huh.
I don't know. We'll ask him when he comes on,
Anyway,
because
yeah,
he'll come
but
on at some point, obviously.
yeah.
All
When
right.
it's 72,000 subscribers,
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah, exactly. Here we go. Let's watch his video.
Welcome back to Building
Let's.
Character, where
Oh,
we
it's
figure
so
out how
loud.
to play as your favorite fictional characters in Dungeons & Dragons. Remember to like and subscribe for better taunts next time you play. Maybe. In celebration of Pokemon Sword and Shield, today I'm building Incineroar from Pokemon Sun and Moon. I had considered doing Mewtwo or Charizard, but
That's why
honestly, first gen gets
Incineroar.
enough love from
Yep.
everyone else. Someone needs to show up for these new
Like I
kids.
said, relevant.
And if it makes you mad that there isn't representation of the precious Gen 1, just remember, I'm like Incineroar. I'm a heal and your anger sustains me.
I'm sorry, wait, what the fuck is happening? I missed, like, so much of that. I gotta go back. What the fuck is he talking about? Sorry.
He's saying for people that are mad that he's doing Incineroar instead of Charizard or Mewtwo,
Yeah.
basically get bent.
Yeah, I just want to
And
hear how he worded it, that's all. Because it's very...
Mewtwo or Charizard, but honestly, first gen gets enough love from everyone else. Someone needs to show up for these new kids. And
Very
if it
fair.
makes you mad
Okay,
that there isn't
alright.
representation of the precious Gen 1, just remember, I'm like Incineroar. I'm a heal and your anger sustains me.
Dylan!
Is... Oh my god.
You son of a bitch.
Let's start off with our
Alright, okay. Alright, you got me. You got me there. I didn't know Incineroar was a heal, first off. I
yeah,
guess?
he's the heal Pokemon.
I've not looked into Incineroar at all, in any way. Other than I know what he looks like, and I was like, well, he looks like a big, mean cat thing, right?
I believe he actually literally is just the heal Pokemon.
If he's literally just a shit, that's great. I love it.
It says that he is in the Pokedex.
Really?
Yeah, Incineroar, number 727, the heal Pokemon. This Pokemon has a violent, selfish disposition. If it's not in the mood to listen, it will ignore its trainer's orders with complete nonchalance.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So it's just like...
And then in Shield, Incineroar's rough and aggressive behavior is its most notable trait, but the way it helps out small Pokemon shows that it has a kind side as well.
Oh, okay. So they made him not too much of a heel later.
Yeah. He's like he's like a macho aggressive tsundere.
Yeah. Okay. Man, I would have liked it better had he just been a dick. That would have been so good.
I mean, that's one Pokedex entry in Shield, whereas like Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, and Sword are like, yeah, this dude's a dick.
Yeah, which is great.
So, yeah.
Give me more of that.
Goals for this build. First, let's make sure that this wrestling cat can wrestle, with abilities to grapple and pin anyone foolish enough to step into the ring. Next, we'll give the kitty some claws, with sharp hands that can rip people up,
so he's a
if it's
Tabaxi.
not technically allowed by the refs.
Yep.
Finally,
As he should
we need
be.
fire.
Yeah.
Vengeful fire that heats up
Tabaxi
when
barbarian.
we're getting hit. For stats, we're
Yeah.
using these standard point arrays.
So let's, for just a second, before we go too far, let's talk. Well, actually, we'll get there. We'll get there. Never mind. When he brings it up again, we'll get there.
From the player's handbook, roll for stats if you want, but make sure you hit the gym for sick gains. Strength will
Hell
be number
yeah.
1. You have to lift if Insin's gonna get that big win. Constitution next, you feast on other people's anger, so they'll probably want to hit you. Charisma after that, if you want to taunt, you need to have social skills. Also, quick note, don't just say Incineroar like a Pokemon. This is a guideline. Make your own personality, just make it kind of a jerk.
Oh! Oh! All right, you got me.
yeah.
Good job, Tulok. That's you. I know you're doing it just because otherwise that's like you're making a Pokemon, right? So like there are people who are gonna go Incineroar. I don't know what he sounds like.
Incineroar. Like,
Exactly. So like good on you, dude. That's good. I'm a fan of that saying make your own personality. I don't know if you say it in every video because I don't think you did in the Batman one that I watched.
He definitely didn't in Dante.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe say that more.
Yeah.
I'd say, but yeah. All right. Yeah, that's a point. That's a point from me. It's, you know.
I mean,
All that
he
up
had
with
me
dexterity.
with the Dylan.
I mean, okay, sorry. Yeah, you're at like 5 points, I'd say at this
yeah.
point. Yeah. Okay. Dylan, you
got-
son of a bitch.
He got
It's
1
always
point from me by saying like Gen 1ers get bent.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
Gen 1
Sure.
gets enough love, and he's like, yeah,
It's-
you're precious Gen 1
it-
Pokemon.
it's true, but I would just like not even say anything personally because it just doesn't resolve anything because they're just gonna be those ones. You literally just ignore them and they'll shut up. And if
No.
if they don't, then you just don't listen to them, right? I
Yeah,
don't-
but like I feed off of anger though.
yeah. All right.
Like go ahead, tell me my opinions suck. It only makes my opinions worse.
Fair, I guess.
Since your armor consists of a champion's belt and nothing else, you need that to avoid damage. Wisdom is a bit low, but I'm not dumping perception on a cat. Instead, I'll dump intelligence. Cats aren't smart. Incineroar is a variant human. So variant that they're
What?
actually a Tabaxi. You get +2
Oh.
dexterity and +1 charisma. 60
Okay, for like a second, I was like, wait.
He's just a very furry man, dude.
I was gonna say, you're just a furry. I get you. Okay, we're
very
good.
furry.
feet of dark vision, feline agility to move twice as fast for 1 round as long as you don't move the next round, probably because you're flexing. Your cat claws give you 20 feet of climbing speed and deal 1d4 plus your strength modifier and slashing damage. Climb the ropes and drop down on someone for some sweet flavor. Cat
Sure.
Style gives you stealth and perception proficiencies. Sneaking in for a cheap shot doesn't seem like much of an issue for you. Take the gladiator background for acrobatics and performance proficiency. Maybe you're actually a bad person. Maybe you're just putting on a show. Who knows? Kick things off as a barbarian. First level barbarians can grab
Makes
2
sense.
skills from their list. Athletics and intimidation are big for big cats with big moves. You can enter a rage, giving you resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage, advantage on strength checks and saves, and a bonus to strength-based attacks with weapons or your big, meaty.
I actually wonder, before we go too far in, I actually wonder how he's going to make fire go into this. Is he going to... Let's play some bets here.
My guess will be an enchanted item because you could ask your DM for like a belt.
That's
because
true, yeah.
Incineroar literally sprays fire from his belt.
Oh,
So,
really? Is that how he does it? Okay.
Yeah, literally
Okay.
getting that as a magic item shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, it's just like a belt of burning hands, basically, right?
Yeah, basically.
Okay, yeah, and it just sprays out of the belt. That would be neat. I wonder if he's going to stick to using like just kind of core stuff in the sense of like not using anything that would be homebrewy, right? I
One-
feel like he might go way of the elemental monk later on.
that was actually what I was about to mention.
Yeah,
One of the things that this channel usually does, or from the 1 3/4 videos I've seen,
exactly.
is they um he does like a lower level, like this is how to get started, and then
Yes.
as you've dumped more and more levels, he'll say, okay, let's talk about what like a level 10 character would look like. And with that, like you can start to multi-class, and I'm
Okay.
thinking he'll probably multi-class into Elemental Fist.
Yeah, I mean, from the two videos that I saw, I don't remember him doing that.
Hmm.
I don't remember that, like him actually bringing that up and stuff. Who is messaging me? Stop. Sorry. But
I, I
yes,
know he did it a lot in the Jotaro Kujo one, but that's just because with having a stand,
yeah.
there was so much multi-class stuff that he needed to do, and
Mhm,
you needed like base level requirements for so much stuff
mhm.
that in order to like pull off like a Jotaro Kujo, you needed to have some levels
Gotcha.
to even
Yeah.
pull off something resembling Jotaro.
Oh, sure. I mean, I assume we're gonna get up to level 20 because that's just the natural progression to like
Mhm.
be the character. Because you can't, unfortunately, for anyone who wants to be a specific character, you can't at level 1. Um, really, like
Mhm.
realistically, um, and you have to get to at least like level, I would say level 10 just to, or yeah, level 10 just to be something resembling it at all, right? Um, so I don't know. Eh.
Claws. You also get unarmored defense for a barbarian. That means that your AC is 10 plus your dexterity and constitution modifier when you're not wearing armor, and you can still grab a shield if you want. You don't have to, but it's nice to have options. Second level barbarians can make reckless attacks, letting you give yourself advantage on attacks for the round, but leaving you open to advantage when your enemies attack you.
It's
I'd say that
pretty
spinning
good.
around in a lariat with your arms
Yeah.
stretched out would qualify. You also get danger sense, giving you advantage on dexterity saves against spells or traps you can see. Cats always land on their feet, and their feet don't like traps or water. Third level barbarians can choose a primal path. The path of the Storm Herald is great for people who want to heat up the match. It is
Storm
if you
Herald.
I'm sure
Storm.
he'll go into it more.
Yeah.
choose the desert aura anyway. With this, you emit a 10-foot radius of
Not fair.
fire while you're raging. This automatically deals 2 fire damage per round when you activate it, and again when you activate it as a bonus action on your turn. This damage will increase as you level up, and there's no save, it's just automatic damage. So yeah, it's a little low, but no one can really do anything about it. Fourth level barbarians get an ability score improvement.
Mhm.
More strength means more damage, you like damage, and it will help with grapple checks, which we'll
I've
talk
been
more
known
about
to
later when
partake
we have
in
the strength where I
damage.
want it. Fifth
To
level
be fair,
barbarians get
damage
fast
pretty
movement, adding 10
good.
to your movement speed when you're not wearing armor. Pairing this with feline agility lets you dash 200 feet in one round. Incineroar actually has the slowest movement speed in all of Smash, but can you imagine
Is that
Incineroar damage
true?
with Sonic
I
speed?
Yes.
That's
don't.
what you get to
Okay.
do here. Speaking of damage, extra
He's
attack
below
lets you do
Bowser
more
just
of that. With 2
barely.
attacks on
Oh,
your action
really?
instead
Wow.
of 1. Reckless
Okay.
attack is better with the more attacks you can make, giving you a higher chance to crit, which actually isn't great for you because your damage die is a d4, but it's fun and you resist physical damage, so just go for it. Your Storm
Actually,
Aura also increases to 3 damage per round, which is
I think
still
I may have patched it.
Oh,
I'm not
patched him
sure.
to be a little
Yeah,
faster.
they've done some patches and nerfs on Incineroar because for a while he was fucking useless,
Oh, really?
and like he's still pretty low tier to my knowledge.
Sure.
Granted,
I haven't
I've not.
kept up with any of like Smash,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
I've not touched Smash in a few months. But yeah, I think he's still pretty like trash tier.
That's unfortunate.
I
He
know
looks cool.
Alpharad likes him for like mega. Uh, there's like a game mode that he ended up where like everyone is giant, and he's pulled off some pretty sick stuff with Incineroar.
Sure.
Um, but yeah, no, he's not top of the tier lists.
Okay. That's unfortunate. He's cool. I I enjoy him as like his
I,
design and stuff, honestly.
I would have frankly liked to see July in Smash.
Who? Which one?
Did Rowlet's evolution?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, sure. But unfortunately, that doesn't. I would say that he translates way better in the sense that he's literally a wrestler, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It translates a
Well,
bit better.
yeah, it translates a bit better, but I don't really think that that's really a huge concern for Smash.
I disagree. At this day and age,
They have Sonic, they have Pokemon
Sonic.
Trainer.
Okay, so first off, Sonic. Sonic had a fighting game, where he fought
That's
a
right,
lot.
yeah, he did.
Yeah,
That was a
Sonic
fun
Battle, one of my favorite games.
They have fucking Mr. Game & Watch. They have
This was
Rob.
that's true. Game and Watch and Rob, I think, were more for the nostalgia factor. I would say.
They have what's her name, the girl that controls the stars, Rosaline.
Oh, sorry, Rosaline. Yeah, Rosaline. Yeah, that was a strange choice. I don't know about that.
Piranha Plant.
Piranha Plant fights all the time. Leave him alone.
He is a potted plant. All right, do not act like this was like, everyone
Dude,
saw.
Everyone wanted PD Piranha, but they went nah.
I want PD Piranha too, but instead I get a house plant.
Believe me, it's stupid. All right, I don't care, but it's dumb, and I want my
first
PD
pick was
Piranha.
Waluigi, but
yeah, well, everyone's first pick since the day it came out was Waluigi. But Nintendo was like, nah, man, he's too powerful. We're going to put him as an assist trophy. All right? They know his power.
They need to limit him to 0.5% of his power.
Exactly, dude. Otherwise, we would never see anything but Waluigi, which is not a bad thing, to be fair. Wow.
Yeah. He would just, what's that called? I think it's Emperor's. Oh, was it Emperor's Haki? Where's Haki? Yeah. They couldn't have Waluigi in there, otherwise he would just use like the Emperor's Haki just glare at someone. It's from One Piece. It's an ability.
Okay.
Wherein basically you're like staring at someone and you stare them down to the point where they're paralyzed.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Maybe that's Conqueror's Haki. There's a whole bunch.
Sure. You can say as many One Piece things to me as you want, and I will continue to nod my head.
Luffy.
He's the monkey boy, yes?
He has been known to be a monkey.
Cool, that's all I know. Well, no, I think he also stretches, yes?
Yeah, the gum pistol.
Amazing. I think I'm done with everything now. I don't know. Are you looking it up?
And there's Gumma no Mi. Well, yeah, I forgot what the name of the devil fruits was in Japanese.
That's fair enough. I'm just, Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
I have been known to be a fan of one Sanji. A one Sanji.
This is for all you weebs out there, or I guess more so is One Piece more of like a general audience thing, actually?
I don't know, man. I watched 200 episodes before deciding it wasn't for me.
You know what, fair. Actually, I can't laugh at that because I watched 100 episodes of Fairy Tail before I realized that it wasn't for me. Yeah.
Yeah, I got to like 8 before I was like,
everyone else was like, dude, I got to 3, and I was like,
yes,
don't mind me.
Me too.
Don't mind me. I'm over here and I'm on 116 or something. By
the time I hit 117, I knew.
Is it still going? I think it's still going.
Yeah. Oh, it's still going.
Okay.
I
well,
have a friend of mine that talks to me about it at every opportunity, and I'm like,
does Natsu still win every time?
Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about One Piece.
No.
One Piece is still ongoing.
Sure.
I don't know about Fairy Tail, man.
Cool. All right. We're done with this then. Let's keep going.
I know it is well and alive on certain fan sites, but
it's always well and alive on certain fan sites, to be fair.
Yeah.
little underwhelming, but could deal 30 damage by the end of your rage per creature. 6th level Storm Heralds get Storm Soul. For Desert, that gives you resistance to fire damage, immunity to extreme heat, and you can set objects on fire that you touch if they're not attached to another creature. Basically, that means you can make
What?
Molotovs for improvised weapons, which I think would be
That's
fun.
pretty
7th
fucking
level
neat.
Barbarians
That's like really like you can do a shit ton with that. That's fucking
Yeah.
cool.
Pour some oil on the ground and just touch it.
Yeah, you quite literally, as long as nothing was touching it beforehand, because it has to not be touching. You could just start forest fires for fun. Wow.
Or like you're in a noble's house and you need to cause a distraction, and you're like, this is a fine curtain.
Yeah,
Just running
curtain,
your
yeah.
hands down it.
Oh.
Oh no! Everything I love.
Oh man.
Superheat a coin in your
Yeah.
hand, and like if someone's like, that'll be 1 gold, and you really don't want to pay, but you have to.
Give it to them.
Superheat it real hot, then like place it down on the countertop, and then like here.
It just starts sizzling into the counter itself. Just, why
Leaves
don't
a
you
mark,
just get
they're
that?
like, that'll stay there for a bit.
Yeah. Oh man.
I'll
General
collect that
instinct,
in a
giving
minute
you
or
advantage
two.
on initiative rolls, and you can't be surprised as long as the first thing you do in combat is enter a rage, which, if you're playing a barbarian, seems about right. 8th level barbarians get another ability score improvement or feat. Tavern
Just
Brawler feat
barbarian.
gives you +1
I
strength or
understand.
constitution. I'd go for strength. It'll make your unarmed attacks deal 1d4 plus your strength modifier, which they already do, but why I want it is for the proficiency with improvised weapons like chairs and ladders, so you can fight dirty in the ring. Considering you can grab things, set them on fire, and then attack with proficiency, this is super fun. As the DM, I'd probably scale this up like Firebolt, adding 1d10 fire damage, but I guess
1d10?
that's sort of up to them. This
Holy shit.
That's
That's a lot.
yeah. Well, I mean, if we're talking 1d10 at level 8,
Yeah, I
like,
guess so.
Surely you would have better options available to you.
Absolutely, I guess so. But I'm just wondering, because usually for a torch, right, a thing that is meant to be on fire, if you hit somebody with it, you do a d6 worth of fire damage, right?
Mhm.
And like, fucking d10, you're literally outclassing a wizard's firebolt. You're just like, I'm both hitting them with a fucking thing, and it also is on fire, right? I don't know,
And
man.
I would say outclassing a level 1 wizard's firebolt at level 8 with 1
True.
attack. is
Yeah,
fine.
you're right. That is a silly. You're right. That's silly of me to say. Never mind. I guess I'm wrong in this respect. I will concede.
We're never wrong on this podcast.
I mean, I was right all along. It's just that you were more right than I was. So
Yes.
yeah. Okay. Cool.
You were right. You were just hiding it behind
Yeah.
layers and layers of bullshit.
Yeah. Exactly. Always right. Every time.
This ability also lets you grapple as a bonus action after making an unarmed attack or an improvised weapon attack. In 100 episodes, we haven't talked much about grappling, so let's dive into it. Grappling replaces an attack action and makes an athletics check against an enemy's athletics or acrobatics check. Quick reminder,
There we
you have
go.
advantage on strength checks while you're raging. Grappling sets the movement speed of the creature you're holding to 0, basically locking them to you. They can still attack, and you can still attack, as long as one hand is grappling them. You can only grapple a creature one size larger than you, or lower, so nothing huge or gargantuan, and you can move with a grappled creature up to half your regular movement speed. So this is very good when you're dealing automatic damage to anyone who's next to you. Now for a section where I'm going to add in a little homebrew stuff that isn't technically official, but shouldn't break the game, and I think it just makes the build a little more fun. What I like to do with Tavern Brawler is increase the damage of unarmed strikes by 1d4, rather than setting it to 1d4. Basically pairing it with any boosts from Monk, or in this case, Tabaxi. Technically, this is the same benefit it gives to anyone else who is taking it, and personally, I don't think it should be worse just because you were already decent at unarmed fighting. If you're not into that,
Well, okay. So I understand why, but I don't see, because like it's more for if you aren't an unarmed combatant, right? It gives you that additional edge, and then it gives it so that you can use literally anything as a weapon. That's already pretty good.
Yeah. I wouldn't add 1d4 on top of
No.
your 1d4 strength. or
Right.
1d4, or 1 plus your strength plus 1d4 seems a bit too good.
Well,
What I would instead do in a situation like this is, given that you have a hand free and ostensibly a weapon such as like a dagger,
mhm,
I would give advantage on, say, hitting with the dagger.
mhm,
But if it's something like a claymore or something like that, that's going to be really hard to use
mhm,
in close quarters with one hand,
mhm,
unless if you're super fucking strong. I would say it is so unwieldy that you're either going to take accuracy or damage debuffs.
mhm.
Um, I would definitely say that if you're grappled to them, you should be able to do decent damage. However, I think grappling was kind of instituted into D&D with the intention of you're grappling them so that your team can dogpile them.
Yeah, because grappling now is nothing, right?
Yeah.
Grappling in 5e is just useless. Without 3.5's feats that made grappling actually a thing that you could do, you could make a wrestler in 3.5 and it was fucking effective, right?
Oh yeah.
I fucking loved it.
Nightmarish.
I wish it was still there. But grappling now is literally, unless you do the pin, which is
Mhm,
to restrain both yourself and someone else, right?
mhm,
That's the only way that it's effective, because otherwise, if you grapple a wizard now, they can just misty step away because it's just verbal. There's
mhm.
there's no reason why they can't just, and besides, if you grapple somebody, it doesn't do anything but stop them from moving. There's no stopping their
Yeah.
arms from moving. There's nothing other than they
Mhm.
can't move.
Yeah.
Um, like with movement speed. Um,
Mhm.
so unless you have,
Grappling
go on.
grappling in 5e is essentially literally just like grabbing someone by the collar.
Mhm.
It feels so neutered.
It is nothing. It is absolutely nothing. Today, in fact, we were playing, and the only reason why it was good was because we had a character use the shove action to push somebody over, right?
Mhm.
Um, and then they were on the ground prone, and then they grappled them so they couldn't move, which means they couldn't get up, right?
Yeah.
Which is
And,
good.
and because they can't get up, you now have advantage on melee attacks.
Exactly. Everyone had advantage on melee attacks against them, which was the only reason why it was good, but the chances that you're going to push someone over and like actually be able to do that is slim, I would say, depending, obviously. But that's a one thing you can do, whereas you could just try to use like hold person and then they're paralyzed, right?
Well, I think such is the fate of anything that you can do with martial abilities versus magic. Is magic itself is generally the anything you can do, I can do better of D&D.
I would say so, yes, but I would think that they would make it at least comparable so that it doesn't feel like you're fucking useless when you do
Yeah.
something like that, right? Because otherwise, when you have a full team of, I would say, non-magic users, if you ever have that be the case, which is very difficult,
I do not recommend.
um, well, even no, I do, because then you try to find creative ways to do things, I would say, but what I'm saying is it's difficult to choose to be non-magical because every subclass like every class has a subclass that has
Mm,
magic of some sort, right?
yeah.
So it's very hard to just be a dude, except if you're a fighter, I guess. No, even fighter has the Eldritch Knight, but I guess I don't know, man. It's very strange that they would just take away something that would help with something that's like, I just want to fight without magic, right? I
Mhm.
would like
Yeah.
to be
I
able
want to
to.
be a Van Helsing.
Sure, yeah. And like I wanna be able to grapple
Actually, I
this
think
guy.
actually I think Van Helsing is a video that this guy does.
Yeah, I think I saw that too. Yeah. Um but again, like grappling I need reference, so let me go find 3.5 grappling feats.
Yep, Van Helsing.
Yep. Okay. So first off, grappling provokes attacks of opportunity, back in 3.5, which was like a thing. Oh well.
If you're approaching someone to bear hug them, then like, yeah.
I would imagine that they could stab you. Yeah,
If you're
and
gonna
so
walk up to someone and be like giant dad,
right,
like spamming, well, what is it? Then
exactly.
you're gonna get stabbed, boy.
Let's see.
Man, oh man. The last Star Wars movie came out 2 months ago, right?
Was it 2 months ago? Really? Only?
Because, well,
Feels like it's been a year.
I'm just saying because 2 months ago there was Darth Maul, Chewbacca, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Han Solo, and Kylo Ren.
Oh yeah, that's why. Yeah, you're right. Oh man. Okay, yeah. So yeah, they had a bunch of things like everything was based on your base attack bonus, which was something that you had to worry about for classes, because they had specific base attack bonuses, and they had
And your base
specific
attack bonus, how much you had for your base attack bonus determined whether or not you could attack twice.
Exactly, yeah. Oh man, I miss it.
which is why you could have like a 9th level character who is like spread out among 3 different classes. And
Yeah.
well, no, because you can have that in 5th edition too.
Yeah, you can. Let's see. Okay, so let me find close quarters wrestling, because that was a feat. Let's see what that does. Close quarters fighting. Excuse me.
Is that fucking Prince Lothric?
I don't know where.
I just like scrolled up to the top of this guy's videos, and he has like New Unearthed Arcana, and I'm pretty sure it's Prince Lothric in the middle.
Oh, gotcha. Let's see. Yeah, so there. Well, actually, there. Okay, I would need to like actually find a good, because I don't want to slow this down too much. But as far as I was aware, and I might honestly, I might be wrong. I might be fucking romanticizing it a bit. But as far as I was aware, it was fucking amazing to be a grappler in fucking 3.5, because you could make people not do shit. You could be like,
Yeah.
you are mine forever, and they could do nothing about
you
it.
basically chose to remove yourself from the initiative count and also remove one other being from the initiative count.
Yes, and it was a thing you could do reliably, and I guess, oh geez, I might actually, you can do that with pinning in 5e. To be fair,
But it's not as cool.
It's not, because you don't get a lot of bonuses to do it, to be fair. Secondly, grappling is now, you can either escape via athletics or acrobatics, and I think before, grappling was just grapple check.
Strength and dex.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Well,
but that was already put into your grapple check, wasn't it?
No, I think you picked one.
Was that true? I could go get my books, actually. They're over there, but
yeah, I'm looking at mine right now, and it's cool. Like a foot and a half away from my elbow, and I'm like,
Yeah, exactly. Well, I don't know. We might be wrong. We might be right. Who knows?
We're never wrong.
We're never wrong. Sorry, we might be wrong, right or less right. Who knows? Or more right. Who knows?
It's my opinion that you could play that way. As such, it cannot be wrong.
Yeah. It's a whole thing, isn't it? Let's keep going here.
Yes, let's.
Oh, sorry. Actually, before we go any further, I would say, with Tavern Brawler, if you're taking that at 8th level, first off, it doesn't downgrade you if you're a monk or something, right? Like, if you already have the attack that's already at something higher or equivalent, then it doesn't really change anything, which is fine. I don't see why it can't just be something that you have to take and just be okay with not getting a bonus at all.
Yeah, it's very viable.
Exactly. It still gives you a bunch of benefits that are not outweighed by losing a D4, right?
That's fine, you don't have to do it. It's just something I like to do. 9th level barbarians get brutal critical, letting you add an additional damage die when you land a critical hit. This could inspire you to attack more recklessly, but the most damage you could add is 4 with claw attacks. Technically, this whole build would work better with a warhammer. You could use a d8 and still grapple, but the claws really add a level of disrespect to it all. It says, yeah, I could play optimally, but Incineroar can beat you with their bare hands, punk.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it might be more optimal, but the way you're presenting it sounds more fun, right?
Yeah,
which is totally fine.
This isn't how to inject hyper Incineroar. This is how to be Incineroar.
Exactly, which is this has been good so far. I am not.
I appreciate this.
Yeah,
I feel we should mention, or we should probably watch the Geralt one after.
Okay.
Just because personally, when I found out that we were doing this tonight, was looking up videos of how to play as certain characters.
Sure.
I think I even mentioned to you that one of the worst examples I could think of was Geralt.
Okay, yeah. I have already got the link, so I will put that in next.
Cool.
Yeah. We'll see how that goes, and then we'll do the next one. For the there's actually 2 videos that are from the other guy that I want to look at, because one of them has to do with the people that we don't like, and the other one has to do with the example that I gave with the Saitama thing.
Get Storm Shield, letting you give all of your allies in your aura resistance to fire damage as well, which is good because your aura damage just increased to 4 damage per round. Grapple someone and roast them every round, they're not breaking out of your chokehold. 11th level barbarians get Relentless Rage, letting you hold on for dear life while raging. First time you drop to 0 while raging, roll a DC 10 Constitution save, and you stay up at 1. You can do this as many times as you want, but the DC increases by 5 until you die, and doesn't reset until you finish a short rest. Is Focus Sash and Incineroar thing? I don't really play competitive Pokemon. 12th level barbarians get an ability score improvement or another feat. The grappler feat gives you advantage on attacks against a creature you're grappling, and you can pin a creature you're grappling with another grapple check. This makes you and the creature...
Yeah, okay, there it is. You have to take the feat in order to be able to pin. You can't just do it.
Yeah, that's kind of bad.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like, and it gives you advantage to hit something that you're already grappled with, which is good.
Yeah,
Don't
that's
get me
fine.
wrong.
That makes sense.
That's, yeah, fair. But shouldn't you already?
Yeah, that should just be base.
I was going to say, like, if you're grappling somebody, would it not make sense for you to just go, he's right next to my fucking body, I'm just going to crush my hand into his windpipe a little bit, right?
Yeah, and he's clearly not moving freely.
He literally cannot move out of this space at all. So...
that's why I think I mentioned earlier I would give like advantage for things like daggers or bare hands.
Sure.
Because if you're bear hugging someone to you, you can very easily just straighten an arm and then plow it back into their body.
Exactly. You can shank a bit. You can prison shank a bitch real easy if you got him right there.
Oh yeah. Real good.
Yeah, and like you should not have to take a feat to fucking pin. Oh man, it's so bizarre.
Well, what you do is you set up 3 characters, right?
Okay, all right. I'm in.
You have 3 player characters and 1 enemy, and what you do is on initiative, person grapples the enemy, and a person has a readied action for when the enemy is grappled, they will push.
Yes.
And then you have a third person who is standing by, ready for that person to get, like, tabletoped.
Right.
And their reaction is as soon as that enemy is on the ground, they then just kind of, like, drop themselves on top of the enemy and then...
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
That's how you do that at level 1.
So, here we go. I found grapple in 3.5. So you start a grapple, right? You do the grapple stuff. Amazing. Great. Grapple consequences. You can't fucking move. You get no dex bonus to your AC, and you fucking can't threaten anything because you're fucking grappled.
Mine's getting me a page number on that.
This
I
is
do better
this is in
reading it myself.
this is in hypertext, so I don't know what page it
Oh.
is. Yeah,
it.
I'm on the site right now. Because it's just so in grappling in 3.5, because we all know it goes base 2, 3, 3.5, 5.
Mhm.
As everyone knows.
Yes, the 3 versions of D&D.
Exactly. So you start the grapple and you take your opportunity attack against you. Oh no. You do a melee touch attack. Remember touch and flat-footed AC? I do.
Yeah, dude, I still love those, man.
They're great.
I
actually
still implement them like somewhat in my campaign.
Yeah, I should really like I get it. Yeah. I'm actually going to be playing Pathfinder with some people on Mondays now, and it is basically 3.5 just different a little bit, and
Yeah.
I'm so fucking excited. I've missed it. I've missed it so.
Pathfinder's fine.
Yeah. So okay, yeah. So you do a melee touch attack to grab. If you fail, then you can't do shit, and you can't do shit. But if you do hit, they have to make an opposed grapple check, and they can. Wait. Did I confuse myself? I think I confused myself. Yeah, okay, so if you succeed to touch them first, you have to hit them, right? And then you make your grapple check as a free action. And then you then grapple them, and you can deal damage to them with an unarmed strike. Amazing. Cool. To maintain it, you have to keep rolling off. And then grappling consequences, the person who is grappled does not have threatening squares anywhere. So you can have people freely move through their threaten range because they can't do that. That's huge.
Yeah.
They don't get their dexterity bonus to AC at all, so it's much easier to hit them, which is also just not a thing anymore. Okay. They can't move, which is still a thing. And then, if you're grappling, this is just a part of it, you can pin your opponent and make your opponent immobile for 1 round by winning an opposed grapple check made in place of an attack. Once you have an opponent pinned, you have a few options available to you. You can break another's pin if you're grappling an opponent who has another character
quick
pinned.
question.
Yeah.
Is that pin versus their AC, or is it an opposed grapple check to theirs?
Opposed grapple check.
Okay.
Yeah. It says you can hold your opponent immobile for 1 round by winning an opposed grapple check.
Okay.
Yes. So you don't need a feat. You can just try to pin.
Mm-hmm.
You can break another pin.
Which, any fucker in any bar ever can do.
Exactly. You can break another pin by using... you can make an opposed grapple check in place of an attack, and you can break the hold that someone else has over a different character. So if you have somebody pinned, and somebody comes over and pins you, they can try to break your pin on the person that you pinned.
Yeah. You can literally just rip someone off of your friend.
Exactly. They're still grappled, but they're no longer pinned after that, which is great. And then you can also use your opponent's weapon.
Oh,
So-
hell yeah. Just take the dagger out of their
Exactly.
sheath and stab them with it.
If your opponent is holding a light weapon, you can use it to attack him. You make
That's
an
so
opposed
freaking cool.
You make an opposed grapple check in place of an attack, and if you win, you make an attack roll with the weapon at a -4 penalty. This doesn't require another action. You don't gain possession of the weapon, but you can just stab them with it.
Mhm.
And if you're already a fucking grappler at this point, it's going to be pretty easy for you to probably roll that out and actually stab them with their own light weapon. Right?
You have a sword, I have a sword.
Exactly. And
God,
you
I
can
miss
also
3.5.
you can also disarm people. Just you get okay, so you can use a disarm action to remove or grab away a well-secured object worn by a pinned opponent. But he gets a +4 bonus to resist that, right? But you can just take shit off people because you're pinning them.
Yeah. You're bear hugging someone, stripping them of their armor, canceling the grapple, grappling another enemy, stripping of them of their armor.
Exactly, right?
And
Like,
then they spend their movement to stand up, and then they're like standing up with no armor on, no weapon, in the middle of a battlefield,
yeah.
and your friends are looking at them like the pillar men.
Pinning was grappling and pinning was so much. It was a whole strategy, and it was viable. In fact, fucking the Romans were fucking trained in grappling as well as
Yeah.
other forms of combat.
Even a lot of combat done on battlefields,
Yeah.
like in the medieval times,
Yeah,
did oftentimes just resort to grappling
exactly.
and try and stab like a sword or a dagger through the eye slits in your opponent's helmet.
Entirely so. And like they just were like, "Hey, 5th edition, let's just not grapple anymore. Let's just make it so you can't move." Like, all right.
Well, so much of 5th edition itself was the simplification of the core system
Of
in
course, but
order to make it so you can do less, but it's more easily accessible. They lowered both skill ceiling and skill floor.
I agree, and yet I feel like you shouldn't just like, yes, you can make it simplistic, but you can also put in the things of like, you can do this, right?
Mm.
Like, because that's not
What I would
it's not like people who play this don't have a brain, right?
Mhm.
You
what I would
which is why playing with people that I play with, they're like, we literally just redid how we heal because fucking healing is so stupid in 5e. It's so dumb, which is a whole
how's
nother
it how's
topic
it
that we'll get to at some point probably,
yeah.
but yeah.
Um One of the things that I would like to see is now that 5e and popular media has introduced a lot of new players to the game,
Yeah.
I would like to see for like 6th edition where it starts to get a bit more mechanically intense, and then
Yeah.
7th edition is just 3.5 times 2.
I was going to say if they I don't know if cuz 5th edition is still selling fucking gangbusters right now.
Oh, oh, yeah, absolutely.
So they're not going to do a 6th edition anytime soon, I suspect.
Yeah.
Um
I wouldn't expect to see 7th edition until like 10 years from now.
I wouldn't expect to see 6th edition till 10 years from now, honestly. Well, how long has 5th edition been out actually?
5th edition's been out since 2014, I think.
Okay, so we got like 4 more years and then
Fifth
maybe they'll put out
edition.
6th edition, honestly.
Uh,
Cuz I feel like a 10-year cycle is
5th edition was released in 2014.
nice job. I feel like 5th edition will go for at least 10 years, if not more. I'm not sure though. I don't know the business model that they do. So, but yeah, bring back fucking grappling, Wizards of the Coast. Stop being cowards and fucking grapple me.
Yeah. Take off your shirt too and let's battle shirtless in the rain.
Fuck
Let's
yeah.
grapple.
Hell yeah. All right, let's get back to this. Finish it up.
Yes.
So, surprisingly enough, we haven't seen any multi-class. It's just been you get the fire aura.
Yeah, I didn't know about the storm aura thing. But like as soon as I said Tabaxi Monk early on, I was thinking, oh yeah, he's just gonna stick with that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, barbarians, sure,
yeah,
yeah.
the belt thing.
Yeah, it's again,
Um,
it's Pyroar is more than just fighting with grappling. He uses fire moves, so I
Yeah.
don't know.
Well, I mean, in fairness, Darkest Laria is literally a dark type move. But
Which
the
is fucking
Pokedex
rad.
the Pokedex entry for Moon literally says after hurling ferocious punches and flinging furious kicks, which we've not yet seen a kick yet.
No kicks.
It finishes opponents off by spewing fire from around its navel.
Gotcha. I would say though, to be in all fairness, kicks are part of unarmed strikes. So
Yeah. It excels at violent, no-holds-barred battles. The temperature of the flames that issue from its navel exceeds 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit.
sure, yeah. And again, like you're doing 4 fire damage every now and again from what from the Storm Aura, so I mean,
Mhm.
fair enough, I guess, but that's like nothing, dude.
Yeah. I would also really like to see him find some way to incorporate its abilities Blaze or its hidden ability Intimidate. Which, granted, you can use Strength to intimidate people.
Which I
Um,
enjoy when you're a
Yeah.
barbarian or something.
yeah. But it'd be cool to see if you could find some way to incorporate Blaze.
Yeah, you get lower health and you start doing more fire damage.
Yes, I believe it's at 1/3 health.
Yeah.
Double check. Ups fire moves in a pinch. Increased by 50% if the user is less than or equal to 50% of their HP remaining.
Right. Yeah.
Are restrained, which means that they have disadvantage on attack rolls against them have advantage, and they have disadvantage on dexterity saving throws. So, interior logic of this means your disadvantage on attacks against them gets neutralized by the advantage you would have on attacking them, and you get advantage on attacking them because you're grappling them. Really, the only weakness here would be dexterity saves, but that would probably get neutralized by danger sense, provided you can see the source of the save. It's a little complicated, but basically you can just pin someone and
It's
then
not that
everybody gets to hit
complicated.
them extra good. 13th level barbarians get another brutal critical die. 1d4 might not be all that great, but 2d4 could do some real damage. Still not as much as a hammer cap.
At
But those are
13th
just
level?
a myth. They're not real.
Yeah.
14th level Storm Soul barbarians get Raging Storm. For a desert barbarian, that means when someone within 10 feet of you hits you, use your reaction to force a dexterity save of 8 plus your proficiency bonus and constitution modifier, dealing fire damage equal to your barbarian level if they fail. This is the immediate
That's
counter
pretty
effect
cool,
of
actually.
revenge. At least the
Yeah,
Smash
no,
Brothers
it's
version.
nice.
It's basically a cantrip of Hellish
Um,
Rebuke, with the exception that passing
the-
a save means no damage.
Well, the
and
whole benefit of that, in my opinion, would be if you are using Raging Storm to like force a dex save,
Yeah.
then that means that they can no longer roll a dex save versus anything else that they would be entitled to one for the rest of the round.
Is that what it does? Oh, sorry. Wait, what?
Yeah, he said you can force a dex save.
Hold on. I want to actually go get my book because I have Xanathar.
Because to my knowledge, I think I read it in, what was it, Mordenkainen's, or I may have been reading Mordenkainen's when I thought about it, but
Okay.
dex save D&D 5e, because
Because I was gonna say you can't just not make a dex save. There's literally nothing that states that you can't just keep making dex saves, as far as I'm aware. So I could be less right.
I may be also like injecting 3.5 rules where like
I don't think that it was in 3.5 either.
I'm
It might
not
just be a
seeing-
personal you thing where you're like, get fucked. Here's my Xanathars. What a bird.
Additional saving throws at the end of each turn.
Okay, so Raging Storm. Immediately after a creature in your aura hits you with an attack, you can use your reaction to force that creature to make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, the creature takes fire damage equal to half of your barbarian level. That's it. It doesn't mean that you can't keep, like, because if you do that and then somebody does a fireball, it's not going to stop them from trying to get out of the way of the fireball. They would just, like, tried to get out of the way of one thing, and then another thing started coming, and they were like, ah! Right? You can keep rolling once you start. Yeah, I was gonna say you can keep rolling if you start rolling when you're on fire. So, yeah, as far as I'm aware, you can just keep making saves. As long as allowed. As long as you're not restrained. Yeah. Though I guess potentially if you're grappled. No, sorry, not in this because you don't fail dex fucking shit anywhere.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything about that online. That may have been something that my brain just made up.
I think it might have been. Yeah. Why did you get so much louder? That was interesting.
I don't know.
I'm okay with it. I'll just put you down a little bit more.
No, keep me loud.
Don't want you peeking my fucking shit. It's fine. Okay. Let's keep going here.
It automatically deals a set amount, which is higher than Hellish Rebuke. 15th level barbarians get persistent rage, which means that your rage only ends early if you pass out or decide to end it. Incineroar isn't the type to let things go. Stay angry and burn everyone with 5 damage per round in your rage aura. 16th level
Angry boy.
barbarians get another ability score improvement, and capping your strength will increase your claw damage and strengthen your grip to make sure nobody can escape your grapples. 17th level barbarians get a 3rd brutal critical
Really?
die. It's weird. It's like they really want you to crit or something. Unfortunately, this doesn't raise the chance to crit, but a reckless lariat sure would. 18th level barbarians get indomitable.
You just go
Might, meaning the
straight
lowest your strength
barbarian
check can
the
be is
whole
your strength
way.
Score, which is 20.
Wow.
Yes, use your strength check, and you have a
All right.
plus 11 to the roll. But if you roll a 9 or lower, no worries.
Yeah, well, he
that
doesn't need to
DC
go for the
20
monk
is still
anymore for the
ridiculously
elemental
high.
fist.
19th level barbarians get our
I
technical
guess,
last ability
yeah.
for improvement. More constitution will make you harder to hit and give you a great HP bump for late
But-
game. After attack, Incineroar's best stats in the games are his HP and defenses. So get HP and defensy. Our capstone is the 20th level of barbarian for primal champion, adding 4 to our constitution and strength scores, breaking the 20-point cap, and giving us
Right.
unlimited rages with 6 damage per round from the storm aura. For how good that is, let's jump into figuring out how viable this build is. First, nothing will escape your grapple. You have advantage on grapple rolls thanks to rage, a plus
Big
13
hug.
modifier to that roll, and a minimum of 24 for your grapple checks. This pairs well with the 6 damage per round from being next to you, as it will automatically deal chip damage while you slash at them with 2d4 plus 4.
So, before we go too much further, I know he's gonna get to cons, but I hope he puts in that one. You have to get to 20th level to start doing this, right? You like not start, but what I mean is like to be the best at it. You have to be at 20th level. On your way
I
up,
mean,
you're
that could be
you're
said
doing
about anything in D&D.
absolutely. What I'm saying is though, how exactly viable it might be. You're a barbarian, so you'll probably be okay for the rest of the game. But the thing about it is, you might not be doing that much damage because I don't know if it's been noticed, but the most common damage resistance is fire in
Yeah.
everything in D&D.
Isn't it poison?
No, it's fire. I'm pretty sure. I might be less right. But I'm pretty sure most everything is
I am
fire.
right checking you on that.
Yeah, you continue to check my facts because I know I spit straight facts. But no, I'm so against
Poison
anything.
Acid, cold, if we're talking about resistance,
Yes.
acid is number 1, followed by cold, followed by fire, followed by lightning.
Okay, and then immunities.
In terms of immunities, 15 acid, 20 cold, 40 fires.
45. Okay, yeah. There's also in combining the two with 40 and then a lot of damage resistance.
Here is a there we go. A nice no, not that.
That's the YouTube video we are watching again.
There we go. Well, I thought it was so good we should watch it again.
I think it's
Technically,
fine.
most resisted is not poison but cold. So yeah.
Sure. Okay, here we go. Yes. So fire has 37 resistance, 40. Yeah.
95 things have immunity to poison.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, immunity to poison. Wow. Wow. Okay. To be fair, I don't see many people using poison, unfortunately.
Yeah. That was why I recommend our druid didn't use any poison spells, because I'm like, you're not gonna get to use them, dude.
To be entirely fair, when does that really ever do anything other than
Yeah.
inflicting the poison condition for like a round, right?
60 things have resistance to non-magical damage, which makes sense.
Yeah. But I would say I don't know entirely so, but I will make the claim here that could be wrong. I mean, right, less right. That a lot more of the things that you're going to be facing by many DMs are going to be more fire resistant than anything else.
Yeah.
I would think that most of them are like the more popular things that you're going to be fighting, that people are going to be like, I want to throw a bunch of these at them, right? They're going to be fire resistant at least.
With the notable exception of things such as ogres and trolls.
Exactly. Yes.
Actually, don't ogres. Ogre D&D 5e.
I don't think ogres have resistance to it, but trolls
Yeah.
are definitely they
I
need
initially
it.
said ogre, meaning troll.
I see. Yes.
Let's see. Yeah, no resistances.
Okay. Yeah. So I don't know. I guess that's more. It's more like what you're going to experience more often, unless your DM knows that table and goes, well, right. These guys have a lot of fire. Or
gotta start throwing a bunch of ice demons at these boys.
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, you guys are using a lot of cold, are you? Ooh. Anyway.
Oh, you're super butting out for me.
Oh, am I? Oh, no.
Give me one moment. I literally updated Discord today. But now I see that there's another update apparently.
I see that too.
A brief intermission. We can update our Discords and then hop back in.
Sure.
You're still kind of roboting out, but
Am I?
not too much. Yeah, you've been kind of roboting out most of the night for me. So
it must be your end because you sound fine.
Yeah, it's definitely on mine. Wait, what the hell is this?
All right. Well, let's close out.
Oh, there's a little indicator on my taskbar that lets me know when something's being picked up by my mic.
Oh, that's good.
That's kind of cool.
Oh, yeah. The little Discord thing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's always been there.
No, it's not always been there. It's usually in my hidden icons folder, but for some reason...
Oh, you mean that. Yeah. It's also... I thought you meant in the little hidden icons thing. Yeah. Alright, let's close this video out, see if there's anything in the cons that we either agree or disagree with, and we'll be done with this one.
13 slashing damage per round, and can deal 20 more fire damage if they hit you with an attack as a reaction. Finally, you're a great tank. Your AC is a little low at 17, but you resist bludgeoning, piercing, slashing, and fire damage, and have 240 HP to outlast anyone you're wrestling with. For weaknesses, grappling isn't very good. You can't grapple anything huge or larger. Freedom of movement or a rogue with acrobatics expertise can actually get around your massive grapple score. You're also not great at ranged fighting. Needing an action to ignite anything you plan on yeeting improvised weapons being your
this build is good at grappling because that's how you spec this build, though.
I was gonna say.
Even with my homebrew pitch. Technically, you can rock this build with a Warhammer, but if you're playing to the bad boy wrestler cat character, the damage output might be a little low.
So you're saying that if you play exactly as the character, it's kind of limiting? Huh. That's strange. I wonder why.
Never figure.
Wonder why.
That, yeah.
But you're not there for DPS. You're there to tank damage and lock an enemy down for the rest of the party to hit with cheap shots.
Sort of the exact opposite of how Incineroar is supposed to be played in Pokemon.
Your enemies while you gouge and bite. Just remember, this works best in a tag team match. Being alone could lead to you getting faced by a face.
I mean, yeah and no. Maybe. You can make the claim, sure, but again, the situation, it matters the context.
Ugh. I hate the idea of playing the Joker in D&D. I'm like scrolling through this looking for the Witcher one.
I already have it. Yeah.
Oh, okay, excellent.
Don't worry. And I mean, you could play somebody with the ideals, sure. I don't see how that, like, being of complete anarchy is like chaotic fucking evil to a T. But it doesn't make for anything very interesting, I would say.
No, God,
Because, like, yeah, I don't know. Doing things just for the sake of it, in the sense of, like, I'm gonna kill a bunch of dudes because ha-ha! Right?
how do
Like,
you feel about that, Murray?
it's it's one of those things where it's like, all right, well, you gotta have something else there.
Think murder hoping every NPC you come across is funny? I do, and I'm tired of pretending it's not.
Exactly. That's the character you're playing. So unless you have something else there that makes it like compelling and not something that the party is going to be like, I don't want this, then
Yeah.
you're going to have a bad time.
Someone that someone that the party, the only reason where they don't kill you outright for being an absolute like horrendous murderer of everyone you come across,
Yeah.
like the only thing keeping them from like burying you is the fact that they've imprinted on you for some reason.
Exactly. Also, like, in the last thing, I feel like, I don't know, if you let me see Way of the Elemental Monk real quick. Because, like, going the whole, going the completely barbarian way is fine. I don't know if, like, it works for grappling, I suppose, but I would also say that you could do the same thing for monk. Because monks do use a lot of the same stats, right? Like,
Yeah.
entirely so. They just get a lower hit die. But technically you would,
And they're faster.
yeah, that's true. But
And
technically,
you have different starting weapons.
I suppose you would also have a lower AC, due to the stat placement. But you could
Potentially, not necessarily though.
not necessarily, of course, but potentially you could. Let's see. Elemental spells. You've got Fangs of the Fire Snake. Key point to cause tendrils of flame to stretch out from your fists and feet. Your reach increases by 10 feet. Deal fire damage instead of bludgeoning damage. Flames of the Phoenix, you just can cast Fireball. You can spend 2 key points to cast Burning Hands. You could flavor that it's coming out of your fucking belly button if you really wanted to. Like, I don't know. I would think that Monk would be a better way to go in that respect, though. I guess for the flavor of, like, being a fucking asshole and angry all the time, then Barbarian is the better route. So I guess it really depends on how much you want to be Incineroar. Right?
It matters how you see your Incineroar.
Exactly. Like, again, let's be fair here. If you're gonna be playing a character and you want them to have all of the things that Incineroar can do, right? Then sure, you can have a different personality maybe, or something similar, I guess, because Incineroar is an animal.
You can be an angry flame barbarian that grapples people and be your own character, much like Tulok says.
Exactly.
But oftentimes, I think it'd just be easiest to sum it up as copy pasting a character in D&D isn't ideal.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why I want to see how he tackles Geralt of Rivia, because so much of how Geralt fights monsters is based off of drinking particular potions, using the right sword, using the right spells.
How much do you want to bet that this is going to be a blood hunter?
Oh, I'm not betting anything because I'll lose money.
I wonder if he's gonna consider blood hunter just because that is technically a homebrew thing, right?
It'll either be blood hunter or it'll be dual wielding ranger with favored enemy.
Yeah, I was gonna say ranger would be a second choice. And
or,
like, to be fair, you can flavor everything to be a potion that you drink instead of casting a spell, right?
That is true.
Because like I know I'll actually put an example that some people might know. I watched High Rollers for a while. I don't know if you're familiar with them.
I'm not.
Okay, so I found them because I was watching campaign 1 of Critical Role, and I got through a few episodes, and I was like, I just can't get into this. And this was before I even started campaign 2 at all, because I was like,
Mhm.
And then I saw High Rollers because I saw a bunch of tabletop stuff that the Yogscast were doing. Like, they were doing actual live action tabletop stuff. And so I started watching that a bit because I like watching tabletop stuff, and it was kind of fun. And then I found High Rollers, which is just a subsection of a bunch of people who were a part of the Yogscast and a couple of people who aren't, who are playing D&D, and they have a successful show now that I watched the entirety of campaign 1 that they did, and I'm in campaign 2 for them as well. And it was what I wanted in the sense of like watching characters grow from level 1 to, I think they got to like level 15 or something.
Oh.
It's really good. Honestly, I really enjoyed it, and the reason why I bring this up is because one of the characters later on is a ranger who all of his spells are actually like contraptions that are additional things to his like crossbow, right?
Mhm.
And so I feel like it'd be really easy to flavor anything in that kind of respect. Like, you can have mechanics in that. Like, I'm going to be playing an alchemist in Pathfinder, where literally any spell that you make is actually a potion that you make and
Yeah.
you drink, right?
Yeah, you brew a potion and then you use it later.
Exactly. So
And that's one of the things where I, as a DM, I'm perfectly fine with flavoring things.
yeah, and I feel like anyone should be.
Because when you're using the same old spell for like the dozenth time, it gets kind of old.
Yes.
But like when you have something where what makes your character unique is like you're linking with one particular thing,
Yeah.
in the way that you find a way to twist in like your character's backstory and or motivation
Yeah.
into their spells that they use in combat or roleplay. I personally am always super down for,
Yeah,
because
like
it helps
go
you
on.
connect with your character more.
Oh, totally, yeah. Like I was doing that for Riz when I was playing her. I was like, she had like I retired her because unfortunately things happened in the campaign. So, she
Mhm.
was like, I gotta go, bye.
Oh yeah, and then you introduced your new character, and then they died, and now she's coming back.
No. That was Gimbal. Gimbal is actually coming back. Yes.
Oh,
But
okay.
Riz was the one who was after the one who died. She also left
Mhm.
because things, right? Um,
Mm.
but everything that she did was flavored to be, because she was a shadow sorcerer, but an unwilling one in a way, because of things. So she had gotten her power, and then everything kind of came out of this bracer that she had that had a onyx kind of gem in it, and everything was smoky, and it would always be flavored as such, like using that smoke to do things. And so it was just another way to go, this is neat, right? This is my character. She's got this thing, and she doesn't like it, and also it's different, right?
There's a concept I have for a character that I want to use,
Mhm.
wherein it's I'm always a sucker for necromancers who are good.
Oh, dude, I played
Um,
that. I played that for a little while. It was great.
and
So fun.
this is a person who, back when they were like 14,
Yeah.
they had, because you know how like people got married younger back then.
Yeah.
Um, they had a sweetheart that they were like betrothed to be married, and because of a plague that swept through, his love died. But her spirit remained more or less bound to the physical world,
Oh,
because of a pact that he had made with a demon,
cool.
who said, I can grant you some more time with your love, but when you die, you both will come down to hell with me.
Oh.
Um, and he's a wizard who various things such as Mage Hand, for instance,
Yeah.
is because his girlfriend is essentially a poltergeist that's bound to him, and she can
Man.
move certain little objects around.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I love it.
And Mage Hand, instead of looking like his hand, looks like a small little feminine hand.
I love it. Oh man, that's great. Oh, that's so good.
Um, and like the sort of thing where if someone says like someone maybe like starts flirting with him or something like that, or
Mhm.
like maybe perhaps teases him for the fact that he's not real uh emotionally mature because he kind of got stunted
Sure.
by
Yeah.
that trauma.
Oh, absolutely.
Thing Objects in the environment may have a tendency to get flung.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Um, because there's literally just a poltergeist who's following him around and
Oh
who's
yeah.
like essentially like umbilical cord connected to him at all times.
So you're telling me
And
it's like a better version of Beyond Two Souls?
of yes, yeah, that was it's it's literally a character that I super loved
Yeah.
until I figured it was a mixture of that and the song Inside the Fire by Disturbed.
Oh yeah, yeah,
And then I was like, fuck.
yeah. Dude, nothing's
Um,
original. It's great.
Yup. Um, and like one of the reasons why he wants to become a necromancer is so that he can revive her from the dead
Yeah,
and
exactly.
essentially cheat his deal out of being essentially a warlock.
Totally. Dude, that sounds great. That sounds like an interesting thing.
Your voice got like a lot deeper weird.
Sorry, that might be me just kind of saying words. Excuse me. Yeah, so let's continue on with
Mhm.
Geralt of Rivia. You're gonna have a lot more knowledge than me because you like those games and I do not.
Yep, I like the games, or by that I mean I've played all of them.
Mhm.
I played one for about a half an hour because of how awful it was. I
Mhm.
played two for about 2.5 hours. Oh no, actually no, I got a fair amount of the way into two.
I played all of two. Ugh.
Yeah, I played 2.5 hours and then I took a break and then I got like halfway through it and then it wound up getting deleted by mistake and I never
Oh,
re-downloaded it.
that's fair.
And I am currently most of the way through three, but I take large breaks in between, like
Mhm.
uh, solid weeks where I play it and nothing else.
Oh sure, yeah. Like I would play 3 if I wasn't so fucking what's the word here? I don't know. Scarred by the other two.
Yeah,
Like
one
I don't
one
know.
is real bad.
One is real bad. I didn't like 2, just I don't know, it just did not I tried watching the show as well.
I've watched the entirety of the show.
I got 3 episodes and I was like, I can't care. I just can't. It's unfortunate.
The show was pretty much meant for people who read the books.
Well, yeah, I
Which
mean,
I've also read like 3 or 4 of the books.
there you go. Yeah. Again, I feel there's a I would say there's an argument to be made for something to stand on its own in order to bring people in.
Mhm.
Where like you don't need to read the books in order to enjoy the games, or you
Oh
don't
yeah.
need to play the games in order to enjoy the books, or you don't need to watch the show, or this and that, and you can interchange everything. I feel like that should be the case, but it just isn't
Mhm.
for me at all.
Well, what I feel happened with the show is it's an adaptation of
Hmm.
the book The Last Wish,
Okay.
and um they changed a couple things about Yennefer's story as well as like introduced a couple things.
Yeah.
They changed um what was it? They changed Dandelion to be a lot more one-dimensional,
Sure.
including having Geralt meet Dandelion,
Sure.
whereas in The Last Wish he had, I believe, known Dandelion for a while.
Okay.
And they also do stuff like there's a where they're like, hey, you see that guy over there? That guy's crack on crate. And for people who watch the show, they're going to be like, who the fuck is that? And people who read the
Read the
books
books, yeah.
may know him. And
Right.
people who played The Witcher 3 and The Witcher 2 definitely know him.
Sure.
So it's one of the things where I watched that scene and I'm like, oh my god, it's Crack on Crate. What are they going to do with him? And they did like nothing.
I think.
And I was like, no one's going to understand the significance of him being here.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I think that was the case as well for like the army in Game of Thrones. The that one army. God, what the fuck?
The Golden Company.
Thank you, the Golden Company. That's their name. Because that was something that a lot of people were like, "Oh man, the Golden Company! I can't wait to see what they do with that." Haha.
They got blown up by fire that didn't even make it to the wall.
Exactly. They were blown up by fucking charges. I believe it was C4 charges.
Yeah, they were blown up by C4 charges, detonating the wall behind them.
But I think my
Who would have
main
figured they had that in King's Landing?
I think my main issue though with the Witcher show, at least just what would have made it a little bit better for me, was if they had taken the time more so and focused on stories instead of jumping around so much. I kept going like, I'm over here now and I really want to keep paying attention to the story. I don't care about Ciri. Please, like, get me to a point where, like, I would watch some of I did watch some of Ciri's life, but you don't keep focusing on her for a while, you just kind of go from here to now Yennefer, and I'm like, oh, Yennefer's cool, okay, let's keep watching, oh, okay, and, like, that's a different time, apparently, as well, like, I'm like, okay.
Yeah, The Last Wish has that problem in general.
Oh, okay,
and it was
gotcha.
one of the things where I had to like read through it twice
Gotcha.
because they kept changing.
Like, not to say that I haven't read anything that's not like that, but
yeah,
I just.
But the show is like even worse than the book.
Oh, okay, gotcha. That's unfortunate.
There's also things that they introduce in the show that just straight up don't happen in the book, such as. Well, you will remember the assassination plot with that bug thing and the teleporting mage.
Yes.
So that bug thing, fun fact, actually, I've seen videos where people are like speculating on, or talking about the different monsters in The Witcher, and they're like, "This is a Kikimor in The Witcher, and this is what it's like in the books and games." And I'm like, okay, yeah. And they're like, I don't know what this spider thing is, and as someone who has which one was it? It's actually the most recent book I bought. Season of Storms, I believe.
Okay.
It literally starts off with chapter 1 of Season of Storms has a whole chapter where it talks about the monster hunting from the monster's perspective.
Oh, cool.
And you find out that the monster itself is called it's either an eider or an eater. It's literally just IDR.
Oh, okay, sure.
And they are artificially created animals that were made by mages as like weapons of war, basically.
Neat.
And it's something that didn't happen in The Last Wish.
Sure.
And I have no idea why a mage would be using one to assassinate someone, because that's clearly an assassin, but he's teleporting around like a mage.
Right. I don't know the rules for the Witcher universe, but I will say they're like as much as some of the things, like I'll do this for any kind of adaptation, right? No adaptation is going to be 1-to-1, because otherwise you're right. They have to have some creative liberties, and to be fair, they could be just adding another element and making it their own kind of thing. Because I had no idea that this was going to be an adaptation. There was no indication that this was going to be like an adaptation of a specific story, right? To me, and so I don't know if it's fair to go. They didn't have it there in the actual source material when they had it in a different piece of source material that they just kind of transferred a bit.
Yeah.
That being said, I don't know too much about The Witcher, so I can't really make an argument for it other than that.
Yeah, there were some other main issues with the show, namely the whole Butcher of Blaviken thing,
Hmm.
wherein Geralt kills like 6 people. Wherein in the books he died.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I remember hearing that he
Like,
died. Yeah,
yeah,
he's dead.
like a stable boy with a pitchfork ran him through from behind.
Cool. That's
Um,
Geralt.
and Geralt also killed like 24 people, I think.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
So, yeah, there are some creative differences to be
liberties.
sure. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's because, one, nobody wants him to be dead because they like him, right? He's
But like when Geralt was dead was arguably when the coolest things happened.
dude, I have no fucking clue. And also, like, I'm not arguing that it isn't, right? Like, I'm just saying the popular culture and everything are like, Geralt's alive because he is.
Because
right?
he is Henry Cavill, and
Well, now he's
Henry Cavill
yes.
draws in female audiences,
That's true.
and we need to like keep eyes on screen at all times.
That's also true. But even before that, I think like I don't know. I think I remember hearing the whole he's dead for like the games he would be dead at some point as well. I don't know.
He spent a while as essentially a member of the Wild Hunt.
Yeah,
Before coming back to life and losing his memories, and then that's when, because he's lost his memories, he forgets about Yennefer, and Triss sleeps with him,
right,
and it's a huge point of contention between Triss and Yen.
right. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I don't know. Again, I don't care one way or the other, unfortunately, because like I feel like I could get into it if it were to rub me the right way. But dude, I gotta be rubbed, you know. Anyway,
Well, I'm going to edit the sentence that I was going to say,
Yeah.
which was,
okay.
well, dude, if you ever need any help with that, I'll give you a hand. But now that you've chosen to end your sentence with that, I will adapt it to, if you ever happen to get into the Witcher universe, I know some and will be happy to give you a hand.
Okay, cool.
Just want to. There will be no rubbing, though.
That's fine. That's fine. It's the material's job to rub me. To be fair.
Debatable, but okay.
All right, let's move on now.
I feel that's a bit less right.
All right, let's move on.
Welcome back to Building Character, where we figure out
We were
how to
gonna
play
watch a
your favorite
video.
fictional characters in Dungeons and Dragons. Remember to like and subscribe for a new horse next time you play. Maybe. Today we're building Geralt of Rivia, the titular Witcher.
TableTalk, discussion, and discourse gone sexual.
What? Ironic how popular
The first
Geralt is
controversy.
in the real world, considering how loathed he is in the fictional one.
Toss a coin to your Witcher.
Okay, first off, before we go any further, that song's fine, right?
Yeah, it's alright. It's alright.
I don't see why it blew up so fucking hard.
It is catchy. I'll give it that.
I will say, sure, it's catchy, but I don't want it in my head.
Oh yeah, no, I've caught myself humming it at work, and then thinking to myself,
I'm thankfully not there, because I didn't watch it a lot, but I saw so many fucking, hey, look at this video, now we have toss a coin to your Witcher in fucking dubstep, and I'm like, what? It's not that good!
I've seen covers of it that were not great.
Oh, I'm sure.
Especially from content creators whose content I otherwise adore.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Fuck, it's gonna be in my head.
Let's start off with our goals for this build. First, we need to be a monster expert, tracking and slaying them with ease. Next, we'll get some Witcher magic, and I'm sure I'm going to pronounce all of those signs correctly. Finally, Geralt needs a horse to get around on. It's a big continent.
That's...
To do all
what?
Okay.
That's a goal.
Yeah, dude, we need horse.
Dude, just spend 75 gold and you've got a fucking horse. Like, alright. It's a fucking goal. We need to get a horse. Oh,
So
man.
then is he gonna go paladin so that
I
he
think
can
he's
summon
gonna
a
go
mount?
paladin and get fucking summon mount. That's
And then
the...
is he gonna like get the holy smite and stuff for like fiends?
I think so, because...
Fiends are a subclass of monsters
Yeah.
in Dungeons and Dragons as well as in the Witcher universe.
It's true.
Also, I legit was not listening when he mentioned the horse thing because of this shot with the dude in the crossbow.
Okay.
Because I forgot completely about him like deflecting that crossbow bolt thing. But in the book, Ciri does something really similar,
Oh,
and
yeah.
Geralt screams at her for how stupid she was to try that.
I love it.
And he's like, don't ever do that again. That's so stupid. You can easily miss, and you will die. You hear me, Ciri? You will fucking die.
Well, hey, man. Maybe he was speaking from experience.
Use fucking I think Axie, I believe that's the shielding one.
Sure.
It's either Axie or Quen, but I think it's yeah, it must be Quen. Axie's the hypnotic one.
Okay.
For stats, we're using the standard point array
Yeah,
from the
Quen.
player's handbook, and looks like we've got one of those characters that's good at everything. Geralt is strong, quick, tough, knowledgeable, natural, and magnetic. So we'll be picking...
I mean,
Not
I
magnetic.
would not say magnetic from what
Not
I have
magnetic.
seen.
Most people dislike him actually,
And he has to pay to have sex. Like in the show, at least, as he has to pay and they don't like him. the person's like, Witcher, and then he's like says something offhand, and she's like, oh, I don't like it, you know, and then he's like, here, take your coin, bye, right?
Well, at least from in the books, most people don't like Witchers,
Yeah.
except for the fact that from a horse perspective, Witchers are guaranteed disease-free.
Oh, okay.
Witchers just don't get diseases.
Right.
Witchers are also sterile, which means there's no chance of you getting pregnant.
Oh, okay. I had no idea.
Which means, of course, from that you can infer that he is, of course, raw dogging literally everyone.
Absolutely, and they're fucking loving it.
Yeah. But for the most part, from what I'm aware, I don't remember him visiting many brothels in the books. Games, of course, are
in the games are a different story, but also
different
like I don't think it's ever stated ever in the show, at least, or I don't know. I don't think it was ever stated that they are both of those things, right?
Yeah.
So
at the very least in the books and the games, magnetic is not a term I would use to describe Geralt because
and
he's a very wry individual.
Yes.
And sarcastic.
Yes.
And 98% of his interactions with people are negative.
Yeah, I would say even in the show, from what I saw, it was a lot like that as well.
Yeah. The show has a lot of things where like it's more of like the even more negative things, but even in the books where someone's like, "Hey, you're a Witcher, can you solve this problem for me?" and he's like, "Nah."
Right.
I gotta go find Ciri. They're like, but like, dude, I've got like this mole, and he's like, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah. Well, they kind of show that in one scene where like he's like, hey, you're a Witcher, you could help me, and he's like, no, and then he starts leaving. They're like, but I'll give you 100 fucking coins, and he's like, yeah, right, 150, and they're like, oh, okay.
And that was them trying to implement like the barter thing, but literally, I don't care if it's crowns or florins. 150 is fucking nothing.
Yeah, sure. I don't know. It's again,
like,
there is no sense.
I don't kill ghouls for less than 230.
Sure. Again, there's no sense of monetary value. Like, I have no idea what the economy is like at all, other than he accepted it, right?
The economy is not bad.
No,
Compared
again,
to
I'm
like Skyrim is better, but yeah.
sure. Again, I'm not talking about I'm talking about the show. I have no idea. I have no frame of reference. You know.
Yeah.
Stats based off of what we need for the build. If you want to say something is wrong here, you need to say what you would drop instead when you leave that in the comments. I know no one's going to follow that rule, but I might as well say it. We'll start with strength. Your swords are long. One might even call them big pokers. Wisdom next. Your sense of smell is great. You're terrific at reading people, medically trained, and great with animals. It really should be your best stat and will be after racial bonuses. Constitution after that, you have more scar tissue than regular skin at this point, and it's not because you're clumsy in the kitchen. Follow that up with dexterity. You're not clumsy in the kitchen or on the battlefield. Intelligence is a little low. We do need it for natural knowledge, but we'll dump charisma. We'll get the intimidation proficiency. But other than that, he's not charming. He's just hot. There's a difference. Believe me, I know. I'm both.
Pause. There we go.
Sorry.
I would actually say that his intelligence should be way higher than 10, and his charisma, if anything, should be lower than 8.
Yeah, this is just using standard array though, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what he said. He's using the standard array that you could just take. And I would say, yeah, charisma would be the fucking dump stat. Absolutely. Like, so hard, right? If this were a point buy, I would just never put anything into charisma. In fact, take things out.
Con, I think, should be way higher as well to represent Geralt, because Witchers are naturally very resistant to poison.
Okay, sure.
Because of the trial of the grasses, which is a whole other thing.
Sure.
Yeah.
Again, hey, remember when you said stuff about One Piece? Uh-huh.
The reason I say this, and like again, I do recognize that this is standard array, but intelligence should be higher because Witchers aren't just mutated and then just sent out into the world.
Oh, sure.
They literally spend years of their lives poring over like the collection of books that other old Witchers have written. And they need to know the difference in like identifying a ghoul, an aghoul, an algul, a necker, a kikimor.
Oh, sure. That makes sense.
Stuff like that. And they need to know like, oh, when your opponent goes in for an overhead swing, go for like a half hilt and then parry, stuff like that.
Sure, yeah. I wonder then, counter
Geralt's
to...
a smart guy.
Yeah, oh sure. Counter argument to that, though, is wisdom itself is... I feel like that is relevant in the sense of, like, you are more wise in the sense, like... I would say knowledge is one thing, but wisdom is being able to apply it, right? To such a degree. So I feel like wisdom is more so the important stat in the sense of, like, not in mechanic-wise, obviously, but I would say if you weren't thinking about the mechanics, it would make sense to have a higher wisdom because you know all that shit and you've ingrained it into your memory and it's basically there for you to use, right? Whereas intelligence is more like, I can do numbers real good, right? Like, I don't know.
Well, like the way that I've always interpreted it is the half-witted professor analogy. A half-witted professor, the absent-minded professor, has low wisdom, high intelligence, but like the street sage has high wisdom, low intelligence.
Yeah.
And like intelligence is basically book smarts, and
Exactly.
I'm saying that given that they spend years upon years poring over musty old tomes, he should have a high intelligence.
But again, would you not say then that the repetition, the ingraining it into your mind is more so something that he can then live by on the streets? He would be the street smart one. Because intelligence, I would say as well, like, if you were to put him in a situation of... Well, it's hard.
Well, because Geralt can still be taken by someone playing the cup game.
Exactly.
That's not necessarily wisdom, but knowing that a diagonal slash such as this is representative of a drake instead of a wyvern.
Right.
I would say that is more representative of an intelligence.
Well, using that then, let's look at skills really quick, because you're talking about medicine. Medicine is wisdom skill.
Hmm.
Yeah. So let's look at, we have intelligence measures mental acuity, accuracy of recall, and the ability to reason, whereas wisdom reflects how attuned you are to the world around you and represents perceptiveness and intuition. Now again, a lot of what you said kind of, I would say, goes into wisdom a lot more so, but recall, I will say yes, intelligence is recall. So,
Mhm.
an accuracy of it. So yes, I would say he would still need higher intelligence.
Mm.
Absolutely.
And granted, I'm not. He should still have a fairly decent wisdom because
Yes.
Geralt has literally been walking in an area that would otherwise be an ambush, and he's gone, all right, I know that there's 7 of you here, one of whom is breathing really heavily.
Oh, totally.
Um,
Very perceptive and
and then
able to.
yeah, and then based on like their breath pattern, he's like, one of you's an elf.
Oh yeah, sure. And again, I think it's just the faulting of using a standard array.
The standard array.
Yeah. Which, I mean,
And also, Geralt is not a first level character.
yes, exactly. Like, once we get higher levels, if he doesn't put anything into intelligence, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, he can keep that strength at 15, but I would definitely start pumping up wisdom, con, and intelligence.
Yeah. Even dexterity, honestly, just to make sure that you don't get hit as much.
Yeah, dexterity is good for like meta reasons, but wisdom, con, and
Well, no, I mean, even
for-
so, like, he's pretty good at combat, dude. He doesn't get hit much, right? As far as I know.
Yeah, no, he doesn't make a habit of getting hit,
Yeah.
but you can be in combat with strength pretty easy. You can be a strength fighter.
No, I
Dex
understand.
helps, yeah, but
No, I understand. I'm just saying, like, I guess it would be more character RP reasons, right? You don't get hit as much.
Yeah.
I don't know,
Yeah.
man. Fucking, why am I advocating for playing him exactly? I don't know.
yeah.
That's a very strange way that I went about that. That's strange. Okay, let's do this.
Learning and praising myself, I'll let you decide how. Witchers are literally varianted humans, but I know everyone gets all salty about that, so guess what? I'm making him a wild hunt shifter. I bet you've learned your lesson after I gave you exactly what you
what?
wanted.
I don't know what that is.
So, shifters. I'm gonna go pull out my Eberron book really quick. Hello, Eberron.
Uh-huh. Let's see what do we got.
FLs, Kalistar.
Where? Oh.
Shifters.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. I could see this.
For sure. Okay, here we go. Wild Hunt shifters, yeah. Sharpening Siphon. Give you Wisdom and Dex. Natural Tracker. Shifting. Creatures within 30 feet of you can make an attack roll with advantage against you unless you're incapacitated. Okay. So it's, yeah, I got you. So it's ordered to give you preternatural stuff. More so.
There is some stuff like they can take a state they call shifting.
Yes.
They do have some good stuff like proficiency and perception, which Geralt would definitely have.
Yeah, totally.
Being shifters tend towards neutrality, being more focused on survival and concepts of good and evil.
Excellent hunters because wild hunt.
Now there are a couple issues, namely dark vision. Geralt himself does not have dark vision. You have to drink a potion called Cat for that.
Oh.
As well as age. Shifters are quick to mature both physically and emotionally. Reaching young adulthood at age 10, they rarely live to be more than 70 years old. Geralt is more than 200.
Okay. Gotcha.
Because Witchers live for a really long time.
So you would put him more as a half-elf?
He could be a half-elf, sure. Because that would give him, keen senses and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Let me look up specifically what a half elf has in 5e.
I can tell you, actually. Half elf. Oh wait, that's half orc. There we go.
Half elf, page
Yep.
38.
That gives you charisma though.
Charisma.
Too. Yeah.
Keep me away from that.
Often exceeding 180. Yeah, there's no. I don't know, man. There's no real good one, I would say, other than I guess variant human. Right?
Yeah, there's some fucking homebrew out there for Witcher.
Oh, sure, there is probably a Witcher race, right? But I understand, like, I think, I don't know, like, from what he said, he seems to be doing it because he uses variant human too much, which, I mean, yes, because most of what you've put out here is humans, right? But, yeah, I just want to hear what he said in that regard, at least.
Witchers are literally varianted humans, but I know everyone gets all salty about that, so guess what? I'm making him a wild hunt shifter. I bet you've learned your lesson after I gave you exactly what you wanted. Wait, no, that's not how I should do that. Shifters are humans with...
Okay.
Geralt, also in the games, does do a shit ton of tracking.
Oh, sure, yeah, that I know, at least, yeah. And that makes perfect sense, so having survival be your fucking skill, yeah, absolutely.
And also, like, a wild hunt shifter versus, like, a lupine shifter or something.
Yeah, sure.
Does lend itself towards tracking your prey.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it makes sense mechanically.
Yeah, if I were to do anything for Geralt, I would just I would do a half elf, and then I would ask my DM, is it okay if instead of charisma I do dex?
Yes, exactly.
Because elves are known to be dexterous.
Yeah, totally.
Or even, if possible, wisdom, because elves are also known to be keen of eye.
Keep note, everybody. If you want to play Geralt, this is how you do. We're telling you exactly how.
Official way. Yeah. Up next, video number 3, TableTalk, discussion and discourse. Why how to play videos are awful for D&D.
This is 4. This is number 4.
Oh, sorry. Video number 4. Why how to play videos are awful for D&D. Video number 5. How to play Geralt of Rivia actually.
Exactly, right?
And why you should.
And why you should. Why he's the only thing you should ever play in Dungeons and Dragons.
And then down in the corner, gone sexual?
A big arrow and a nice circle. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
A picture of Geralt's face doing like an ahagao.
Yep. Yeah.
The material. We could start off with you saying the material needs to rub me. Like.
Yeah, that's true.
And then fades away, and then we've got like an EDM intro followed by 3 minutes of like, subscribe, click the bell, support us on Patreon,
right?
And our sponsor for this podcast, which is Arknights.
Oh Jesus, no! All right, let's keep going here.
Tendencies. As a wild hunt shifter, you get +1 to your dexterity and +2 to your wisdom. They all have 60 feet of dark vision and can shift as a bonus action for 1 minute per short rest, giving you temporary HP equal to your level plus your constitution modifier. As a wild hunt shifter, you also have advantage on wisdom checks, including but not limited to survival, perception, and insight, and no creature can get advantage on you while you're not incapacitated.
Shit, wait, really? Get advantage on all that? That's not right. That can't be right. Let me look at this. Did you use a different thing before Eberron came out? Like, what are you doing, man? Shifter. No, you don't.
Feature. Whenever you shift, you gain 1d6 additional temporary hit points, and while shifted, you have a +1 bonus to AC. Oh, no, that's...
yeah, that's not what he said.
Tied.
No. He's talking about you get fucking advantage on everything. No, that's not what this says. Hold on. Okay.
While shifted, you have advantage on wisdom checks. Oh, just in
Yeah.
general. Oh, excuse me. Never mind, you're right. What the fuck? Alright. I guess.
Well, didn't he say that attackers can't get advantage on you?
Yeah. Yeah, you get 30... Anything within 30 feet of you can't have advantage on you. That's what it says.
There's... Oh, that doesn't show it on this website.
Yeah, no, in the book itself, I'll read it for verbatim. This is if you own it, or if you have some copy of it somehow that I don't know how you would other than buying the book. On page 34 of Eberron Rising from the Last War, while shifted, you have advantage on wisdom checks, and no creature within 30 feet of you can make an attack roll with advantage against you unless you're incapacitated.
Jesus.
Yeah, I didn't ever read that. That's fucking really good. Okay. Alright. I guess it makes sense because you have to shift in order to do it.
Alright.
So, okay.
It'll make you better at fighting than a regular person. You get the survival skill from your Wild Hunt blood, and we'll build our own background for nature and intimidation. We need a ton of skills, and this is the best way to get them.
Well, man, you're homebrewing real hard right there. No, it's fun. Honestly, hey, yeah, all of you out there, if you're gonna take anything from this video, or podcast, or audio, at all, you just fucking work with your DM on making a cool background. It's fucking neat.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
go like, I want these 2 skills, and then go, how do I get these 2 skills with a background? It's fucking cool. Do it.
I think a total of 2 of my 5 players have, like, the base background.
Nice.
And then there's one of them I made, which was real fucking good, which was an employee of the Mages Guild.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and he gets a fucking weekly paycheck.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Before we pick a class, let's just bite the bullet and say no. I will not be using Matthew Mercer's Blood Hunter. Matt seems like a really
Hey!
nice guy, and if the DM is cool
Oh!
with using stuff he's made, that's great. But since it's not from Wizards of the Coast, it's homebrew. If I'm using Matt's homebrew, why not use other people?
You just homebrewed a background. You
Yeah.
just
that-
homebrewed a background,
that-
dude. Don't immediately
that's-
contradict yourself.
I was literally thinking that at the beginning of the video. I was like, well, it's not technically Wizards of the Coast, and then like I chose not to say it because now with the new edition,
Yeah.
Matt's setting is canon in D&D, and
His
if
setting,
Matt's-
yes.
And if Matt's setting is canon, then Mollymock is canon, and Mollymock
You're
is a
right.
Blood Hunter.
You're right. Fair enough.
So
Yeah.
I was like, maybe I won't make that point. But if you're gonna make it for me,
To be fair, when did this come out? When was this posted? Let's see.
yeah, okay, yeah, this
A month
was-
ago.
Yeah, this was before.
Okay. All right. So that but still contradicting yourself like that, like I understand it's not technically, but you're literally homebrewing. When you go there isn't something that has
Yeah.
these 2 skills. Let's make something for
Yeah,
background
Let's make
purposes.
something. Oh, but by the way, that's not homebrew.
Yeah, right. Like I'm not at
Grant-
home making something.
Granted, absolutely. If there's anything that's like okay to have homebrewed, background is pretty okay.
I would say anything is
it's-
pretty okay.
No, because you can make some real fucking busted stuff with some
I-
common.
I know.
Nation.
Oh no, I know. I'm saying anything is pretty okay to attempt to homebrew.
Oh
right?
yeah,
So there's no reason why, like, I don't see why you can't just homebrew with anything, right? Like,
Yeah.
legitimately, there's
I'm
no
s-
reason for you to not be able to. Unless you
I'm saying-
really want to keep it core.
yeah. Well, I'm saying in general, having a homebrew background is like really fucking innocuous,
Oh, yes.
and it's going to be real hard to make something that's game-breakingly difficult just by using a non-canon, I guess, background.
Well, it depends, because backgrounds can also give equipment, languages, proficiencies. So you could do something if you really were a dick.
Yeah.
So, I mean, anything can be twisted, however, and so I don't see why, one thing is any more valid than another in the sense of if you're going to allow homebrews, and your only reason is I don't like this homebrew, or I'm not going to use this homebrew because it is a homebrew, right?
Mhm.
Like, I don't want to contradict myself, so I got to think about it a little bit, but like
Mhm.
I feel like if I were to use an example would be if I were to use if I were to, instead of using all of the skills that are given for 5e, and I reverted it back to 3.5, and then somebody wanted to be a blood hunter, right? I don't see why I would go, this is homebrew, I don't want to use it because it is homebrew, right? Because then you're
Yeah.
just going like, oh, okay. you homebrewed the skills, but all right.
Yeah. For me, it's paramount is like preserving the balance, I guess.
I agree.
Which is why, as a DM, if a player comes to me and says, "Hey, I found this homebrew online and I don't think it's too bad. You mind taking a look at this PDF real quick?" I'll be like, "Yeah, sure, no
Oh
problem."
yeah, totally.
And I'll take a look, and as a matter of fact, I've had a player mention to me a certain spell sword thing.
hmm
It was the player that wanted
The level 3 spell at level 1 or whatever.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
He made a fully homebrew version of spell sword, and he brought it to me, and he's
Oh
like,
wow.
would it be okay if instead of mixing this one mixing Eldritch Knight from the player's handbook and this one spell sword thing from there's this website that we found that
Yeah.
had spell sword as one of the classes
Sure.
because it's one of the base classes in Oblivion.
Sure.
He's like, would it be okay if I've kind of consolidated these two together? Could I just use this? And I took a look at it and I said, yeah, sure, that's totally fine. But I would actually update your not hit dice, your infused element damage here, here, and here, and I made it a bit better than what he had prescribed.
Oh sure.
And he's brought me custom spells, and he's like, "Take a look at this. What do you think of damage dice?" And some of
Totally.
them needed to be nerfed, some of them needed to be buffed. We worked together on like thunder versus lightning and stuff like that.
Yeah, totally.
And it's now a core part of his class that's really fucking cool,
That's
but
awesome.
also not going to like uproot combat.
No, of course. And again, like I'm not advocating just homebrew and fucking don't think about it. That's obviously not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is, if you're gonna homebrew one thing, I mean, there should be some sort of pushback if somebody goes, but that's homebrew, right? And when he literally in this video goes, we're gonna create our own background, and then later on goes, and we'll play it again just to make sure, but he later on goes, that's not in the core, so we're not gonna use it. That's a little weird, right?
Yeah.
And again, like, the Blood Hunter is very well designed. It is not
is.
game breaking at all.
Yeah, it's a very high risk, high reward.
Exactly. And I don't think any of it gets to such a degree that it makes anything else like worse or better, right?
Best way to get them. Before we pick a class, let's just bite the bullet and say no, I will not be using Matthew Mercer's Blood Hunter. Matt seems like a really nice guy, and if your DM is cool with using stuff he's made, that's great. But since it's not from Wizards of the Coast, it's homebrew. If I'm using Matt's homebrew, why not use other people's homebrew? There's a ton of smaller creators that could use the exposure way more than the Critical Role cast. Can't stress this enough, I am not saying anything bad about Critical Role, and have probably made homebrew specific classes to make any build easier. So in summation, toss a coin to your smaller creators. Do whatever the hell you want in your home games, but Tulok is only using Wizards of the Coast stuff. It's generally more balanced and makes putting these builds together a little more involved than, oh boy, I found the perfect Anderson Cooper class. By the way, Eloquence Bard from an Unearthed Arcana would work pretty well for that if anyone's interested. But enough dilly-dally.
So again, I'm not going to use anything that isn't Wizards of the Coast except for what I just made.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
All right. Inconsistency aside.
Yeah. Still, come on, be consistent, sir. Like, you can say anything other than what I've just done, then I'd have been like, all right. But at this point, I'm like, okay, you realize what you just said.
I think it's literally just because picking a homebrew class it will have wild differences at level 20. Picking a homebrew background is going to be a fairly small difference throughout the entirety of the game.
And again, I'd make the argument that the one that he's used has been used, tested, and literally people give Matt feedback on it, or have given him feedback on it, and he has adjusted that shit and all of that, right?
I'm not saying that Blood Hunter isn't balanced.
Right.
But what I'm saying is if you open the door to using homebrew classes, there's some fucking busted ass ones out there. And there's also thousands of them that people are just going to be flooding his comments with them all the time. But if you use a homebrew background, the ramifications for that in terms of actual gameplay are fairly little.
I agree, but again, I don't see why that should deter you from using the Blood Hunter. Because you can, I don't know, you can ignore comments that are like, well, you should use this, and then if you look into it, I mean, you can choose whether or not to look into something first off. Second off, if you look into something, you can then judge for yourself whether or not it is broken or not. And that's for any any kind of campaign, any kind of setting, any kind of DM can do that. They can go and look at it, I mean, and then go, well, this is fucking atrociously broken, or this is fine, right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
I don't understand what the problem would be.
Because it's not WotC.
But
it's not WotC. It's not WotC. It's not WotC.
But
Alejo.
Yeah.
It's not WotC.
Again, it's such a contradiction that I'm like, and it's just
like
I understand what you're saying. And, like, I agree that, yes, people would then go, well, what about using this actual Witcher thing that somebody has made, right? And then you could go and look at it and go...
That's not at all busted, and is, if anything, underpowered.
Exactly. So you could do that, and then that's just up to you being lazy with your comments. I'm sorry, Tulak, but you're just kind of going, I don't want to look at your comments about a better thing.
I mean, have you, to be fair, have you seen most of the comments on YouTube?
Again,
there's some fucking dumbasses.
I agree, but again, you can just pass over those.
Yeah,
like
comments have been turned off for this post.
Right, well, don't do that. That's fucking so bad, obviously. But what I mean is, like, if it bothers you to such a point, right? Either don't do it and don't fucking worry about the comments, or do it and fucking deal with it, you know? There's a degree that you have to have of a thicker skin when you put something out there for people to consume, right?
Yes, but on the other hand, it's not WotC, though.
God damn it. But am I at least sensible in what I'm saying?
Oh no, I totally understand.
Okay, that's really what I want to go for. Is just like I don't see a reason otherwise.
You can't say I'm not going to use homebrew while making a homebrew background.
Exactly.
Especially
and
when
then
your homebrew background is perfectly fine, and Blood Hunter might as well be canon.
Exactly, and also
in fact, when 6th edition comes out, I'm sure it'll be in there.
Oh, probably.
Maybe called something different, but it'll be in there.
Yeah, and also, like, I understand, but you kind of used smaller creators to hide behind with your defense there, and I'm not a big fan of that. I understand, yes, there are smaller creators who make content out there that is homebrew that you should pay attention to. You gave no names, first off, so okay, Second off, you're just kind of
There's
saying...
some people that can use, there's some people that can use exposure who I'm not going to name.
Exactly, it's very strange. This whole thing that you've done here, I'm not a big fan of it, unfortunately.
That was a very good opportunity to like throw up a few thumbnails of
Exactly.
like creators' channels and being like, people such as this and this make really good work in my opinion. But moving on to the video.
Right. So, you just kind of used it as a... So don't judge me for not using it. Go look at small creators and make them happy. It's just, I don't like it. It just doesn't sit right with me, and unfortunately, it's gonna color me for the rest of this video.
Alright.
I don't know. It's just very...
I don't know. I'm just very curious about that Ranger 1 I'm seeing on screen.
I understand. I need to get water, though, because I'm out, and I need to drink
Okay.
something or I'm gonna die. So let's take a small break here.
Alright. So, in the interim, while Alejo is gone, I guess that leaves me as the host of the show during the halftime, if you will. Personally, I'm really curious to see how this is going to turn out in terms of it having at least one level of Ranger will probably not be the best for, especially when you reach 20th level, because you're not going to get that 20th level bonus that makes so many classes key. And if you do choose to go Ranger with something like dual wielding, for instance, Geralt doesn't typically fight with both swords at the same time. And you also lose out on a lot of bonuses, such as if you are going dual wielding Ranger, you lose out on a lot of bonuses for things like Geralt's crossbow. If you choose to go more of a ranged variant, that's totally fine, but then you're not going to be very good with your swords, which are arguably what Geralt uses the most. For something like this, I would have gone for more Eldritch Knight, perhaps, could get the job done, because as a fighter subclass, you'll definitely have access to things like crossbows, um, and good sword expertise, and magic spells. Geralt himself doesn't have too much magical capability, as even in The Witcher, he only has really 5 or 6 signs that he can cast, and signs themselves are seen as sort of a proto magic, um, requiring very little intelligence to actually cast, but a lot of precision in terms of how you splay your fingers and such like that. But I'm real curious why you would need a ranger for any of this, with the exception of things such as like favored enemy, um, which you can totally go down that route if you want, but would be a pretty suboptimal representation of how a Witcher is played, I suppose. Bonuses to tracking would be nice, though. I was just telling the audience that I don't think that going one level of Ranger is going to be too great in terms of actually representing a Witcher as a whole.
Okay.
Because as a Ranger, you typically pick either like dual wielding or ranged combat.
Mm-hmm.
And Geralt definitely does have like a hand crossbow that he uses. So if you go dual wielding, you run into the issue of Geralt never wields his swords both at a time.
But you don't have to do
Um,
dual wielding, though,
because
remember?
they're hand and a half they're hand and a half swords. One is
Yeah.
steel, one is silver.
Yeah. No, I get that.
Um,
You mean dueling, not dual wielding, yes? Because you can choose dueling. Dueling is when you're wielding melee weapon in one hand, and no other weapons, you get a +2 bonus to damage rolls with that weapon. For Ranger.
No, admittedly, I've never actually played.
91. Yeah.
What?
Page 91.
You keep cutting out.
Page 91 of the player's handbook.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I heard page 9, and then I'm like, what? And you're like, page 9. And I'm like, damn it. Archery, defense, dueling, or two-weapon fighting. Oh.
Yeah, they're basically just remember, the ranger is a weird mixture of druid, fighter,
Yeah.
and rogue. Not rogue.
It's a druid and fighter.
Yeah, just druid and fighter, I guess. But they don't have their own identity enough. Unless you're one of the subclasses in Xanathars, I'd say.
Literally, the last ranger I played was my first D&D character.
I was gonna say, yeah.
And that was back in 3.5, where you picked dual wielding or
Well, back in 3.5, where you could make a character.
Yeah. Dude, I would actually really like to
Specialized,
see
excuse
these videos done in 3.5.
Oh,
'Cause you can get specific as
you
shit.
can get hyper specific with 3.5. Hell yeah, absolutely. Cool.
Anyway, though.
Yeah, let's crack on here and see what ranger. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just
Kick
gonna be
things
eating
off
some
as a ranger.
digestives.
First level
Okay.
rangers can learn 3 skills from the ranger list. Athletics, insight, and animal handling will round you out pretty well for now, but where the hell is perception? Well, thanks to the fancy new class feature variants Unearthed Arcana, you can take the canny ability from
Whoa!
Explorer.
Whoa! Variants feature from Unearthed Arcana. You realize Unearthed Arcana is not core. What the fuck? Variant canny UA. What the fuck is this? Class feature variants canny. Okay. Get me there. Oh, it's a fucking PDF. God damn it. They're always PDFs, aren't they? Okay. So, right. So. Ranger. Here we go. I will show this on the screen here. Let me just move this over there. Okay. Ranger. First level Ranger feature replaces Natural Explorer is canny. Choose one skill: animal handling, athletics, history, insight, investigation, medicine, nature, perception, stealth, or survival. You gain proficiency in the chosen skill if you don't already have it, and you can add double your proficiency bonus to ability checks using that skill. Wow!
That's
Really?
Fucking good. That's like a rogue.
You just immediately get expertise in one skill.
You literally. That's literally just being a rogue. Okay.
Okay. And so you also get roving, where your walking speed increases by 5, and you gain climbing and swimming speed equal to your walking speed. Tireless. As an action, you can give yourself a number of your temporary hit points equal to 1d10 your wisdom modifier. You can use this special action a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier, and you regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. In addition, whenever you finish a short rest, your exhaustion level, if any, is decreased by 1. What the fuck, dude? You're using UA? Shit!
That should be a fucking feat right there.
That is so much better than the fighter's second wind. You've got you literally on a short rest, your exhaustion goes away as well.
You're basically a barbarian at that point.
You're fucking amazing. Okay, let's see. I need to now go up and see fighter, what they gave fighter instead, because that breaks everything there.
Let's get back to the video first.
But, oh man, but it's UA stuff.
We have plenty of time to talk about UA.
You're right.
That could be a whole other podcast.
I was gonna say it should be, because some UA stuff needs to be looked at, because I've
read very little of UA.
Me too.
I read a little of it and I went, nope.
Exactly, and I understand it for you out there. If you're getting angry and going, well, it's just playtest material. Yes, it's playtest material. It is to test
But it's Watsy, though.
But it's Wizards of the Coast, though. It's like, no, I understand, but they can do wrong. That is a thing that literally, unlike us, they can be wrong, whereas we are either right or less right or more right. Remember this.
Yes. Unlike us, they are fallible.
It's just that. Okay, so now we've gone into using. We're not using homebrew except when we are, and we're also using fucking UA stuff. All right.
Yeah, upon his introduction of him using UA, I would like to redact my point about like his not using the Blood Hunter as understandable.
I don't think it was understandable to begin with, so I still maintain my fucking consistency, and that's all that I care about at this point.
At this point in time, let's just go on to UES RPG and find a Witcher.
Yeah, really. Like, what the fuck?
Gives you proficiency with a skill from the ranger list, like Perception, and lets you double your proficiency bonus with it as well. Your Sniffer is incredibly strong and useful to keep you safe. Or
remember, you're also a shifter, so you have advantage on that whenever you shift, and you don't have to not shift. You can just, I mean, I don't remember. Let me check if there's, I think there is a limit on shifting, but, like, shifter, right, shifting. Bonus action, you can only do it for a minute or until you die. You can't do so again until you finish a short or long rest. Dude, it's taken a fucking hour and you're fucking amazing all the time. Okay. Alright.
In fairness, though, in the games, you can meditate to buff yourself.
That's fine. Again, that is games, sure. Absolutely. And again, I don't have anything wrong with the mechanics, but you are using something that is so fucking OP to get to that mechanic, because you didn't even mention that you are taking canny. We need to go back now, because you can't just take canny. That's not how this works, as far as I'm aware. Let me see. But yeah, first level ranger feature replaces natural explorer. Unless each of these do, but it says... Okay, so maybe you only take one. Absolutely. Okay, never mind. I might be wrong in that. So I will... I'm sorry, less right. But let me just check here about natural explorer.
Yeah, canning gives you the double proficiency in one thing.
No. I think I had confused that you could take all of those instead of natural explorer. I might have been. Oh
no.
Yeah. Okay, yeah,
you were less right.
That is me being less right. I apologize. I will continue to be right in the future. But still,
what this is literally just taking how as a rogue you can like pick when you start out, just
yes,
whatever you want, and then what you do pick, you get double proficiency in.
Right. Okay. So.
It's just a copy paste of that.
Yeah.
It's just busted.
It's busted. The other
That's
thing.
one of the reasons I dislike rogues.
The other thing is, if he doesn't continue to use that, I'm going to be confused. Like, if he doesn't continue to use UA stuff, I'm going to be confused. Because it says you have access to, so I guess you can choose not to replace it, but why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Some of these things are fucking amazing, in the sense of how fucking stupid they are.
Identify different smells. Rather than use the favored enemy from the player's handbook ranger, why not use favored foe from the same new great
There
honor
you fucking go.
It lets you cast Hunter's Mark an amount of times equal to your wisdom modifier without using concentration. This is
Okay. Without concentration, even.
Oh, I heard.
So, I'm gonna go find Hunter's Mark real quick. I just need you to understand out there, everyone.
that this is better than using blood hunters. And also, man oh man, is it great because Wizards of the Coast themselves did it. And they can do no wrong. Okay. Hunter's Mark. This is the regular spell, folks. It's on page 251 of the Player's Handbook. Hunter's Mark. First level divination. Casting time, 1 bonus action. Range, 90 feet. Components, verbal. Duration, concentration of up to 1 hour. You choose a creature you can see within range and mystically mark it as your quarry. Until the spell ends, you deal an extra 1d6 damage to the target whether you hit it with a weapon attack, whenever you hit it with a weapon attack, and you have advantage on any wisdom, perception, or wisdom survival check you make to find it. If the target drops to 0 hit points before this spell ends, you can use a bonus action on your subsequent turns to mark a new creature. Or subsequent turn of yours to mark a new creature. Excuse me, I will read it exactly. And that's just base, right? Higher levels do more stuff. But we're not talking about that. Let me just check the actual thing in the UA version, just to see what it says.
It's basically Hexblade's Curse.
Yes, but okay. So you can call on your bond with nature to mark a creature as your favorite enemy for a time. You know the Hunter's Mark spell, and Wisdom is your spellcasting ability for it. You can use it a certain number of times without expending a spell slot and without requiring concentration. A number of times equal to your Wisdom modifier, a minimum of 1. You regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest, and when you gain the spellcasting feature at 2nd level, Hunter's Mark doesn't count against the number of ranger spells you know. Thank God. So you can.
Fair, I don't think it should count as against your spells known to be.
I don't think I don't think so either. Honestly, otherwise no one would take it, and no one does take it because
I don't think it does though. Does it?
Yes, it does.
Oh fuck.
Yeah. As far as I'm aware, let me see. Ranger. Let me go find Ranger again. But let's not beat around the bush here. My God, you could just mark everyone all the time.
Yeah.
Like, legitimately.
Well, doesn't it say though that if you mark a new creature, the previous mark expires?
Until the spell ends. Oh, sorry. No. But that's because it's a concentration spell, and you can't have multiple concentration spells up. But this does not require concentration. It literally says expending a spell without expending a spell slot and without requiring concentration. In the wording itself, you don't have to concentrate on this. You just go, you're my target, and now, also you're my target, and now also you're my target.
Quick question.
Absolutely.
You'd said for Hunter's Mark you gain a bonus D4, right?
A D6.
Damage?
Yes. Whenever you hit.
Okay. Apparently Hexblade's Curse, I just looked it up, the bonus equals your proficiency bonus.
Yeah.
And then it's easier to crit. And then if they die, you gain equal to your Warlock level plus Charisma.
It is better. Hexblade's Curse is better,
yeah.
I would say. Let me check here. Spellcasting.
Oh, you're super dropping out for me.
Oh, am I?
Should we change the region of the call?
Sure. Let's do that.
Let's try US South.
Okay. See how that is.
Yeah.
But yeah,
no, that's fucking busted.
That's really fucking busted.
Jesus Christ, yeah.
And
UA's available.
Why
doesn't he do this for every single video?
Exactly. I don't see where is your... Unfortunately, this is another thing in your consistency, sir. I don't know however many times you've done this before in other videos, but this one is at least a month old, and you've done a bunch more since. You didn't do it in Sonic, I know that much. You didn't use UA. Oh no, he's gone. Somebody save me, Central. Oh, you're back. Are you? Oh no. Don't worry, everybody. We're having technical difficulties here. We're gonna go to Singapore. Singapore worked before, but Singapore is not working now. Oh god. Oh no. Sometimes this will happen, folks. Unfortunately, all of us except for I think Boo have not great internet connections. So yeah, that's unfortunate. But regardless, I still think that this is fucking ridiculous. And the fact that you don't get Hunter's Mark at all to count against, or it does count against you entirely all the time, regardless of if you're a any kind of ranger. In fact, you don't get anything like to help you. You get, let's see. No, you don't get anything. You don't get a single other spell. And I'm looking at pages 90 to 93, I think it is. Yeah. 90 to 93, the player's handbook. All of the stuff for Ranger, there's no mention of of having anything, any kind of spell, that does not count against your spell list. I think and I will check, Xanathar's guide is Ranger. I think, actually, I do think I remember a couple of them do get spells. Oh, here we go. Gloomstucker gets some spells, I think. Yes. They don't count against, but none of them are, Hunter's Mark. I believe not Gloomstalkers, but Horizon Walkers get a free Hunter's Mark, some type of thing. Yeah, Planar Warrior. Planar Warrior is just straight up better than Hunter's Mark. Hunter's Mark isn't that great, unfortunately. When you cast it at higher levels, though, I think it might get a little better. Let me see. I apologize again for my co-host being dead, because he's now offline of Discord as well. And soon, my Discord's gonna kick me out of my call because I'm gonna be here alone. So we'll see how this goes. But I'll keep switching the region, so hopefully it doesn't kick me out, because I'm still technically using bandwidth every now and again, and we'll see how this goes here. Yeah, Hunter's Mark, okay. When you cast a spell using a slot of 3rd or 4th level, you can maintain your concentration on the spell for up to 8 hours. Oh man, isn't that great? When you use a spell of 5th slot or higher, you can maintain your concentration for up to 24 hours. I mean, yes, if you really don't want something to leave you, in the sense of, like, it's... if you need to find something again. Oh, he's back!
Oh.
Oh!
Hello!
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 Oh, I've been saying words so long without you. Welcome back.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Let's change this back to you.
Sure,
I think I may have found a problem that I shall not disclose.
Cool, dude. That's unfortunate.
But it's fixed now.
Okay. Alright.
I have fixed it.
As long as it's fixed, everything's fine.
Yep, you're coming in loud and clear.
Hell yeah, okay.
My speed up. I think is just as good as it ever was, and my speed down has significantly improved, I think. And we shall leave it there.
Oh, use your imaginations, folks. Fun. But no, I was telling the lovely folks at home that Hunter's Mark, even at cast at higher levels, doesn't do anything more than go up in duration, and there's nothing in any of the ranger spell lists from any of the other classes that give you Hunter's Mark as just a free spell to have. So
I do seem to recall in the first episode of the first campaign of Critical Role,
sure.
doesn't Laura Bailey's character
Jester?
use... No, that's second campaign. I'm talking about
Oh,
Vexalia.
first campaign. Yeah, Vexalia. Sorry, yeah. I know about her.
Doesn't she use Hunter's Mark in conjunction with Hail of Thorns?
Oh, well, I don't know, maybe. But I think, remember, they get rules wrong sometimes a lot.
Yeah.
In the sense of remembering what's concentration and what's not. And besides, I think they were just transitioning into 5, like, not just, but they had transitioned into 5e from Pathfinder, right? So things are a little wonky for a while.
Because Hail of Thorns is also a concentration.
Agreed.
So that may have been them using the UA Hunter's Mark.
I don't know. It depends on... I really don't know. I don't know if there's a way to verify or whatever. Hey, somebody else do it for me. Because...
That's what we have you guys for. Listener
exactly.
at home.
Yes, please, listener at home, tell me how right and how less right I am.
You are on the internet, and the internet is omniscient, and surely there will never be any corrections as to anything on the show because we're always right.
Exactly.
However, I'm sure you could perhaps supply additional information,
yes.
even if that, even if 1,000 sources say otherwise.
But no, like, quite literally, I don't want to scrub through 4 hours of content that I honestly don't want to watch.
Yeah, and
just
that has horrible reverb.
Exactly. Also, very starting, like, there's... unless somebody else knows about it and is willing to tell me about it, I will take your word for it, and I don't know whether or not they were using UA stuff. I don't know if that's anywhere to confirm. It might be in that that like crit roll stat site that they used for a long or use. So it could be there if you want to check that, absolutely. But I don't know.
Yeah. I seem to remember they were at like a mine or something, and like something came up and attacked them.
Sure.
From the mouth of the mine, was attacking some dwarves, and she Hunter's marked it as a bonus action, and then as an attack, I think did Hail of Thorns on it.
Yeah, and again, it might be just simple, I don't remember my shit, right? Like, because that's something that happens a lot with any game, really.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. My druid, or my player's druid, opened up a hole in a mansion because he thought he had stone shape.
Oh, totally.
And I, as a rule, pretty much tell my players, know your shit, and if you're telling me that you can do this, I will take you at your word, usually.
Yeah, exactly.
And if he's like, oh, it takes stone, I would like to open up a hole from this room that I'm in into the room above because he was trapped. And unfortunately, the room above was the master bedroom.
Sure.
And one of those changing curtains that like people had in like a portion of their room.
Yeah.
Like the solid ones that you set on the floor.
Yeah.
Fell through into where he was, which was the baths. And
I think I remember you telling me this story.
Yeah, and there were some maids in the master bedroom who were changing the linen.
Yeah.
And who, of course, started screaming. So he panicked, got the fuck out of there, rejoined with the party, and was like making his way back when they're like, hey, you work for the Mages Guild, right? And he's like, yeah. And they're like, can you plug this like weird hole that appeared? And he's like, sure. And when he made his way back, he was like, I'd like to stone shape it shut. And I'm like, okay. And one of my players was like, I don't think he has stone shape, and I'm like, oh. And because of that, there is now still a hole in, in that person's room. And he's like, I need to go back to the Mages Guild and get my materials. And they're like, okay. And he never went back.
Of course. Of course. You don't admit when you are less right. Of course you don't. Sorry, no, he was wrong, obviously. He's not a part of the show.
He was
You're
wrong.
right.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah. Anyway, so
I was less right to let him do it.
exactly. You were less right. You were in the less right. But yeah, let's kick out of the video because I think we've said all we need to say about how fucking horrible this using the UA stuff is, and if he's not using it for every video, like what the hell is he doing?
He is wrong.
He is some I don't see where his
Unless he comes on the show, in which case he's less right.
No, guests can be wrong.
Oh, they can be wrong? Excellent.
No.
Oh, I like this. This is good homebrew.
But no, like legitimately I would like to have a conversation and go, where is the line? Because like do you not see what you are doing with this? It's very strange.
All right, let's
Are you?
continue.
Oh, are you in the watch together?
Yeah.
Oh, weird. It doesn't say you are, but here we go.
Oh, I'll refresh it, I guess.
Oomph against a target.
Oh,
Does
you're
it show
you're
me
there
too
now. Yeah, you're there.
Okay.
Now. Strange. That's all.
Of your choice, giving you an extra d6 to damage rolls against them and advantage on checks to track them. I love what this new Unearthed Arcana does with Ranger. It basically makes it a class that can flex on anyone, which is pretty much what all classic Rangers do. Second level.
I love it.
They don't though. They don't like classic. Do you mean classic as in like literary?
Oh, weird. That took me a while to actually catch up with. I was at 358 and then I skipped to 410.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Yeah,
mind going back so I can
we'll
hear what
drag
he
it.
says.
We'll fucking drag it back.
Unearthed Arcana. It lets you cast Hunter's Mark an amount of times equal to your Wisdom modifier without using concentration. This is an hour-long bit of extra oomph against a target of your choice, giving you an extra d6 to damage rolls against them and advantage on checks to track them. I love what this new Unearthed Arcana does with Ranger. It basically makes it a class that can flex on anyone, which is pretty much what all classic Rangers do. Second level.
I assume he means Rangers of Literature, right? Like Aragorn is a ranger. And he
You're
fucking
not
styles.
gonna believe me on this.
Okay.
You're not gonna believe me on this, but it literally just did the same thing to me again. So I'm going to look it up myself.
I would like you
and
to
watch that
no.
10-second
I would
clip.
like you to drag it back for me then.
Okay.
You drag it back and then play it, and then we'll see what happens. That should work.
Oh.
And you click play, and you
I love what
there we
this new Unearthed Arcana does with Ranger. It basically makes it a class that can flex on anyone, which is pretty much what all classic Rangers do. Second level Rangers get a...
No, that's not what they do.
Okay,
No.
alright. Yes, exactly. That's where I was like... So, are you talking about Rangers of Literature, right? Because
literally, the people that flex on people is barbarians.
that's true, yes. But what I mean is he referring instead to Rangers of Literature like Aragorn? Right?
Like Aragorn and Legolas? Sure.
Legolas, yeah, Legolas as well. Like, they fucking style all the time, right? Because they fucking can.
Yeah, Legolas is a fucking style beast who shield surfs down a flight of stairs and kills, 7 orcs while he's doing it.
Exactly,
Yeah.
and also, slides down a fucking elephant after having jumped all around it and killed everybody on top of... Sorry, Oliphant, excuse me. But regardless, yes, that is something that Rangers do in classic literature and the counterparts that are in the movies and such. Sure.
Mm-hmm.
But Rangers have never been amazing except for I think in 2nd edition where they were an offshoot of Fighter. Because they were an offshoot of Fighter.
Which is more or less what happened in later editions too. They just don't identify it as such.
Exactly. Rangers now are just something weird.
ranger now is a nature flavored worse Eldritch Knight.
Yes, agreed.
And literally it's like the epitome of, Mom, can we stop for ranger, or Mom, can we stop for Eldritch Knight? No, we have Eldritch Knight at home, honey.
Yeah, no, I know. It's just this is very strange. I assume this is because he likes Ranger a lot, and Rangers are bad, and so make Rangers overpowered to shit is much better.
Yeah. I
Well,
don't. Yeah, I've no.
overpowered to shit.
I'll
I
have to
don't
rewatch Dante because he may have used UA in Dante. I'm not positive.
know. Okay.
But I don't recall him using UA in earlier videos. Granted, it's been a while since I've seen them, so I may not be.
Again,
I may be remembering less right.
I don't know when UA like this came out. I have no idea. So
But it would seem awful weird to me if he needs to use UA and Ranger for Geralt and doesn't use UA with anything else.
exactly.
Fighting style, and since we can't grab great weapon fighting here, let's just grab defense, giving you a +1 bonus to your AC while you're wearing armor. Light armor still counts as armor, and getting
Sure,
hit is
I
bad.
guess.
You can also cast some ranger spells since you already know Hunter's Mark. Long Strider lets a creature you touch add 10 to their movement speed. This will work on you or Roach if you really need to catch up to a speedy monster. Animal Friendship forces a wisdom saving throw on a beast equal to 8 plus your proficiency bonus and wisdom modifier. Failing that, they're charmed by you for 24 hours or until an ally attacks them. I'd argue.
Okay,
Nope.
so first I want to ask you about Longstrider.
Okay.
Is there something an equivalent in what he does in the games or the books or anything in the show even? I don't know, fucking whatever. Where he goes fast?
No.
Cool.
Geralt himself, like, is a fairly strong guy, and as such, he runs faster than most humans.
Okay.
He's also got a lot better stamina. So
Sure.
he could, in an open field where like a human has a head start, he could absolutely run, I would say about half as fast as a running horse, which is
Okay.
still way fucking faster than a human,
Okay.
and for way longer. But there's nothing where he gives someone else the ability to run fast, with the
Excuse me.
exception of in the games, as well as one time in the books,
Mm.
Roach was like startled by some stuff and he's like, "Oh fuck, we need to get out of here."
Hmm.
And what he did was he maneuvered his hand so that Roach could like see it, and then he cast Axie to calm Roach down so Roach would like start listening to him again
Oh,
instead
okay.
of bucking him off. And then had Roach go at a full gallop and they were able to get out of there.
So that's
The
more the akin of animal friendship.
Yeah, but like, here's the thing.
Mm.
Animals fucking hate witchers as like a rule.
Okay.
Cats always hiss at him whenever he walks by. Dogs growl at him.
Okay.
Random roosters will run up and like peck his ankles.
Okay.
Because there's
Because he's an
witchers are
abomination or whatever.
witchers
Yeah.
are unnatural, and
Yeah.
as such, things that are natural are like, fuck all this.
Yeah. As in any kind of paranormal or supernatural kind of thing, the animals are always like, oh.
Yeah. And like I think they mentioned it. They show it one time in the show where like he's in a bar and a cat hisses at him.
Yeah, but that's like for like a second, I think, and then
Yeah.
it's never brought up again, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, but in at least The Witcher 3, literally every cat that you get closer than like 20 feet to hisses at you, and it just starts hissing and like arching its back and spitting at you
Oh,
and
cool.
stuff. And Roach and like kind of horses in general are kind of skittish around him.
Okay.
Whatever horse becomes Roach,
Right.
usually after a while gets a bit calmer because he knows like, oh, this thing's not killing me.
Right, yeah. It just takes a little while.
Yeah, so like you can build up a trust over a while, much like anyone else could, but being able to walk up to a random animal in the woods and cast animal friendship on it is super not in keeping with the lore.
I yeah, okay. So, and you'd think, right, the guy has seen the show, obviously, or well, he's using clips from the show,
Yep.
and he's
He's
also
striking while the iron's hot,
he's also used
which
clips.
can't blame him for.
No, of course not. And he's also using clips from Witcher
The
3.
game.
So,
Which, to be fair, most of the stuff that the footage that you've seen, it's just the Griffin fight, which is like one of the first main bosses.
is
It
that
occurs
like
within,
trailer
like-
footage?
Yeah.
Yeah. So again,
So like, if you look up a half-hour gameplay footage, you'll see the Griffin fight.
yeah, I know that much. And like, so again, like you would imagine that he has played slash looked at slash has some knowledge of this
Mhm.
in some respect, but I
Yeah.
again, I don't know now as we continue forward as you're contradicting him, because
Yeah.
like this is apparently an
Yeah.
ingrained thing, right? So
A better spell to use would be Charm, which he says you can do with Animal Friendship, and you can do with Axie.
mhm.
But a really better suggestion would be either Suggestion or Friends.
Yeah, friends is what
be-
I was thinking. Yeah.
Because there's multiple times where there's a guard outside a building who's like, "Hey man, there's a 5 coin cover fee," and he just axies them and walks in.
Nice.
And when a person recovers from being axied, they generally know and are generally pissed.
Okay, cool. So that would be friends, yes.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, rangers don't get cantrips, so.
Mhm.
That anyone attacking Roach quickly moves from ally to enemy. Third level rangers get Primeval Awareness, which revised by that new Unearthed Arcana gives you some free spells to add to your list, and you
Mhm.
can cast these spells once per day without expending a spell slot.
Okay, well, now I have to look at it, because I don't know what he's talking about otherwise. Alright, here we go.
Man, oh man, this is becoming a lot like Boku no Hero. A lot of talking UA.
Okay. We have ranger spells. So what did he say specifically? Primal awareness? Is that what he said?
Primeval.
Oh, primeval. This is primal awareness. So.
Maybe.
Oh, it replaces primeval awareness. Okay, wait. So is he using primal or primeval? Hold on. Let's go back. He said replace, but I don't know.
That they're charmed by you for 24 hours or until an ally attacks them. I'd argue that anyone attacking
Yeah,
Roach
Axie
quickly
does
moves
not
from
last that
ally
long.
to enemy. Third level rangers get Primeval Awareness, which revised by that new Unearthed Arcana gives you some free spells to add to your list, and you can cast these
Alright, which
spells
when
once-
revised gives you Primal.
So
yeah.
you are using it. So you're using primal awareness.
Mhm.
Okay, so you should put that because you've been putting everything consistently what you've been using. But if you're, because this does, yes, you can focus your awareness through interconnections of nature. You learn additional spells when you reach certain levels in this class if you don't already know them. As shown in the primal awareness spells table, these spells don't count against the number of ranger spells you know, which are detect magic, speak with animals, be sense, locate animals or plants, speak with plants, locate creature, commune with nature.
Most of those I find pretty representative of The Witcher.
Sure, that's fine. I'm just saying, like, now, okay, you can cast each of these spells once without expending a spell slot. Once you cast a spell in this way, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. Okay, fine. That's totally fine. Please put that on the thing.
Yeah.
That's
Could be simple mistake.
I
I'm willing to.
he's
I am willing to extend that goodwill
the
because of the points that he gained in the Incineroar video.
The problem that I have, though, is in the other, literally, and we go back here, he has them highlighted in green, and, like, I'm sorry, not those. Where is it? Where is it? We gotta go back a bunch. Okay, so he didn't highlight them at all, but he has exactly the thing,
What
right?
it's called, yeah.
So,
Which-
I mean...
Yeah,
Again.
it's most of them. He's just kind of using them as just kind of like notes for himself instead of like listing the abilities strictly.
Sure.
So because they're more notes, granted, yeah, no, he should. I'm just.
I would say that you should watch your video again, you know, before you post it, or while you're editing it. I don't know.
and listen to your own commentary, right? And I don't know, man. Again,
I don't know, man. I don't listen to this podcast before it's posted.
I know you don't because you don't
I
have
don't-
access
I
to
don't-
them.
I don't listen to it after.
I was
either.
gonna say you don't fucking
funny.
listen at all, you fucking dickhead. All right, cool. Let's go and continue here.
which revised by that new Unearthed Arcana gives you some free spells to add to your list, and you can cast these spells once per day without expending a spell slot. Detect Magic lets you sense magical auras and determine what kind of magic is causing them, which can be
Okay,
useful to track
that's-
various bad beasties. Speak with Animals lets you speak to animals.
Geralt himself has no real detect magic sense,
No.
aside from his medallion, which should be something that you should get as a magic item in your campaign.
Yeah.
He also can't speak with animals.
Yeah. I
He
just
speaks with the dead more times than he speaks with animals.
again, like. All right.
And he spoke with the dead one time.
Nice. Sick. All right.
For 10 minutes. Who talks to a horse? Someone who loves their horse. That's perfectly normal. Don't let anyone tell you different.
But he doesn't. But he doesn't talk back. You fucking. Are you kidding me? So
Hey, to be fair, the spell is speak with animals, not animals speak with you.
So then make him a fucking what is it? Fucking the halflings or the gnomes, excuse me, the fucking forest gnomes that can talk to animals that are small, right? Like, but then you
Yeah.
can't talk to the horse. Oh no! But like again, he just literally in the show, if you watch the show, he just talks to the horse, and the horse just stands there.
Yeah.
Like,
and it's the same thing that happens in the books too.
yeah. And
it's the
probably in the game as well. Yeah.
Usually he talks to himself more often.
Okay.
But
still, like.
like,
it didn't ever show the horse going, "Yes, Geralt, I agree." Right? Like
the horse does sometimes in the books glare at him with like a hint of sarcasm.
Sure. But glaring
and
is
it's
not
like-
speaking.
And it's like this wonderful thing because in every conversation that Geralt has with others,
Yeah.
Geralt is the straight man.
Of course.
Except for when he's traveling alone on the road, in which case Roach is the straight man.
That's great. I love that. I think I would really like the books more than I do anything else.
I will warn you,
Mm-hmm.
the pretentiousness of Andrzej Sapkowski
Oh, no.
drips in the
Oh.
books.
Oh no. Maybe I wouldn't like any of it. Is that why I just don't like The Witcher at all? I just feel pretentious somehow just dripping through from the
I don't
source.
feel pretentiousness in the games, but
No,
like,
I know. What I'm saying, I'm making the joke of like it just
Oh,
seeps
yeah.
throughout because of the source.
Granted, I think it may be perhaps an issue more apparent with Season of Storms.
Okay.
But there is literally how do I put this? I didn't finish Season of Storms, which is really unlike me. I usually like to finish my books.
Oh sure, yeah.
Even if it's like an absolute slog. But
Mhm.
like there's literally a chapter and a half of him describing these 3 fat, ugly female guards that eat beans all day
Oh.
and who fart a lot
Oh.
and how bad their farts smell. And
Mhm.
he refers to like this action of bean farting with like 8 different methods. Some of
Okay.
which literally taking a whole sentence just to describe how they are farting. And it's like you can just
Oh.
use the word fart, or I don't know, man. I understand maybe a little bit of variability in how you describe things,
Right.
but I personally prefer describing something well once
Yeah.
instead of describing it 50 times badly.
Yeah.
And he has to visit to he gets accused of a murder and his swords are stolen
Sure.
while he's in jail.
Mhm.
So he gets taken to the jail and processed by the guards, and they're making jokes that, oh, they want to see his dick and yada yada yada, and he gets in a
Okay.
fight with them, including at one point using Ard, which is sort of like a wall of force sign,
Right.
and literally like tosses one across the room and headbutts another one of them.
Okay.
And then they dogpile him, and then he's thrown in the cell, and then he's released for a while.
Okay.
And then they describe how bad the farts smell again on his release. And then when
Okay.
he tries to like get his swords again, he has to talk to the confiscator, who is right by where the girls are, and it describes it a third time. And
Great.
that's when I stopped. That's when I stopped reading.
Wow. That's wow. That sounds
Yeah,
awful.
yeah, no. The other books weren't like that.
Oh, okay.
The Last Wish is good. There's what's the other really good one? Blood of Elves. I also read.
No.
Tower of Swallows is also okay.
Sure.
Just yeah, I wouldn't recommend reading past chapter 1 of Season of Storms because chapter 1's really
Okay. Okay. Well, let's continue being able to talk to animals as the Witcher.
yeah, because that's
Another
the thing.
spell here, and Entangle was added to the Ranger list by our favorite new Unearthed Arcana. This creates a
It's our
20-foot
favorite!
square of difficult terrain, forcing strength saves on those inside, failing that they're restrained until they can pass the save. This lasts for a minute.
You could flavor that, I suppose.
Oh yeah, yeah.
One of,
You can.
one of the
Yeah.
spells Earden that you place essentially makes it hard for enemies to
Oh sure.
entangle. You think of as like vines usually, but if you flavor that as just him casting Earden on the ground, that's fine.
Absolutely.
Depending on your concentration for a little Earden. If y'all hated how I
No,
pronounced
there you go.
Carol before, just wait until we get into more of these signs. My Polish isn't as strong as it used to be. For your Ranger Conclave, the Hunter Conclave lets you pick a type of Hunter's Prey. Colossus Slayer lets you add a D8 of damage once per round to a creature that's below its hit point maximum. You know all.
Okay. First off, I don't know what conclaves are. What are we talking about?
I think they're sort of like druid circles.
Oh, is that what the subclass is called for them? Conclaves? Hang on, I need to check.
In terms
Nope.
of lore,
Okay.
that would be fine.
Sure. Wait, what would be fine? Sorry.
The Hunter Conclaves, because they're different schools of Witchers. There's
Oh,
the
okay.
School of the Cat, School of the Bear, School of the Falcon,
Um,
School of the Snake.
The problem that I have is I don't know what a Hunter Conclave is at all.
Yeah.
Because it's not here, so it's not in the book, so I don't know. Is that a UA thing? Is that?
I think so.
Oh,
So I
UA
don't know why.
Hunter
I don't
Conclave.
know why it's not highlighted.
Again,
Because this is my
well, that
first
one
time
that one's not
seeing the
highlighted.
words Colossus Slayer.
Yeah, Colossus Slayer. That's a part of regular, but he hasn't been highlighting them. It's just he just kind of went over it for like a second, and
Yeah.
Hunter Conclave is not there, so I guess I'll have to use the Dungeons and Dragons wiki. Is a ranger?
I should also mention before people get mad, Geralt is a member of the School of the Wolf.
Oh, is that why he's the White Wolf?
No, it's
Okay.
why he's called the White Wolf because it sounds cool.
That's what I figured.
the medallion being a wolf though is why he's in the School of the
Okay,
Wolf.
gotcha.
Because each school has its own medallion.
Ah. So it's under the UA Revised Ranger, and that's another PDF I now have to download. Amazing. Here we go.
Mm.
Ugh, I don't want these. Okay. So.
But it's WotC though. Now you can use it because
See-
you have it downloaded.
See, this is a completely different UA thing. This is a different UA thing. He's now mixing two UA things. At third level, you choose to emulate the ideals and training of a Ranger Conclave, the Beast Conclave, the Hunter Conclave, or the Stalker Conclave. All detailed at the end of the class description, your choice. Okay, so he's using this now. This is a different thing than the actual, like, Colossus Slayer over here, I assume. Let's see. Hunter Conclave. Hunter's Prey makes it so you can Colossus Slayer. You can do a D8 So your tenacity can wear down most potent foes. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack, the creature takes an extra d8 if it's below its hit point maximum. You can deal this extra damage only once per turn. That's exactly what the regular hunter class gives you. I believe entirely. Let me see here. Colossus Slayer. Yes, it's the exact same wording. Okay. So, why does it have to be the Conclave itself? Probably because... No. Wait. It's exactly the same. What? Wait, what? Aiden, are you still there?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Cool.
I'm just waiting for you to specify because I don't have the PDF in front of me and I refuse to download it.
That's fine. Yes, what I'm saying is that the Conclave itself is exactly the same as the Hunter archetype.
Oh.
So, why...
Okay.
Why use Hunter Conclave instead of going back to using, like, what you've been doing, instead of using a different UA thing? I don't...
I don't know.
I don't understand. Where is your consistency now? Where did it go? I liked your other video, actually. Like, it was fine. I don't like this more and more.
Just
All
think
about
about this,
various
Lilith.
fiendish
We're only
foes.
halfway through.
Oh, God, we are.
And how to take them down. Turns out a lot of times the strategy is to hit them more. Years of arduous, torturous training to learn that. Good stuff. 4th level rangers get an ability score improvement or a feat. The skilled feat lets you grab 3 more skills. Investigation, stealth,
Cool.
and arcana will hopefully make your Witcher training a bit more worth it. 5th level rangers get an extra attack, letting you make 2 attacks instead of 1 with your action. Fighting quick is a good thing. You can also learn 2nd level spells and hot dog. That means we get to talk more about this new unearthed arcana, which adds magic weapon to the ranger list. This spell makes your weapon magical in terms of overcoming resistances and adds 1 to your attack and damage rolls. If your
I can't
DM
pause.
gives you a magic sword,
Help
awesome.
me.
You
I
don't
can't
need
pause.
it.
Oh,
You
God.
live under
Pause-
the assumption
it's
that
paused
your
for
DM
me.
is a
Oh, God, I
tool.
gotta reload. Okay. Okay. That was so strange. I couldn't pause it, and everything kept going, and it was some fresh hell. Ah! Okay.
Welcome.
Alright. Is it back to 0 now for you? Oh, okay, now
Nope,
it's back here. Okay,
minus
good.
15.
Magic weapon. Okay. Please.
Minus 15 seconds.
Yeah, I'm at 6:13, but that's fine.
I'll let you handle bitching about unearthed arcana,
Yeah.
and I will simply move to lore friendliness of the Witcher.
Please. Yes, do that first.
Okay. So Geralt, you may have noticed, carries 2 swords. I don't know if you know this about his look or not.
I
But
did.
it's pretty iconic.
Yeah. It's even mentioned in the show in the first episode. Why?
It is.
It's crazy.
And for those of our listeners who may not know, the steel sword, as steel is a harder metal, is used for sword-on-sword combat or
Yes.
fighting humans in general. The silver sword has a steel core, and the outside itself is silver, which is slightly softer but much harder to work with. And many monsters and beasties that formed with this world post conjunction are susceptible to silver, including ghosts, which is why when you fight ghosts, you use your silver sword, or ghouls, or werewolves, and such. Vampires, yada yada yada. They're all
Exactly.
susceptible to silver. But Geralt doesn't do like a Dark Souls 3, like run your hand along your blade to buff
Yeah.
it. What he does do is he uses various oils that are brewed from other different monster parts and herbs and stuff like that
Sure.
to make alchemists like potions and for himself to drink to buff himself, and then oils that you coat along your sword, sort of Monster Hunter style, to debuff enemies. and it's one of the biggest like baffling things to me with the Witcher event that they did with Monster Hunter, that they removed oils in Monster Hunter World, and
Yeah,
then
it was
immediately
really
had a
weird.
Geralt of Rivia event.
Very strange.
But yeah, no, there's no magic weapon thing. You would perhaps take a level or two of Alchemist and then start brewing poisons to use on your blades for fiends, relics, ogroids,
Yeah,
necrophages, vampires, stuff like that,
sure.
cursed ones,
Or you could also just get a silver weapon,
or
right?
both.
Or both, right? Like that's what I'm
Specifically both.
specifically get both. Like silver weapons exist in D&D. They're literally there so that you can fight werewolves and vampires and ghosts and shit, right?
Yeah. There's literally for your Curse of Strahd campaign, that was why I had silver crossbow
Yeah,
bolts and regular crossbow bolts
yeah,
and two swords,
exactly.
was specifically so that this wouldn't be a problem for me.
Exactly. Like there was a whole thing like in past D&D and this D&D, silver is effective still, and it is a option for you to do.
Fuck Unearthed Arcana. You can find this on page 50.
Right, exactly. Like I don't. Okay, and then also the other thing is I'm looking really hard. I do not see anywhere that gives you magic weapon for a ranger in either of these Unearthed Arcana things. Unless
that's
I'm
fun.
unless I'm mistaken, somebody can try to tell me that they're right and I'm also less right, but I don't think that's the case, because I've looked through these documents a couple of times, not seeing any magic weapon anywhere.
I should also mention before someone's all like, it's not page 50. It's page 148. I was making just a point, but page 148 of the player's handbook. Some monsters that have immunity or resistance to non-magical weapons are susceptible to silver weapons, so cautious adventurers invest extra coin to plate their weapons with silver. You can silver a single weapon or 10 pieces of ammunition for 100 gold pieces. The cost
really
represents
cheap.
not only the price of the silver, but the time and expertise needed to add silver to the weapon without making it less effective.
Exactly. So like, you can do that real easy. And hey, man, if somebody else knows of of a place where where the where it tells me that magic weapons are available, please. I don't see it anywhere in either of these. Either of these two things from Unearthed Arcana, neither of them have given me an indication. Unless I'm blind or stupid, it could be both. But I don't think so, because I don't see it at all. So that's just a straight up factual, like, incorrectness, dude. You unfortunately have said a lie. What you? That's a spelling mistake, or no? That's a straight up just mistake, because he called it primeval awareness as well as didn't spell it right, and then just okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Overcoming resistances, and adds
Oh,
one
it's
to
so
your
much
deck
louder
in
again.
damage rolls. If your DM gives you a magic sword, awesome, you don't need this. But we live under the assumption that your DM is a cruel, unforgiving monster who lives.
You're a dick. You're like, come on, man. Why would you immediately assume that your DM is cruel? And
Actually, you know what though?
Mm-hmm.
This is, how to play Geralt of Rivia. This is how to inject yourself as a character.
Mm-hmm.
If you're the type of player who injects themselves as a character without making their own character, it's not too much of a stretch of the imagination to think that they assume that their DM is a horrible dick who wants to kill them.
Yeah, I mean, if you are one of the people that always do this and you always get killed because they just don't want you to be playing a character that isn't a character that you've made, then yeah, okay. So this is more a
symptom.
This
And
is
again,
appealing to his audience.
and again, this is also assumed, right? We're assuming this, but it stands to reason that that makes sense, unfortunately, and that's just a part of the problem with this kind of mentality
Playstyle, yeah.
and playstyle. Yes, but still, dude, like, I would have a conversation.
Don't perpetuate these
No, and
these
like,
stereotypes.
quite literally, I would have a conversation with the player who, after session 1 or session 0 of going, I'm going to play this character, and then I realize, oh, you're playing Geralt. Just straight up.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, I remember when I mentioned to you for your Curse of Strahd campaign, I mentioned that I wanted to take some inspiration from Gilderoy Lockhart and
Yes.
Geralt.
That's right.
But like, I still made that character my own.
Again, inspiration is different than emulation, right?
Yeah, you can find Witchers really fucking rad, and you should, because they're really fucking rad.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean you need to be Geralt.
Exactly. Like, all right. Well, my opinion of this is tanking so fast, man.
Just think we have that other channel.
The other channel is good, dude. I'm so excited. I like it. I like it much bit more, and I will show you. Because he's self-aware. So here we go. Let's finish this out.
Only to see you suffer. At least that's how I DM. I'm really excited to start DMing again now that the new year started. 6th level rangers can grab another ability from Deft Explorer. Roving adds 5 to your movement speed and gives you a climbing and swimming speed as well. At this point...
Okay. Wait a minute.
Geralt's a real good swimmer.
That's fine. I'm not questioning that.
There's a potion called Whale that makes it really easy to search shipwrecks.
So... yeah, that's what I was talking about before, because this, now I've read, you're an unsurpassed explorer and survivor. Choose one of the following benefits, then choose another one at 6th and 10th level. So you will be getting Canny, Roving, and Tireless. So you will be getting, as an action, you can give yourself a number of temporary hit points equal to 1d10 plus your wisdom modifier, and use it a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier, and regain it all after a long rest and all that shit. So you should... if you are using this, and if your DM for some fucking reason has allowed you to do this, you should, if you have a high wisdom character, take Tireless first. There is no reason not to. It is amazing.
Especially
you will
if your DM
never
is trying
die.
to kill you.
Especially if your DM is trying to kill you, like he has suggested.
Which granted, Witchers do have somewhat of a regeneration factor.
Oh, sure.
It's not that good.
No, of course it isn't. That would be ridiculous.
It's not that good. But,
and let's be honest, fighters, I don't think should even have their fucking thing either, right? Like, it's... healing in D&D 5e is fucking stupid. I will go over this again when we talk about it in depth, but fuck me, it's stupid. Alright, well, let's continue in the video.
I'd also swap out Animal Friendship from your spell list for Gust of Wind, which got added in the Unearthed Arcana.
That's your
Fun
art.
game. Rewatch this video and take a shot of water every time I say Unearthed Arcana to get super hydrated. Anyway.
You're
Alright,
self-aware.
You know what?
That
He's
much,
self-aware.
Right?
He's self-aware.
But he's not self-aware in the right way.
Yeah, no, I cannot grant him. I grant him the rank of Jedi Master, but I do not allow him a seat on the council.
Alright.
Gust of Wind creates a 60-foot line of wind that pushes creatures back 15 feet if they fail a strength saving throw and halves their movement as they move through it. This version of Ard should work on even the most ardent of foes. Polish. Nailing it. 7th level hunters get a type of defensive tactic. Multi-attack defense lets you add 4 to your AC after you're hit by an attack, but
That's
only
fine.
from follow-up attacks from that same creature. Still, it can be useful. Lots of high-level
Again.
monsters can attack 2 or more times and really take your health down quickly. 8th level rangers get another ability score improvement. Round up your strength and constitution. Odd numbers stress me out, even if you're an odd dude. You can also learn another spell. Spike
All
growth
right.
creates a 20-foot patch of difficult terrain, and creatures moving through that terrain take 2d4 piercing damage for every 5 feet they move. This is a bigger, badder version of Aiden. But so far, we only have 2 signs, so
Sure.
let's scoop up some more. Dipping
Gives
into
me my
Druid lets you
Igni.
learn Druidic, a secret language that only
Oh, now you're a druid too. Oh, okay.
I guess
So you're
he's going-
just straight up a spellcaster now. All right. Again, you can flavor it if it works, but also you have a lot of spells that you have access to, like a lot. Okay.
Literally just making an Eldritch Knight, dude.
Yeah, I don't know what you're doing
Literally,
now.
literally, you get access to Firebolt. That's a good enough Igni.
Yeah.
You can ask for some different spells. I'm sure your DM will be willing to accommodate you.
No, but that's homebrewing, my dude. You can't do that.
Oh,
You
yes,
gotta
I-
use UA.
Homebrew is unbalanced. UA is the way.
Oh, fuck, that got me good. Oh, man.
Never do this. Only villains do that.
Oh my god.
Druids know. Geralt moves all around the continent and speaks a number of languages. I guess knowing some secret hippie language shouldn't be too hard. You can also learn Druid spells. For cantrips,
Well, that is lore friendly.
That's fine. It's just like, what the fuck, dude? Alright.
Produce flames is an Igni. All right.
produce flames lets you summon a bolt of fire that you can throw at
Oh,
someone
like
with a ranged spell
Firebolt
attack,
would?
dealing 2d8 fire damage. This should work for Igni. Gust forces a strength save on a creature
Alright,
within 30
that's
feet of you,
upgraded
pushing them back
art.
5 feet, or you can push
No,
an
no, no,
object
no.
going 5
The other one was upgraded hard. Gust of Wind came
no.
first.
No. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Why would you need Gust? What? Yeah. Oh, I can't. I just. Why would you take Gust after you have the better one? I guess so you always have it, technically.
Yeah, if you don't need like a higher level.
Still, though. Okay.
5 pounds or less 10 feet, or you can just make the wind blow through your hair. Somehow you manage to be pretty appealing to the ladies. Maybe the aged Fabio look is a good move. Oh, and this is an on-demand Ard that you can't run out of, by the way. Charmed person forces a wisdom saving throw on a creature. Failing it, they're charmed for an hour, which makes them more friendly to you, in case you accidentally piss someone off.
Stop.
Protection from evil and good was added to the druid list from that Unearthed Arcana. Take a shot.
Oh, Unearthed Arcana. Okay, alright, okay. Let me just quickly check here a little bit of Unearthed Arcana. Just give me a second here. Druid spells. Oh boy, what do you get? Protection from good and evil. That's true. You get it as a first level druid feature. Enhances
Well,
spellcasting
he's-
because cantrips. Gotcha.
He's at least listing stuff that you actually get now. That's an improvement.
It is an improvement. Did I fucking miss it? Am I? No. Wait. Okay, I am stupid and blind. We're good.
Oh, okay. You were less wrong. He was right.
I was less right. He was
Less right. Yeah,
he was right as he was right. Exactly.
he was more right in this
He was more
scenario
right.
than you were.
I apologize, Tulok. I do. I genuinely did not see that. So, hey, roast me. Let's go.
It gives aberrations, celestials, elementals, fiends, fae, and undead disadvantage on attack rolls against creatures you touch for up to 10 minutes depending on your concentration. This also prevents that creature from being
Oh, so that
charmed,
means you can
frightened, or
Hunter's Mark
possessed by
and
said
do
monsters,
this.
and with
Yeah, you can Hunter's Mark and do anything as well, because concentration
Oh,
doesn't
this is supposed
exist.
to be. Wait, this is supposed to be Quen?
I don't know.
Why?
that you Quen use all the signs Geralt does in the games. Your multi-classing
Because he
spell
said,
Oh, sorry.
Alright, I will play it.
Okay.
You touch for up to 10 minutes depending on your concentration. This also prevents that creature from being charmed, frightened, or possessed by said monsters, and with that you use all the signs Geralt does in the games. You're multi-classing spellcasters here, so check out page 165 of the player's handbook.
An Eldritch Knight, you could just use shield and add
Yeah.
5 to your AC.
I was gonna
'Cause
say,
Quen
what is
acts
Quen?
as a shield around
Okay.
you.
All right.
It's you can't, well, depending on how it's cast,
Mm-hmm.
you can either cast it and then it's a buff to you for a little while,
Mm-hmm.
and it reduces some of the damage of the first blow you take.
Sure.
So it's a good thing to cast in the downtime during a fight while like you and the monster are like sort of like stalking around each other.
Yeah.
Alternatively, there are multiple times when like an attack is incoming and Geralt throws up a last minute Quen in order to summon a shield near him.
Oh,
Like shield.
That's a strange word choice. I wonder if there's a spell that is called shield. Oh,
That acts as a shield. I don't know. Dude, just play a fighter and do Eldritch Knight.
dude, again, I don't know, man. I don't know what this video is anymore.
You don't even need Unearthed Arcana.
Like,
Take a shot, by the way.
oh, right, yeah, you're right. Hang on.
To figure out how many spells you have at any given level. We've really got everything we need to be a successful Witcher, but to be the best Witcher, we need to be a better fighter. First level fighters can choose a
You fucking triple class? So you have thoroughly fucking, like, extended yourself a bunch, dude. Let's just see, fighter at this point, it would be what, 16th level? I don't know how far we've gotten now.
Yeah, like 10th.
Okay. So fighter, fucking a 10th level fighter, you're already getting indomitable fucking extra attack. You're getting you got your ASIs, you've got fucking whatever your martial gives, which, I mean, if we go with Eldritch Knight, you have war magic, you have fucking Eldritch Strike, like, I don't get you, sir. I really don't. You can literally just be the fighter and then just use, again, defense still. You then have, if apparently having one second wind wasn't enough, so you had to go to UA to get that fucking ranger one that gives you like up to 4 or 5, depending on your wisdom stat. You get action surge.
He's not getting any fucking ASIs with this.
No, he did. He got 1 at least. No, 2.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
2.
I think. Yeah. So he's like, again. I
swear to God, if he takes a level in Wizard so that he can get Wizard cantrips and he picks Shield, I'll scream.
There's also, like, as a fighter, I don't know if you know this, but at 2nd level you have action surge.
Yeah.
You want to be a better fighter, just start being a fighter and keep being a fighter. Like, action surge plus, let's see, how many attacks do you get? 4?
And doesn't that come back per a short rest too? Your action surges, or is that
yes?
Yeah, because you can.
And you get 2 of them at level 17.
Because you can just meditate for an hour, like Geralt does.
Yep.
Okay. You can also it's a bit less of a point, but this is represented in the games.
Sure.
But like, you know how you do like weird spins and stuff in the games? That's absolutely representative of how Geralt fights and how he's training Ciri to fight.
Okay.
In the books, because a lot of the reason why people are really bad at fighting Geralt
Mhm.
is because he's always whirring and spinning and pirouetting like a ballerina,
Sure.
and people are always like, "What the fuck is this?" And it's
Right,
so
because it's
unorthodox that they
unconventional.
then get
Yeah.
stabbed. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Which, a really good way of representing pirouetting and turning one attack into another, into another, into another is action surge.
Action surge. Yeah, exactly. Like Right.
Plus, also by being a fighter, as I mentioned in the intermission and also briefly to you,
Yes.
um, was gives you a lot of proficiency with using various weapons, including hand crossbows.
Yes. You can use literally every weapon. Any weapon.
Like,
I just don't understand what your purpose here is being a 1 level in druid, or sorry, was it 2?
you
I don't know.
you also get like proficiency with proficiency with armor in fighter, which
Mhm.
means you can wear that chainmail that is so iconic on Geralt
Yeah, it's true, because apparently you were wearing light armor only before.
this whole while.
I
I
now
don't
you're
know
a
why
fighter,
you'd
so now
wait.
you can wear it, so...
Yeah, so I don't know why you'd wait until like 11th level to use medium armor.
Fucking... Okay. Bring it home, boy.
If you play this class, you will get killed before you reach this level.
It's so weird. I just
Like,
don't understand.
Wanting to be a frontline fighter with druid, like, I mean, granted, our druid acts as a frontline fighter all the time. But I
Druids
think we've
can certainly
established,
do that if they're fucking Circle of the Moon druids. They can just
yeah,
do it.
which he is.
Exactly. Circle of the Moon is so fucking broken. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
Well, not... Yeah.
but like, he doesn't usually fight transformed.
Yeah, okay, well, cool.
He just charges to the front line and spams Thunder Wave.
Oh, hell yeah. Thunderwave's great.
Yeah, trust me. That and Flame Blade Flame.
Oh, yeah.
Thunder Wave, Flame Blade, and Burning Hands are the 3 spells he knows pretty much.
Dude, those are great.
Yeah.
Just teach him heat metal, and then he's fucking solid, dude.
I told him about heat metal, and he's like, I don't think it's that good. And I
My-
explained how good it was, and he's like, it's not that good.
No, he's just... Oh, man, he's wrong. Oh, he's so
Oh.
wrong.
I
Oh, I
know.
hate how wrong he is. I hate how wrong it is when you...
You should listen into a session if you think that's the wrongest
Like,
he gets.
legitimately, like, let's talk just briefly about donning and doffing armor. Really quickly here.
Takes 10 minutes.
Oh, light armor takes a whole minute to doff. Medium armor takes a whole minute to doff. That's 10 rounds, wow. Heavy armor takes 5 minutes to doff. Oh my god. You know what heat metal does, people out there? It's a fucking bonus. I'm sorry, it's an action to cast, I believe, yes. And
Yes.
you then do 2d8 of fire damage. This is a base level, of course. Base casting level. You do 2d8 of fire damage to anything that's metal. Anything touching the metal takes 2d8 of fire damage. And you can do this as a bonus action per round as long as you maintain concentration on the spell. Now let's talk about maximum damage. 2d8 is 16 damage.
2d8's fucking good.
16 damage
That's
for
way better than a
at
fucking
least
sword.
for at least 10 rounds is 160 damage. That's maximum. Minimum is 2 damage. That's 20 damage, right? But still, that range from 20 to 160 damage after 10 rounds is fucking significant.
And that's only like using your bonus action too. You
Exactly.
can still like fucking cast other things.
Other
Can
things that
still-
are not concentration.
Yes.
Yes.
Thunderwave.
So many things. I can't stand sit here.
He prefers to use Shillelagh.
Oh, I can't sit here and even listen to this without defending heat metal.
He said that the only thing that he could really imagine using it for, because I'm like, you can use it in combat, and he's like, yeah, but like, aside from like using it on like a cauldron to cook food, why would I ever do that when I can just produce flame and make a fire? And I'm like, because there are situations in which case you don't want a campfire, Bradley boy. And he's like, yeah, but that's what we have the party for. And I'm like, okay, whatever, fuck it. Take
Oh.
Thunderwave, go for it. I don't give a shit.
I hate. I need to use the bathroom. I hate. You entertain for a while.
Have a hate piss.
I need it.
So while Alejo is gone, I would just like to go on a quick little tangent about Magic and D&D and how Magic in D&D is so fucking good. There's a reason why almost every class gets it in some form or another. And the reason for that is because the practicality of your magic is only limited by your imagination. With a tentative grasp on physics and thermodynamics and a real good grasp of your spell descriptions, you can pull off some insane shit. Um, for instance, things like Mage Hand applying 5 pounds of force being used to move a very small weighted object to very incredible speeds and momentum, and the the feasibility of a lot of spells that are typically slept on is incredibly high,
Mhm.
which is why I would recommend for anyone who ever has a chance to play a caster class, when you sit down and you read the player's handbook
Please
and you
read.
read your... Oh, you're back.
Yes. Keep going.
Oh.
Just don't let me interrupt you.
When you sit down and you read the player's handbook and you read your spell descriptions, for the love that is everything that is holy and unholy, take a look at every single spell you see and think, what fuckery can I accomplish with this? And if you can think that and you have a battle plan for these certain weird niche situations and you're ever in one of those and your DM's thinking, I've got them cornered now, and you pull out this random insane bullshittery with your spells, your DM is going to be so proud of you. And then I guarantee you, they're going to steal that idea and they're going to write that down somewhere in their brain.
Yeah.
And whenever they're playing a campaign with like another group of friends, like 3 years down the line, they're going to use that same idea, and their entire group of friends is going to go like, "Yo, what is this?"
Yeah. That's true.
Like, there's so many spells that seem useless and people sleep on, but are so fucking
I
good. Heat
yeah,
metal
we'll
is
talk
one of the
about
best
spells
ones.
at some point, like in depth.
Mold
Absolutely.
Earth.
Yeah.
Like,
No,
oh.
again, we'll talk about like mending as well. Is fucking like there's a lot of fucking
Mending
implications.
is so good.
Yeah. Again, so
Though people don't really sleep on mending as much.
I don't know, honestly. We'll see. But yeah, we'll get to that when we get to that. We have so much to talk about Dungeons and Dragons. At some point we should talk about something else probably. As in like another tabletop game, but then again, Dungeons and Dragons is what we know the best. So I don't know. But yeah. Let's I feel better. Everybody knows that heat metal is good, and everybody knows that whoever the fuck your friend is wrong and needs to fucking learn.
It's good. It's good, like, you know, if you don't want to have a campfire, but aside from that, it's pretty abysmal.
You need to use it against them and show them the power of heat metal. Like, legitimately teach them by example. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find some way to like trap them on like some sort of metal like platform or something. And then just have like multiple sources of heat metal from below, and I'll throw them on like essentially a hot plate.
Sure, yeah. All right. Let's finish this fucking video.
Yeah.
Your swords are pretty great, even if they're not great swords, if that makes sense. I'm saying
What?
that you should take the great weapon fighting style to reroll 1s and 2s on damage die with weapons you're
No, you
wielding
shouldn't.
two-handed, whether it's a sword for men.
So, now, correct me if I'm wrong.
Mhm.
Is Geralt a two-handed fighter? Like, does he use like two-handed?
Yeah, he uses his swords are hand and a half swords.
Right. Yes.
Hand and a half.
So he can use them one way or the other. He'll take his hand off the sword if it's to use like a crossbow bolt or cast a sign.
Okay,
But in combat, he typically has both hands on his swords.
I see. I'm kind of picturing it now in my brain, and I'll probably see more examples in the video, potentially. But yes, okay. So, I mean, you can, but what's to stop you from taking another thing in defense as well? Right? Like, you
Yeah.
just get another
Dueling
one.
would be good.
Dueling's also really good. Like, again, you have a lot of choices there. You don't
I
necessarily.
swear to God, if he gets to fighter 3 and he picks Eldritch Knight,
I swear to
I
God, if
dare
he
him.
gets, okay.
Or a sword for monsters. You also get Second Wind, letting you recover 1d10 plus your fighter level in HP.
Which you already have, like, 6, but okay. Unless you didn't put any points into wisdom, like an idiot. I don't know. Anyway.
his wisdom score is 13, I believe.
Oh, okay. Well, you're an idiot.
As a bonus action once per short rest. Between all the
Fuck.
horrors of the world and people just being jerks, you don't have a ton of downtime. This is helpful. Second level fighters get Action Surge, letting you make 2 actions per round once per short rest,
Oh, we're
which should
getting
help
there.
you get the job done. Lord knows Jaskier isn't going to be doing much. Yeah, that's some bard shade. Deal with it. Third level fighters can choose a martial archetype, and cavaliers are good folks who like horses and protecting the innocent. You get another
They're specifically for fighting on horseback, though. Like,
Geralt rarely does.
only fighting on horseback. Like, quite literally, their entire
You're-
thing is to
you're
be on
cavalryman.
horse. Forever.
But Roach, though.
Amazing. Before he even says what he
Approach.
gets from this, I'm going to tell you what he gets because I can't be bothered to listen to him very long. My brain is just like, I will listen to the rest of the video, but it's just getting
You can
worse.
turn him off mentally because I do better with seeing it.
Exactly. So, Cavalier in Xanathars on page 30. You get bonus proficiency with either animal handling, history, insight, performance, persuasion. And you get another language. That's weird. Okay. Born to the Saddle.
You and
You
your
have-
horse have been places.
Yeah, your mastery as a rider becomes apparent. You have advantage on saving throws made to avoid falling off your mount. Oh man. If you fall off your mount and descend no more than 10 feet, so if your horse is not very tall or also you're not on a cliff, you can land on your feet if you're not incapacitated. That's pretty cool. Finally, mounting or dismounting a creature costs you only 5 feet of movement rather than half your speed. That's pretty cool. And then, you also get Unwavering Mark. Unwavering Mark, starting at 3rd level, you can menace your foes, foiling their attacks and punishing them for harming others. When you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack, you can mark the creature until the end of your next turn. Another mark! This effect ends early if you are incapacitated or you die. Or if someone else marks the creature. So you can't... No, someone else, excuse me. So this stacks with your multiple marks because... While it is within 5 feet of you, a creature marked by you has disadvantage on any attack roll that doesn't target you. In addition, if a creature marked by you deals damage to anyone other than you, you can make a special melee weapon attack against the marked creature as a bonus action on your next turn. You have advantage on the attack roll, and if it hits, the attack's weapon deals extra damage to the target equal to half your fighter level. Regardless of the number of creatures you mark, you can make this special attack a number of times equal to your strength modifier, minimum of 1, and you regain all expended uses of it when you finish a long rest.
That was a lot of reading.
Yes.
And basically what I got from it was that you give disadvantage to anyone who attacks to an enemy who attacks anyone but you,
Yes.
and because of your variant human class, you give disadvantage to anyone who attacks you,
Yeah, being the wild hunter
Mhm.
thing.
while also gaining advantage on them and being cross-eyed from marking 2 different things.
No, up to like 5. Don't forget,
Yeah.
because it costs
Yeah.
no concentration. You grew 6 fucking eyes, and you're good.
Fucking
Again,
eyes on the inside.
like the stuff that's in the in actual Xanthar's guide, I have no problem with because it doesn't conflict with anything ridiculous, like the UA stuff. So when it does, when you look at the UA stuff and you go, oh, then like with the shifter, using this with a shifter, fucking fantastic, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like as long as you're shifted, yeah, cool, awesome. But like also everyone's marked, so you get another additional D6, and I don't see why you couldn't cast it at a higher level, but it doesn't say you can, so I guess the argument is there is that it doesn't say you can cast it at a higher level, but I don't know.
Just most of the time when Geralt fights, Roach isn't present.
That's what I
because
figured.
Roach represents like a significant monetary like investment for Geralt, and he doesn't want to risk his horse's life because buying horses costs a lot.
Yeah, I can imagine so. Like, there's a reason why it's a symbol of wealth, right?
Mhm.
Alright.
Their skill proficiency from a list. History will help you remember all the lore. There's a bunch of it. You're born to the saddle, giving you an advantage on saves against being knocked off your horse. You're not incapacitated when you fall off of it, as long as it's not from 10 feet or more. And you can mount your horse with 5 feet of movement instead of half your movement speed. You can also place an unwavering mark on a creature you hit with a melee attack while they're within 5 feet of you. They'll have disadvantage on attacks against creatures that aren't you. If they manage to make an attack against someone else, you can make another attack against them next round with your bonus action with advantage and deal extra damage equal to half your fighter level. This all lasts until the end of your next turn, and you've got an amount of these equal to your strength modifier, so let's get that higher. 4th level fighters get an ability score improvement. More strength means bigger, more accurate hits, and more unwavering marks, so let's invest in that. 5th level fighters get an extra attack, so you get nothing because they don't stack between classes. Sorry, champ. But
So
these
then
levels
why
will
take
actually
the-
help you get more total attacks in the end, so it kind of works out. 6th
What?
level fighters get another ability score improvement, letting us cap off your strength score for some big old meaty hits.
Why?
7th level cavaliers get warding maneuver, letting you roll a d8 as a reaction to add to the AC of yourself or a creature within 5 feet of you against an attack.
Oh god, I went all the way back. Whoops. Oh no, I don't want that. Okay, sorry about that. So, oh god, he goes up to fucking 8th okay. Wait. Wow. So the rest of it's fighter? Okay. So I just wanted to look at unwavering, whatever it was.
Works out. 6th level
Mark.
fighters get another ability score
Yeah, let's
improvement,
just
letting
get
us cap
back
off your
there.
strength score for some big old meaty hits. 7th level cavaliers get warding maneuver, letting you roll a d8 as a reaction to add to the AC of yourself or a creature within 5 feet of you against an attack. Even if the attack lands, the target still gets resistance to the damage, so this will keep you, Siri, or Roach safe. You've got an amount of
It's gonna keep Roach safe, boyo.
Like literally, Geralt's approach in the books, at least,
Mm-hmm.
is that of I'm going to try to keep my horse safe by keeping him like away from the combat. But like, if my horse is here at the start of combat and I'm on my horse, I'm going to try to get the fuck out.
Yeah.
And then battle again on my own terms.
The other...
He doesn't bring Roach with him to battle, and I guarantee you his approach in battle is, if it's me or the horse, fuck the horse.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. That is something that I get entirely just from looking at his character. The other thing that I get from looking at his character is that all of this maneuvers and shit, why he's not fighting with people, right? Like he doesn't prefer
Most
to
of the time, no.
Yeah, he does not like to work with people. at all in the sense of like having to rely on other people in that way, as far as I'm aware.
In my fights, or in my playthrough of The Witcher 3, and this is just my playthrough,
Sure.
it's actually about 70-30 people,
Sure.
I would actually say. Primarily because this is Eurojank trash Poland, where life is cheap and fast,
Oh, really?
and there are absolutely bandits on the road, and people who will like kill you for looking at them wrong, or for you calling them out on them like raping their daughter
Sure.
or something. So you do fight a lot of people, but Geralt prefers to fight monsters.
Well, yeah. What I mean is, are you in a group of people?
Oh yeah, no, a loner.
That's my
Pretty
problem
much
with.
as a rule.
Yeah, that's my problem with doing this, is that you're making a loner character who will not work well in a party at all for any reason.
Mhm.
Like, you're giving him all this stuff to make him work well in a party, but he would not be having any of this.
Yeah.
I don't understand what your point here is. You're trying to make it work for a party, but if the person who watches this video that I'm imagining is who is the one who will just play Geralt, then they're just doing a solo campaign.
Like, I mean, exceptions of course exist, much like if Geralt is with another Witcher, he'll happily hunt alongside them.
Oh, absolutely.
Um
That doesn't
and
surprise me.
like even in the show and in The Last Wish, he is with a party of people that are setting out to kill a dragon.
Okay.
But that was because there were extenuating circumstances.
And it also makes sense because you're fighting a dragon.
Yeah, Geralt also has a rule, Witchers don't kill dragons because they try not to kill sentient beings.
That makes sense, yeah.
And dragons are endangered to the point of being near extinction.
Yeah.
Not because a lot of dragons are evil, but just because a dragon's way of life doesn't
Coincide.
blend well with humanity's. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So again, I wonder what the point, other than this is something that I can capitalize on to make a video on, is, and also make a very strange UA love letter. Very, very strange.
Honestly, I get the feeling that he's not read the books. And maybe played the games briefly.
I don't know.
He watched the show.
Potentially.
But
I don't know if he has, because it's also got a lot of things in there where I'm like, well, this is not how he is. So, okay.
that may also be representative of, you said you only saw the first 3 episodes though, right? Of the show?
Yeah, but that's a lot of character that I saw of, like, he doesn't like fighting with people. He doesn't want to work with people. Yeah. He's literally said that. He doesn't go into battle with his horse. It's not, like, an active thing that's shown, but every time he's fighting, his horse is nowhere near. It's contradictory even in the first few episodes that I've seen. And I did play the second game, so I've played the second game, and I know a little, whatever I retained at least, which is not much, but still. It's not good. I don't think we need to watch the rest of this, because it's just going through more fighter stuff.
I'm good with not.
Yeah, because, like, it's just, he's gonna get to 8th level, you get, what, another attack, which means 4 attacks, or 3 attacks, excuse me.
If it's alright with you, let me just kind of, like, get quick snapshots of the rest of the video and see if I can pick up anything else.
Oh, yeah, go for it. I will let you fucking have control of this.
These equal to your constitution modifier per long rest is the best bet. It also gives you more free hunter's marks, so that's pretty good.
Fuck you.
Constitution helps you live long. saving throw once per long rest. Probably going to need this for a charisma or intelligence save, though there's the other school of thought to use this on saves you're actually good at to make sure it turns into a success. You're the one playing, you'll know it's right. 10th level Cavaliers can hold the line, letting you pin creatures you hit with an opportunity attack and reduce their speed to 0. You also get to make opportunity attacks against
Geralt
creatures
never
that
does
move within
anything
5
like
feet
that.
of you, even if they're not breaking engagement. That's really good. Our capstone damage with concentration-free hunter's marks, adding a d6 to every attack, 3 attacks per round, and a capped damage modifier. All of that's magical as well, so resistances shouldn't be an issue. You're also loaded up with skills, making you great outside of combat. Finally, you're nice and bulky, with plenty of HP and ways to reduce incoming damage. For weaknesses, low charisma could hurt you when you're trying to get paid or not get banished. Your AC is also pretty low before a multi-attack defense boost, which could send your big health pool down quickly. Finally, your 5th level fighter extra attack doesn't stack, so you've got a level where you get nothing, and that's not very fun. But being a Witcher isn't about having fun. It's about stopping the greater evils and all
But
that
D&D
jazz. Get your 2
is.
swords going and cut down the worst monsters, and patient. Find yourself a bard to make business a little bit easier.
Oh, shut up.
The Bard one, I get.
I get it. Yeah, absolutely. But he's only referring that to that because of the show.
Yes, gear, yeah.
Like, so D&D. I'm sorry. Playing this. If you watch this video and you do everything he said, you're not supposed to be having fun. You're not supposed to be.
I think that's a bit taking him out of context.
I don't know, because you're not supposed to have fun as a Witcher. You're supposed to be able to do the job. That's what he said. That's verbatim. Not verbatim, but we can play it again.
He is clearly not saying that you should not be playing D&D and having fun.
No, I agree. You're right. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be having fun playing D&D. I'm saying that if you, like, the character should not be having fun, I guess, is what I mean.
Oh, well, yeah. I find it safe to say that most characters aren't usually having fun in the heat of combat, though.
Depends, obviously.
I mean, yeah,
some might enjoy the challenge and all that shit.
There's always a scattering, but not everyone is fight man.
Yeah, you're right. But yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. I just I know, and that's why I said you are. That's just to reaffirm.
Yeah, we are always correct here.
Absolutely. But yes, I don't think this is a good video for many reasons.
As a bit of a Witcher nerd, it's not representative of Geralt. And as a D&D nerd, if you try to play this, you'll die.
Like, I think there's also, you're very strange in assuming that you can get everyone to be able to play the UA stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
And also very strange in that what I had assumed at the beginning of the video was very much a joke with you're going to, what was it? His goals of having the horse.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah. I don't remember. Oh yeah, the goals itself. Yeah, get a horse.
Next, we'll get some Witcher magic, and I'm sure I'm going to pronounce all of those signs correctly. Finally, Geralt needs a horse to get around on. It's a big continent. Who wants to do all that walking? For stats, we're using the standard point array.
Yeah.
Like, again, none of your stuff that you did got you a horse. It just made it so that if you're on a horse,
that is true.
You're better, right? Like, quite literally.
You could have had a version of Paladin wherein your healing is flavored as you drinking a potion of like white honey, or not white honey, because that clears toxicity. Maybe it is white honey. Swallow. That's what it's called. Swallow.
Okay. I like, just assuming UA is fine is just strange. I don't think you understand that as far as I'm aware, a lot of other people are like, UA? Are you sure? Let me take a look at that. Oh, right?
And then you get laughed at.
And then, yeah, and then they say, No. It's the rare time. But it's the right time. Like, come on, I liked your other video. Tulok.
Yeah, so, hey, you know what though? I told you before this even started that I think the worst example that we can have is Geralt.
It's been the worst. I might personally go through a few of these others and go and see what's going on.
Yeah.
I watched the Sonic one, and you're a Tabaxi. First off, which is fine.
Fast, though.
I
understand
guess.
that.
Yeah, it's fine. But like at the same time,
where there are no good hedgehog races in D&D 5e.
No, of course not. I'm just saying, like,
I haven't checked UA. I wasn't aware that was a possibility.
I was gonna say, as long as it's not homebrew, I mean, anything's fair game that's not homebrew, except when it is.
Sonic races is absolutely a
Yeah, I don't know about that. Anyway, Tulok, thank you for being a content creator, so that we can respond to your
Thank you, Tulok, for giving us something to talk about and for posting these videos. From what I've seen of your content, you generally do pretty good work.
Yeah.
Can't really say as I agree with your Geralt of Rivia video, but that's me.
Yeah.
I would think it would just be far more simplistic to go for an Eldritch Knight and have a couple flavor things than dipping so heavily into UA. Keep doing what you're doing.
As long as it's not the Geralt thing.
Yeah. And thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Like, again, no hate whatsoever. It's just, I just don't agree with that video. It's just not, it's not great. UA stuff, man. I'll be looking for it in the other things that I look into that I know a little bit about.
UA is poison.
UA is a very strange well to dip your toes in for a bunch of this shit. I don't understand.
UA is a very weird well to dive into, you mean?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's just baffling.
Can I play Geralt? Yeah, sure, I guess. Cool, can I use UA? No. Well,
No.
you already told me I could play Geralt.
It's like, I don't understand what you mean. It's that meme of like the two pictures of like tell me which one is UA, and the person's looking at it and it's Geralt and and a ranger.
I see no difference.
I see no difference. Exactly. Like, I see no difference in these pictures.
They're the same picture.
Yeah. Yeah. So don't know. All right. So that's that.
Yeah.
How are you feeling on time and such?
Let's go for it.
Sick.
I can probably do one video of the next channel if we continue our current rate.
Okay, I'm going to have a tough time probably making this into audio stuff, but that's fine.
You were like, oh, we're going to start off like really bad and then end really good, and like
we started off pretty okay.
We started off really freaking good.
We
and
got
then we went to bad.
We got a shit sandwich. I know.
I'm wondering how good the second channel's
So I think it's fine. Do we want to do the one where he's talking about the people, or where he does the One Punch Man thing?
Follow your heart. Surprise me.
Okay.
I just want to be entertained, Alejo.
To be fair, they're both kind of short, so let's go with. Oh, okay, that was that one. Well, we're doing this one then. So this is from.
Ooh.
Okay. Steamboat something. Let me check again.
Sam?
Plain simple. Yes, plain simple, not Steamboat anything. I'm just looking at that, and that's why my brain got like that. But yes, plain simple. I saw this, and I saw the One Punch Man thing, and I enjoyed them, and I think they're okay videos. Honestly, I think they're pretty good.
Okay.
I could be less right. I don't know. Depends.
Good catch.
So let's and again, this is only 7 minutes and it's pretty straightforward, and I kind of just agree mostly, I think. So here we go.
D&D is a fantasy game where the word creative freedom has almost no boundaries. With around a dozen unique classes to choose from, not including Ranger, backgrounds that fill the void in your character's lifetime from when you...
Mhm.
Go back a bit. I
Mhm.
really liked that drawing of the bow.
Oh yeah. it's real weird.
That's a good bow right there. That's exactly how you should be loading a bow if you're playing Ranger.
But I also agree with what he says of, yeah, Rangers are unique.
Yeah.
Oh well.
to choose from, not including Ranger, backgrounds that fill the void in your character's lifetime from when you were just a wee bab up until now, and personality traits to make your hot boy sizzle like an overcooked steak Golden Corral. Almost no Dungeons & Dragons character is ever made alike. But you've already read the title of this video, so I'm not going to be talking about the unique snowflake characters of D&D, but rather the ones that were made with more questionably original content. There's a lot of factors that go into creating a character for any gamer project. People can't just sit down and instantly create a Picasso or the Mona Lisa. It takes time, a lot of renditions, and a lot of paper. But we don't have time for that, so now what? Well, what do we have to work with? Our brains? What? No, are you crazy? That's not a tool for creation. Get your head out of the clouds.
Joe Cat, including like the crumpled paper background.
Oh yeah. It's a similar style. I don't know when they started, but yeah. Again, I really enjoy this kind of style that they're doing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm totally digging it.
Yeah. For those of you who are audio, it looks like hand-drawn-ish in a way.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
and it's using a crumpled kind of paper look so that for its background, which is very interesting.
Disk drive.
Yeah, exactly. And it looks great, and you should check it out.
Also, the 4 keys on the keyboard, the WASD and the arrows.
Yeah, yeah.
I know, the internet! What a stable source for original content! I'm not gonna lie when I say that most of the characters that I create in D&D are influenced in some way or another by fan culture. Be it from that awesome video game character that I thought was cool, to the other video game character I thought was cool. Now that I think about it, a lot of my characters are inspired by video games. But whatever. You may think that there's only 1 or 2 ways to make an unoriginal character, but there's actually 3 types of ways to do it. Now, I'm not hating on any specific ways to build a character, and I'm just addressing some of the pitfalls of using unoriginal characters and how it could affect the table in most D&D games. It's not really a bad thing when the player comes to the table with an unoriginal character, so long as the other players and the DM are cool with your concept. So consider this video as my exaggerated opinion rather than any sort of fact. We don't do facts on this channel. We're not Wikipedia. Now, so I don't sound like I'm hating towards anyone in particular, let's start with the types of characters that I'm usually guilty of creating. Let's call this group the copycats. Now, copycats are the types to take personality traits from one character and use them in their own. A lot of my creations fall into this list because if you think about it, movie and video game characters already have so much detail stitched into their designs. So it did make sense for my worthless empty brain to lead towards wanting to rob from them. Now, using a fan character as a base for your own concept isn't a bad thing, and in the end it could make your character a lot more appealing. You gotta make sure that what you take fits with the design of your character. To give you an idea on what a copycat looks like, when I first began playing D&D, I made a half-elf rogue named Loki Grandel. I got inspiration from the Norse god Loki, and I wanted to play a character with a similar conniving personality. Someone charming and slick. Loki was my inspiration, so I dabbed a bit of his charm onto my character and boom! I had a cool character concept. So, the next type of character plagiarism.
So before we go too far, obviously, not too much we're gonna say about this because, I mean, there's nothing that's been wrong so far, right?
There's been nothing too in depth yet.
Exactly, and also like, it's like he's pointed out, just taking inspiration from what you like and making a character around that is totally fine. Like we've already given examples of doing ourselves as well. So yeah, that's totally fine, and people are cool with it as long as it's something kind of original in the sense of personality. Hey, it does a lot, considering it's a bunch of us sitting around a table and literally just acting at each other. So yeah,
it's improv.
Exactly.
is a little bit more involved than the first, in that it takes a little bit more convincing to get people believing that your character is actually original. Skinners are the types to get so attached to a fan character's physique that they fantasize carving out that character's body and wearing them as a skin suit. In normal people terms, these players just like the way that the fan character looks and wants to roleplay as someone who looks like them. I see this a lot in my campaigns, and there's a lot of creative ways that you could go about it. Firstly, something that Skinners are really attached to is the physical appearance of their senpai, which means that unlike copycats, they're usually more open to creating a unique personality for their character, rather than just pirating one and calling it a day. However, when the group meets up for the first time and it's your turn to describe how your character looks, you instead give a perfect description of Mega Man. It's obvious that the people around the table are probably going to assume that your character is Mega Man, regardless of the backstory and personality traits that you gave her. Yes, you didn't even wait until I mentioned their gender, you impatient monster. This is my OC, Mega Woman. That doesn't sound right. But I digress. It's the way you steal your senpai's face that matters. If you're guilty of being a Skinner and you need some pro tips from a cool guy, then don't worry, bro, or female bro. I have you covered. It's always a good idea to stay open to the idea of your character changing. Stay loose and ready to imagine your character as an unusual class, new clothing, or even a different gender. If you're fine with that, then cool. Giving your character traits that set them apart from the original design should help your case when you need to explain how this character is nothing like that other guy you're probably thinking of. I try after that to show the table that my character isn't just Link, but rather Birdinghammer, barbarian elf and savior of the Seven Isles. He's blonde, strongly built, and wields a legendary weapon named the Master Axe, which he uses to seal the evil within the realm. A quest, he's heard, is required to unlock the weapon.
So a playstyle like this, I've never heard of them being called Skinners, but
Mhm.
I've always referred to these people as legally distinct and whatever.
Okay, I haven't heard that before.
True power. So yeah, there are ways to make awesome character designs off of original characters, and sometimes it comes out even better than you'd imagine. Or you can just steal everything from the original. If you really like Senpai's abs that much, I'm not gonna judge. Skinners may be something, but aren't nearly as plagiaristic as character type number 3. These PCs are the ones that merge the copycat's way of mimicking personalities with the Skinner's way of mimicking appearance. I'm gonna call these guys the cloners. Cloners take their senpai's personality traits, ideals, bonds, flaws, and face and stick it onto themselves. At this point, the player who designed this creative masterpiece is just RPing as this character. Cloners are usually the ones to attempt to recreate their senpais in the game as similarly as possible to the original, giving them a fitting set of abilities that they could imagine that character using. Frankly, unless your DM accepts plagiarism in his classroom, or no one else has ever heard of what game or movie your character comes from, these types of designs can just kill the immersion.
Exactly. Like, again, if you think about it, hey, you're in fantasy D&D, which is semi-medieval, kind of. It also has some advances in technology that don't make sense for the medieval time, and a weird economy. But yeah, there's all this kind of stuff, and you're fighting dragons and ghouls and stuff, and you bring in Mario.
Yeah.
It's just
What-
like, oh.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
one thing if you want to be sort of like a Geralt type, where that's already fantasy.
Mhm.
But if you're coming to the table with Jadam Ensign, then like we're gonna have a problem.
The half-human, half-warforged,
Yeah.
something else I
Now,
wanted to...
if you want to be like a half human, half warforged, and be like, I was an android that like only got half completed or
Oh, sure.
something, then my master died. That's really fucking cool. But
Yeah.
like, and
And it-
in a situation like that, I'll even give you like 2 uses of I didn't ask for this.
Fair enough, yeah. Again,
But,
there are degrees to this, obviously.
Yes.
Like, the other thing I wanted to mention is that he's talked about Skinners before, and how they like to steal the appearance and stuff. And what I wanted to say is that Shadowrun, Cyberpunk has a faction in it that is a bunch of people that take on the appearance of somebody famous. And they just, because they really like want to be them or something. I don't remember exactly what it is. But there's like, I think one of the famous ones was like a gang of people that look like John F. Kennedy or something. I'm not entirely sure. I might be wrong in that. It might have been a different example.
I love this.
Right?
I love the idea of like a bunch of like a dozen Richard Nixons sitting
Yes.
alone in a room and going, "I'm not a crook."
That's what I'm saying, man. Like,
That's
okay,
hilarious.
let me find it. Cyberpunk.
Sorry, hold on. I have to take my headphones off to do this.
Yeah.
That's amazing. I love that.
Yeah, no, it's from the tabletop game. Cyberpunk 2020 classes. I guess it's roles. No, this isn't right. Oh, why is it not easy to find these things?
Yeah.
Oh,
But like,
there it
if
is.
you're a player and you want to look like Adam Jensen in a Cyberpunk campaign, you could absolutely be like, "Oh yeah, I'm part of this group," and then that adds flavor and depth to your character,
Oh, totally.
while also allowing you to look like Adam Jensen.
Mm-hmm. And again, like that's
Yeah,
fine.
he's not a bad looking guy.
No, he's cool. He's cool looking.
Yeah, he didn't ask for this.
He did not ask for it, to be fair.
I have
except when he goes throughout the game and continues to ask for it by leveling up and getting more and more powers and going, I need that though.
Signs the waiver to get a sick ass like Uchigatana arm, and then when he wakes up from the surgery, goes, "I didn't ask for this."
Adam, I don't know what you say. Didn't ask for
You
this.
signed the consent forms.
Did you
We
not
have
read
right here
them?
that you asked for this.
Did you not read the consent forms? I never asked for
I'm
this.
not getting sued for malpractice.
I never asked for it though. It's
I
like,
never asked for it.
alright, yeah.
I literally have this recording of you walking into my office and going, "Please, sir, I need to be able to fire lasers from my fingertips." You begged me, in fact. Right here, it's a still of you on your hands and knees, begging with tears on your robotic face. I never asked for this.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, I can't find it. Unfortunately, somebody will figure it out. But I'm pretty sure that that's a whole thing. Of like, there are people that just want to look like other people, and so they get like surgery and shit to make themselves look like famous people, and that's just their thing.
Well, it's like that guy who had reconstructive face surgery to look like Justin Bieber.
Oh, jeez, there's a guy who did that.
Oh yeah, and fucking plot twist, surgery didn't go well.
Oh no, that's unfortunate. Well, let's continue on.
See if I can find it for you.
Characters, and just right in the middle pops Mario, Master
Oh.
Plumber and Savior
I
of the
think it was
Princess
Justin
of Peach.
Bieber anyway.
That's oops. I guess I stole the example that he was gonna give.
Are you there?
Yeah. Hello? Hello? Uh-oh. 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 Hello? Hello? Uh-oh. Aiden? Apologies again, folks. We're experiencing technical difficulties on the internet side again, which is very unfortunate because we're getting close to the end here, and soon enough we'll get there and we'll have a nice little chat, won't we? Won't we? Yes, I guess I'll keep looking for the thing. Google. Don't look at my backgrounds and stuff. Yeah, like I was saying, using these guys as inspiration is totally fine. I see no reason whatsoever why you can't. Oh, is it Cyberpunk Red? I wonder. Classes. That's the one. Nope, not release. Whoops. Apologies. There we go. Okay. But yes, I see no reason why not doing that, or why you should not do that, other than if you take it too far to the point of like, I am the character, like has been stated a bunch of times. Yeah, I can't seem to find it. Am I just, let me search some stuff. Hold on. Again. People who get surgery to look like famous
Hello.
people. Oh, he's back. Yes.
I am back. My internet died.
I see that.
Yeah. Guy's name is Toby Sheldon.
Okay.
Spent $100,000 on surgery to become. Oh. I was lifting an article. To get a picture for you, and the article is that he died of a drug overdose.
Yikes. Well, that sucks. Sorry, dude.
Died in 2015. That's not long after I first found out about him.
Sorry, dude. Well, that's a.
Oh.
All right.
Okay. And like the weirdest thing is he actually like he looked fine before. Like, dude was a decent looking guy.
Oh yeah, he looks okay. Yeah.
And then underwent a objective downgrade, spent $100,000 on it, and then killed himself.
That sucks. That's
Like
real
any
bad.
beginner should do.
Oof. Okay. Well, I found out what it was called. Posers. They're called posers. They're poser gangs of people that make themselves look like celebrities regardless of what their previous gender was or anything, and they are gangs of people that look like this. So again, gang of fucking Richard Nixon or
yeah, that's
anybody.
a terrifying thought.
Yep.
Like a bunch of them walking down the street, like snapping their fingers.
Oh, totally. It's great. All right, let's
I'll get out real fucking quick.
Let's continue on here.
Varying characters, and just right in the middle pops Mario, Master Plumber and Savior of the Princess Peach. Now, that could be hilarious, and yes, it'd be awesome to see Mario storm a castle with his allies and fight a dragon turtle to save his best girl. But there's a few problems with that.
Same.
Cloners usually get bored with their characters sooner than others, and it gets worse the closer the PC resembles their senpai. So yeah, it could be hilarious and awesome, but also embarrassing and possibly immersion breaking. I'd only really recommend that people play characters like this if the campaign is specifically set to cater to that design, so players beware. There's a lot of different ways to make a character in D&D, and some of them are a lot more creative than others. In the end though, it's your design and you get to decide how your character looks, talks, and acts in the world, regardless of how you got your inspiration, what you enjoyed at the time, or even how badly you want to RP as Diva. I'm sure it'll be fun in the long run, so long as you and the other players can enjoy themselves at the table. Do whatever you want. Like I said, D&D is a game of creative freedom, and no one is holding you back. But seriously, if you make Diva and bring her into my campaign, we're going to have some problems. Hey, wait a...
So yeah,
very good points. Very good points.
Again, yeah, that's what I said. I figured the fucking game. Hello. This video is really good. Blaine Simple. Blaine Simple is his name.
Yes, earned himself at least one subscriber.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Same. I mean, already. Yeah. So like, yeah. If you don't know about him, fucking go follow him and go watch his stuff. And like, it's good stuff. Legitimately.
Oh hell yeah, he has Shield Hero in D&D.
Yeah, he does. I watched that for like a second.
I find it really weird that I see his thumbnail of Shield Hero in D&D, and it does not evoke the same feeling of this could be potentially dread-giving as
right?
It did on the other channel.
I know.
Though, granted, I'm absolutely going to watch the video for Shield Hero and Dante
Again, yeah,
after we get out of this.
that's fair. But yeah, so unless you want to kick on to the last one, the Saitama one,
We could blast through it real quick,
yeah,
actually.
sure. Okay. Let's do that, and we'll end it off after. One Paw Man D&D, go!
Today's video is sponsored by thedeckofmany.com.
Welcome aboard, sir. We hope you enjoy your stay.
Okay.
So here we go. Our question for today is, in D&D, how much damage can we possibly do in one punch?
So, right off the bat, I love it, because it's not, he used the title to get you in, and then he's like, hey man, hey, guess what? It's not entirely what the video's about. It's actually, there's a thing we're doing here, for a reason. Right. Good. Oh no, he's gone again. Oh, he missed it. Oh, we gotta go all the way back. Fucking hell. Come on, man. And why does your internet hate you at 12:49 in the morning? It's fine, dude. It's fine. Hey, all you out there in either podcasty land of audio only or in video land, you should come and hang out in the YouTube channel, and subscribe, or you should follow the podcast via Spotify or Google Play Music or literally wherever you're getting your podcast. If it's not there, let me know. Hey, that doesn't make sense because otherwise you wouldn't have found the podcast. But regardless, please, if you are listening to this, please let me know things that are that should be improved, or like where I should put the podcast as well. Oh no, he's gone. He's actually gone. And so if you could do that, that would be fantastic. I mean, leave a cool rating or whatever if you like the podcast. That'd be really cool. And if there's enough of you out there to warrant it, I've been thinking about opening the Discord up so that people are able to be around before. Oh, hey, he's back. Maybe. Well, I'll continue on with my stay. Oh,
Hello.
hey, he's back.
I love rural internet.
Dude, same. Let me just finish what I was saying, and then we'll get right back into it. Yeah, so if you're out there and you have interest in this, and there's enough of you out there, potentially in the future, I'll open up the Discord, and have little sections for all of you people out there. Or we could get some, I don't know, other things going as well. Maybe some neat little things. Who knows? But it'd be cool if there's a lot of you out there who want to actually chat, because chatting is cool.
We should come up with a name for our fans.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We need to get some first, to be fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, if there are people out there that find this somehow, let me know, and you know.
If
Well,
we keep shitting on enough popular channels on YouTube, surely we'll get some.
That's the dream, isn't it? Not the point, but that's just a part of it. Oh well. Anyway, are you back in and ready to watch?
Yep, I've refreshed.
Cool.
Watch together.
Welcome aboard, sir. We hope you enjoy your stay.
God, the fucking heterochromia.
So here we go. Our question for today is, in D&D, how much damage can we possibly do in one punch? First.
And like I was saying before, when you rudely died, he draws you in with One Punch Man, and he's like, "Oh man, One Punch Man in D&D," and then he goes, "Oh, but this is actually for a purpose of like
How
Yeah,
much
yeah,
damage can you do with a
It's a
punch?
thought experiment. Can
Exactly.
we do limit breakers?
Exactly.
Which is also another fantastic channel that should be checked out if anyone here loves Dark Souls, specifically Dark Souls 3.
There you go.
Like how much damage can you do with a single attack or a single spell, or how high can you get your damage resistances? Is it
Sure.
possible to get your damage resistance so high that an attack does 0 damage? Stuff like that.
Cool.
How high can you get health regen? Stuff like that.
Yeah.
And it's semi clickbait because it's like, oh man, One Punch Man and D&D, and you expect a build, but it's not a build; it's a thought project.
Yeah, and like legitimately it doesn't it just like you'll see it's not a build, it's just what you would need to make this happen. And like it's also not clickbait. I mean, it is clickbait obviously, but it's also not untrue because he also still uses him as the reference, you know?
Yeah,
So
it's absolutely doing what One Punch Man does. As his fighting style.
Exactly. And obviously there's some liberties taken. There will be some liberties taken. But again, it's not because it's One Punch Man, it's because we're doing the experiment, right? So it's fine.
Not One Punch Man. It's One Punch Man.
Exactly.
First of all, we need to make some ground rules for this monster of a challenge. Like always, a more detailed rule set will be in the description below, but for now, just know that Saitama's a level 20 character. We can wield or possess any official items of our choosing. Bonuses from items that have us roll percentile dice to attain benefits won't be discussed. We're only allowed to punch one time. We can't get other people to help us with spells or other abilities.
Fantastic.
We can't reflavor spells or other non-unarmed strike attacks to mimic a fist. Our opponent has no special vulnerabilities, can't be surprised, can't be hindered with conditions, or affected by saving throws. Our attack is automatically assumed to be a critical. And when we roll our damage dice, we're going to be rolling them as high as possible. Alright, to begin.
You said, and I wonder why.
Personally, because of my history on the Limit Breakers channel, I'm usually a bit more forgiving for using things like like if you found some weird super niche use for Big B's hand to use as a punch, I'd be totally okay with that.
Sure, but I would say that it doesn't work with the experiment in the sense of you're doing one punch. Like this is one punch as a person, right? A spell as such is like with Big B's hand, you can't really buff at all.
Yeah.
Like,
well, that's why I say some super. I'm not saying, oh, let's definitely use Big B's hand. I'm saying like some fist-like spell.
Sure. Well,
would be,
spells are used.
I would consider a fist-like spell, which I am refusing to name any particulars of at the moment because I can't think of any, but that doesn't mean that my point isn't valid.
Okay.
A super niche setup and usage of one fist-based spell.
A fist-like
spell.
To
be, yes. One might say the spell fist. I would consider to be a perfectly valid resolution of the question.
If parameters were met, I suppose so. But again, those parameters would then translate to, if you use it, can you do more damage than this? Right?
Yeah.
That becomes the experiment of, this is the standard now, you have to try to achieve it somehow. Which spells are much harder to buff. Like, I would say at least, unless you're, well, it depends, I guess, on, oh no, that's why you said, oh god, chat. I've called you chat, by the way, because I expect you to respond to me like that, at some point, because I like it when you take the time to say words to me. But yeah, we're gonna flip around through countries for a while here. But I don't know if I'm wrong about, I'm sorry, less right about my stance with spells.
can certainly be buffed when you're using them to cast at a higher level, such as something like, I guess, why can't I think of a spell? I'm gonna open my book here and use whatever's here. Lightning arrow, sure, or lightning bolt even. Both of these are, damage based, and if you cast them at higher levels, it increases damage. So that's, I mean, either of those, you increase the damage by doing that, but there's very little unless you have a magic item, I guess, that will increase it by a bit. And there's also the vulnerability thing, which is already out of the question, with this in particular, I guess, because of the parameter set, because we're just trying to, in this video, not we, but Blaine here, is trying to figure it out without having that as well.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome back.
Make your point quickly, please. I don't know how long my internet will last.
I was saying like, spells are harder to increase damage of without going to a higher level and without magic items that are specifically for that type of damage, and that can only go to so far because you can only have so many attuned.
Okay.
And yeah, I don't know. It just seems a lot more difficult.
That's fair. But not impossible.
No, I'm not saying it's impossible. I would just say I think it would be rather improbable to get it to such a degree that it considers as good as what we are about to see.
Well, I do agree with you that it's improbable. I would also say that I just personally think of it as an unnecessary limitation. I would accept a wider variety than what he is limiting himself to. I'm not saying that he's wrong to do this. I'm saying I would accept more potential things, but kudos to him for finding a good acceptable answer, even with less desirable starting point of fewer possibilities.
See, then again, because I would need examples of things that you would consider to be fist spells.
None shall be forthcoming.
Of course not.
Uh-huh.
That's the unfortunate part here, where I can't.
If I want to cast fistball, that's up to me.
See, if you make a spell, then I suppose, right? But the question here is using just what we have given, right? As far as I'm aware. Right.
Well, if you check Unearthed Arcana, you'll see that there's a
yeah,
spell
you're
called
right.
Fistball that does 5.
I think he's died again. Yep, he's died again. We might have to cut it short, folks. I do apologize. Oh, is he back? Oh,
I could hear you the whole time.
But you couldn't say anything. I don't know.
Oh, I told you I can hear you twice.
Yeah, I didn't hear you at all.
Well, that's because you weren't listening to me.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
All right, let's power through the video.
Yeah.
Again, let's start somewhere easy. To wrap up his class, Saitama needs to be a 19th level paladin and a 1st level warlock. Because Saitama is a high level paladin, he gets a few abilities called smites, which allow him to deal a crud load of damage in a very short amount of time. Smite number 1 is Banishing Smite, which starts off our build with 5d10 force damage. Smite number 2 is Divine Smite, which adds another 6d10 radiant damage. And just for some extra smiting, Smite 3 is Improved Divine Smite, which adds an extra 1d8 in radiant damage for our attack. Any more smites? No? Alright, let's move on. But unarmed fist strikes aren't considered weapons, Blaine. I hear all of you D&D veterans pointing out.
No, that's not
and
true.
you're all absolutely right. In order to make Saitama's fists actual weapons, we need to rig him up with some of the best punching technology in the Forgotten Realms. All Saitama needs to do to fix his little fists aren't weapons dilemma is to don on a set of demon armor. Essentially, Demon Armor turns Saitama's flat 1 damage punches into magical 1d6 plus 1 damage
Yeah, I
punches
know, right?
with added Shredder Gauntlets for a cool factor. Now that our fists are considered actual weapons, we'll be able to add on a few bonuses that we otherwise couldn't later on. For the next item on our list, let's take a closer look at our fist. Our normal, boring humanoid fists are way too weak and meaty. We need a real fist. A cursed mummy fist! Ooh! All Saitama needs to do is lop off his favorite fist and attach his cool new mummy fist to replace it. Don't try this at home, kids. This cursed hand,
Using
also
devil
known as the Hand of
breakers.
Vesna, adds a chilling 2d8
Vesna?
cold damage
Yeah,
to our
yeah.
demon.
There's also he pronounces Vecna Vesna the entire video. Sorry, didn't warn you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the only thing that I'm like, okay. Now that I'm looking at it though, also, unarmed strikes are totally a melee weapon attack. It means a melee weapon attack, which is your fist can be considered a melee weapon, I suppose. Although now I'm seeing
he was thinking only if it's a monk or
I see here unarmed strikes don't belong on the weapons table in
well, of course
something.
not, because it's a weapons table.
I
What are you buying your hands?
I don't know.
Hey bud, where did you buy your hands from? Oh, I got a good deal the other day. I had a coupon.
The rule on unarmed strike should read as follows. I don't know. Wait, what is this edition from? I don't know. Instead of using a weapon to make a melee weapon attack, you can use an unarmed strike, a punch, kick, headbutt, or similar forceful blow, none of which count as weapons. On a hit, an unarmed strike deals bludgeoning damage equal 1 plus your strength. What is this from? From the errata? Errata? What the fuck is errata? ERRATA? What the fuck is this? Oh. What? Wait, what? Oh, is this a podcast that they do? I don't know. Dragon Talk? I guess so. Oh.
Yeah, not even monks have it technically count as a weapon.
That's...
They can count as magical weapons for the purpose of, like, overcoming resistances.
Yeah. So I guess...
But I was looking at martial arts, what they get at first level, and that's just dex instead of strength for attack and damage rolls. For unarmed strike and monk weapons, D4 in place of normal damage of unarmed strike or monk weapon.
Yeah, everything
changes
says...
as you gain levels.
Everything says you
Yeah,
can use an unarmed strike in place of a weapon when making a melee weapon attack. So you would think with the wording like that...
When making a melee weapon attack, that sounds to me like a melee weapon, an unarmed strike is a subclass of melee weapon attack.
Yeah,
Regardless, it's fucking
This is a debate that
not,
is a thing apparently, so... Huh.
Yeah, it strikes me as something that's neither here nor there.
I would be interested to see what people think though. Like all that.
You can always tweet what's his face on Twitter.
Who?
It's one of the creators of D&D.
Oh, Merles? Mike Merles?
I don't know. The only name in my head is Dan Southworth right now, and he voiced Virgil. So
okay, sure. I'm thinking Mike Merles because he's the one that's like the face of the company every now and again. So
yeah, I'm shaking the magic 8-ball, and I've got Dan Southworth, and chances don't look good. So
all right, well let's continue on here.
Gauntlet Slash. All Saitama needs to do now is strap on his belt of Storm Giant Strength, which immediately grants him the benefits of a 5-year gym membership. In damage terms, the belt gives us a +9 to our Slashy Slaps damage due to our newfound swollenness. Now we can move on to my personal favorite part of the build that I like to call Exponential Growth! Step 1. Saitama drinks a potion of giant size, and Step 2, he drinks a potion of growth, and enlarges to the size of an ancient dragon. Finally, to put all of these items together, we're going to douse our cursed spiked gauntlet of demon-enhanced giant strength into some oil. Ho ho ho! But this isn't just any oil. This is the magically enhanced oil of sharpness. It essentially gives bladed weapons doused with it a sweet +3 damage bonus. Small, but every bit needs to be accounted for. Alright, now that Saitama is all decked up, you'd think he'd be ready to make that punch, correct? Wrong. We haven't discussed the fact that Saitama is still a first level pact of the
Could have
Blade
used a
Warlock,
bit of reverb
which
on
gives him access to the spell.
I don't know, man. Reverb is so overused now.
He literally just used it for exponential growth.
I know,
But
and
it could
I
have
still.
it could have had that wrong from SpongeBob with the hoopla.
Oh, I guess so. Yeah.
Wrong.
Green Flame Blade, and the ability Hex Blade Curse. At 20th level, we can coat Saitama's bladed fingers with green flames that deal an extra 1d8 fire damage to our target when we hit them. And, in addition to that, Saitama can mark his target with a Hexblade Curse, giving his attacks an extra 6 slashing damage. Alright, well, what about now? Can we see how much damage we have total now? Well, the answer is still no, because we have a small issue to discuss, and that's the paladin fighting style that we grabbed at level 1. Dueling. When you are wielding a melee weapon in one hand, and no other weapons, you gain a +2 bonus to damage rolls with that weapon. Since our demon armor comes with a shredder gauntlet for each hand, and since our gauntlets count as weapons, that technically means that we're dual wielding. Whatever. To fix this, all we need to do
It's
is
another
remove the
arm.
left hand's gauntlet from the demon armor. Easy. What's next?
Very
Oh,
easy.
nice. Now we need to find what race Saitama would be. Honestly, there's no
In the
competition
pursuit
when
of
it comes to
stronger
this
punches,
choice
I
because
sacrificed both
half-orcs
my
gain the
arms.
skill Savage Attacks, giving Saitama an extra d6 in critical damage. With race out of the way, now
I appreciate that he puts in his editing.
Puts that stuff in
Puts
post.
that little stuff in to show that he had a mistake.
Mhm.
It's very
I like those visuals. They help my ADD mind.
Yes, exactly. And also, like, hey, oils exist in D&D. That's strange. Huh.
Yeah.
Wow. I
Oh
wonder
yeah,
if
no, they super.
I wonder if somebody could have used those for being a Witcher. Anyway, that's.
I don't know. They're in the item guide, not Unearthed Arcana though.
Oh.
we can finally move
Yeah,
to
can't be
feats.
bothered to read that
Half-orcs
one.
can learn the feat Orcish Fury, which gives them an extra d6 to their damage output, and Martial Adept to give Saitama a lunging attack, which adds another d6 to our damage.
If I can just
Now-
go back for a
now
second,
we can
Absolutely, sir.
he corrects himself not
finally,
once,
which gives them
But
an extra
twice.
d6 to their
Direct
damage
your
output,
attention to
and
the bottom.
Martial Adept
Yes.
gives Saitama a
And then-
lunging
Did you say
attack,
something
which
about
adds another
proofreading?
d6 to their damage.
Proofreading is hard.
Proofreading is hard.
Ooh.
No.
Oh, I love it.
It's almost like, oh, it's so good. Tastes, I can taste the intelligence. I can taste the flavor.
Oh, that high wisdom score. I
Ugh.
can eat it.
Proofread your shit, folks. Oh man,
Read the player's handbook.
and read the player's handbook.
I'll scream it to my dying breath.
God, please. I literally, like, the other day, like, I play with adults, right, in one of my groups, and
Uh-huh.
and one of one of my players, he can't be asked to fucking read the book, and he has me basically do all the shit for him. But it's just because, like, we're friends, and, like, it's fine. Honestly, I'm just like, every time I'm like, dude, you know you should read this, and he's like, yeah, I know, but I don't have to because you will help me. And I'm like, yeah, right. It's a perpetuating thing, right? But
that wouldn't last long with me.
oh, that's fair. That's fair.
The second someone said that to me, I'd be like, okay,
Oh.
that's a funny joke.
Right. Right. And like the other day, I was like, dude, I have no fucking clue, because he didn't write something down on his sheet, and I was trying to figure out what the fuck he was, and I was like, dude, I don't fucking know what you are, okay? I'm sorry, but, like, you don't read the book, and I have to do this in order to, like, fix this? Come on, man. So, it gets to a point in some points where I'm like, dude, just read the book.
My druid character was jailed in a place where the guards were very corrupt.
Yeah.
And one of the items that I had essentially made for him was a ruby about I would say 2.5 inches tall, roughly cylindrical,
Sure.
2.5 inches tall by like a 1/2 inch wide.
Mhm.
So like that's some good money right there.
Oh, sure.
But what's more, it was enchanted with the ability to hide yourself from the scrying effect of detect good and evil.
Oh.
And it was shortly after he had um, changed his character from chaotic good to chaotic evil
Okay.
through his actions. But recently, he had been doing some really good role play, so I was like, I'll sprinkle in a little reward for him.
Mhm.
And when he was scouting a dungeon as a spider, which time consuming but very effective.
Yeah, we have a druid
Um,
who does the same thing.
yeah. Um, he made it down to the very bottom, and I'm like, I can't have him get all the way to the bottom of the dungeon and back, and I knew he was gonna scout it as a spider.
Sure.
So when I was designing the dungeon, I even wrote put a small little oval on one of the tables that was representative of the ruby.
Okay.
And as soon as he got down there, he sees a statue with
Mhm.
some indented writing on it in Daedric, which he
Mhm.
can't read, but one of the party members can. And the ruby on the table, and I knew if I just left the statue, he wouldn't give a shit.
Right.
So I left the ruby in the table too, because I was like, yeah, he's gonna want to bamf out of spider form and pocket the ruby.
Oh, of course.
Which then he's at the bottom of a dungeon, um, and needs to make his way back
Mm.
alone.
Mm.
So a little bit of a monkey's paw.
Yeah.
And so I've described the room, and I'm watching his eyes, and they're completely glazed over while I'm describing the whole room,
Sure.
including the indented writing in the statue. And then I mentioned the ruby, and he immediately goes, "Wait, there's a ruby?" And I'm like, I fucking got him. So I describe it all nonchalant, and sure enough, he bamps out of spider form, grabs the ruby, goes and takes a look at the statue. Doesn't
Okay.
take a rubbing or anything, just a
Mhm.
look, a casual
Okay.
look,
Yep.
and then stealths his way out of the dungeon, and makes it back to the party. And he's like describing what he found, and they're like, "Why didn't you take a rubbing of the statue?" And he's like,
Yep.
"A what?" But he got himself jailed in the city,
Mhm.
and in the last session that we had, uh, one of the things he wanted to get checked at the Mages Guild was that ruby, because they were doing free evaluations on items
Okay.
as part of the Witches Festival in the Elder Scrolls. That's actually a thing that they do.
Sure.
Um, and he's like, "Oh wait, I'll get this examined," and I'm like, "What ruby?" He's like, "The one I found," and I'm like, "What ruby?" And he's like, "Oh," and he starts like flipping through his character sheet,
Mhm.
and he never writes shit down, so of course it's not in his character sheet.
Oh God.
And canonically, it had been stolen from the guards. They had returned his like gold and clothing and items and stuff, but
Yeah.
taken the ruby.
Okay.
And earlier that session, I had sprinkled in that they had seen those guards with really sly looks, like looking all pleased
Sure.
with themselves on
Yeah.
their way to the Mages Guild, and they
Okay.
thought nothing of it.
Oh.
And then they get there, and I'm like, "What ruby?" And he's like, "No, the one I had." And he gives me like the IRL prop that I made for it,
Yeah.
and I'm like, "It's not there." And he was so mad, and I'm like,
Nice.
"I don't know, man. It's not in your character sheet."
Nice. 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 That's great. Um, might I ask what spurred this from reading and stuff, or?
Oh, because you were talking about the guy that you're playing with not knowing his character sheet
Oh, yeah. Okay.
and the
Yeah.
stuff that he
Fair.
wrote.
Yeah. 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 That's fair. Okay. Yeah. Let's continue. Sorry, my brain is now starting to turn to mush. It's great. Let's do it.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Damage output. And martial adept to give Saitama a lunging attack, which adds another d6 to our damage. Now we can finally calculate the damage total. Wait. Oh wait, I'm still forgetting something. See, I learned from my Konosuba days. I can double check my work. Sorry about that.
I'm glad you can, because some people can't.
Still salty.
Anyway, there's an
Yep.
item called the
never
Insignia
not be.
Clause, which gives our punch an extra 1 damage. Incredible. Alright, I swear that's the last thing on this list. So, by rolling max damage with criticals included, we have the Hand of Vesna Empowered Insignia of Claws Enhanced Oil of Sharpness Doused Gargantuan Demon Armor Gauntlets, our Strength modifier, Divine Smite, Improved Divine Smite, Banishing Smite, Green Flame Blade, Hexblade Curse, Orc Savage Attacks, Orcish Fury, Battlemaster Lunging Attack, and Single Weapon Fighting. Assuming I did all the math correctly, if Saitama hits a critical and somehow rolls the highest numbers possible on all of his dice, one punch with our decked out fist would deal 414 points of damage. 414! With that much damage, Saitama could instantly obliterate an ancient green dragon, with max dice rolls and a critical, in one punch. If Saitama attacked with a normal, non-critical punch, his fist would deal more than 100 damage. Almost no monster below challenge rating 4 even has enough health to survive a single hit from this man. Well, there you guys have it. So, hope you all enjoyed the... Wait, what's this? Oh, it's also clear...
Oh, right. Yeah, that's an ad. I'd read. Next. Okay.
One note. I would have really enjoyed, before he just gave me the number, I would have enjoyed the breakdown of like 4d10 plus 1d4 plus 2d6 plus yada yada yada.
Oh yeah, like all the actual die rolls that would have been rolled.
I would have really enjoyed seeing that, with maybe breakdowns of what each one is from.
I agree. That would have added a lot, actually.
And granted, he does go through each of those in the beginning of the video, but I would just sort of like to see that
Get a culmination of it all.
Yeah.
I hear you. Yeah, no, but again, good video.
Very good content. Very good content.
I'm quite pleased with everything that I've seen from Blaine Simple. on YouTube.
I'm very looking forward to going through like his upload history and am awaiting and get to the point where I am awaiting new uploads.
Yeah, I have yet to do that, but he doesn't have that much content out right yet, so he's only been doing this for a little while, which is unfortunate, but also fortunate because now we're able to see him grow.
And he's already got 48,000 or nearly 50,000.
I mean, he's got good content, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah. As far as I'm aware, I mean, I haven't seen anything so far that I don't like.
He's only got 18 videos, the longest of which is 24 minutes. Oh no, 30 minutes.
Yeah. So, like, good on you, dude.
Yeah.
Keep on trucking, and you out there in Audio Land, if you want good D&D content, you should go and subscribe to Blaine Simple.
Seems to post once to twice per month.
Yeah, good, fine, that's fine. Take your time, make a good video. You know.
I almost wonder how much of his content is Gen 1 based, given that Blaine is the name of the fire trainer, who looks very similar to him, like his OC, and that is clearly the SS.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you're right. Huh. Okay. Did we lose you again?
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Fantastic. I don't know. Sometimes I get scared.
Paranoid.
Yes.
Don't worry, Alejo. I'll be with you all through the night.
That's good. So, it's good because when Boo's here, I have someone else I can talk to and, like, not feel weird about it. But then when it's just you and me, I mean, I just miss you so much, you know?
That's how I felt when you went to the bathroom, and I was like, okay, hello, boys and girls. Ladies, and a gentleman.
There you go, yeah. But yes, I think that will do it for us. I think we've covered everything that we needed to cover about making your lovely OCs that are not, I'm totally original, do not steal, and those who do not do that.
Really should have shown Blaine Simple first.
Because
because Blaine Simple has the video on like whether you should or shouldn't, pros and cons, and like what the subject was. Like just jumping.
You mean should have shown the video first?
Yeah, should have shown that video of Blaine Simple's first.
Yeah, you said you shouldn't have, and I was like, okay.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, should have done Blaine Simple's Skinner video.
Yeah, I I had actually planned to do that first, to be fair, but then I was like, but regardless, the content is there.
Closing thoughts.
I mean, other than everything that we've said, don't look at UA stuff unless your dungeon master's cool with it. Please read your player's handbook, you fox. Yeah, you know who you are.
They could even be right beside you. They could even be in a voice call with you.
Hey, wait.
Feeling paranoid yet? You never know where they are when they'll strike.
But yes, go subscribe to Plain Simple. Please. Fucking show them support, dude.
Yeah.
Subscribe to us, because we're also neat. And totally not just assholes. And also always right.
Subscribe to Tulok.
Subscribe to Tulok, yeah.
Yeah, he seems to make some good stuff.
He makes relatively good stuff. As far as I'm aware, I haven't watched all of his stuff, to be fair. And I haven't watched all of Blaine's stuff as well, so again, to be fair, from first impressions, take it as you will. And hey, if you're out there in audio land, please, if you enjoyed this, please leave a nice little review or some such, Come over to the YouTube channel in the description somewhere, because I like to leave that as well. Consider following the podcast as well, throughout whatever podcast medium you decide. Any closing thoughts for you, Aiden?
I would say, let me just climb up on my high horse here.
Okay. Yeah, Roach, okay.
D&D is definitely a game wherein its main advantage is in the freedom of application of your imagination in order to solve problems and to create a story with your friends. And as a player who's taken inspiration from other characters, and as a player who has had friends who have just blatantly ripped off other characters, it really does feel that when you absolutely just like rip a character and you're like, this is mine now, that you're sort of taking the coward's way out, and that you're not willing to put in the thought to meet with your friends who have also ostensibly put in the thought to create their characters, and your DM who has put in the thought ostensibly to make his world. And kindly consider stepping out and making some things creatively. If you're not confident in that, I'm sure, I am 100% positive that your DM would be more than willing to help you.
Absolutely.
You should ideally be making your characters alongside your DM anyway.
Yes. Or with some kind of like conversation with him.
Yeah, with guidance, conversation.
Excuse me.
Before session 0 and in session 0. To find out what fits best for the lore of the DM's world.
Yes.
Yeah, don't rip these off. They're fun little thought experiments and good sources of inspiration for if you are looking to have a character inspired by, say, The Witcher, or character inspired by Geralt, or Incineroar. Yeah, fake fan alert.
Yeah, it's, I don't care.
Then these Tulok's videos especially are a fantastic source of inspiration as to certain guidelines. Kindly don't rip them off, though.
No.
Thank you, Tulok. Thank you, Blaine. And we'll see you guys in the next one.
Yeah. See you guys next time. Hope you Enjoy listening and continue to.